Yo, what is going on, chat? Yes, we're watching more VODs today. All we do is watch VODs around here. It is a VOD stream now. Only VODs, always VODs. And then the VODs turn into more. It's actually like an infinite loop. The VODs, I watch VODs, and my streams turn into VODs. I guess no one's watching my VODs, though, to be honest, so I guess that's not an infinite loop. Yo, what's up, Sweeney? Also, today's stream is sponsored by Factor. You can check them out at Factor75.com. Exclamation point Factor in the chat to get a link over there with my code where you can get 50% off your first order. Check them out. VOD React Andy. What's up, Soda? Due to time zone differences, I usually do watch your VODs. Yeah, VODs on VODs. Then we watch your VODs on stream. Theoretically, an infinite VOD loop. What's up, Arceus? I'm doing pretty good. Factor a new sponsor. They're not gonna. They're just sponsoring the stream today. They're not gonna be a consistent sponsor of mine, but yeah, sponsoring the stream today. For anyone who doesn't know, Factor is a meal planned prepped meal service where basically they send you meals already prepared. So if you're someone like me who is always busy and values time, I wish I had time to cook, but I value my time higher than the time I could use it to cook. So something like Factors I've used before in the past, and definitely recommend you checking them out if you're in a similar situation as me. No, they don't, Soda. Can you VOD review your Pittsburgh VOD review? I mean, that would be a way for me to get better at VOD reviewing VODs, right? Would be to VOD review my VOD review and be like, okay, how do I become a better VOD reviewer? Yeah, see all the mistakes in my commentary, exactly. Let me find this real fast. I watched a little bit of the stream earlier, like a very little bit. All I saw was someone throw, and then I was like, all right, I don't really want to watch anymore because I want to wait and see what happens. I want to have it be like fresh for the stream later, so I don't have any like pre-reactions to things. But yeah, basically I was watching the stream. I watched the stream for a little bit, watched someone throw, and then I was like, all right, we'll save it for later. But more VOD reviewing today. Some surprising Dex performances in Barcelona. I heard some Charizard. I saw some people talking about Charizard on the Twitter. It was a honest opinion, kind of harsh commentary on that Pittsburgh VOD review on the title as well. Kind of harsh. I mean, not really. Like, you could, I guess the one thing you could say is my style of, it's not commentary though. Well, it is commentary, but I'm not commentating the match. I am giving commentary on the match, but it's more like I'm analyzing gameplay to be anything. Now, my style of gameplay analysis could offend some people, but one thing you'll notice that I never do, and that I call people out for doing if it ever comes up in my chat or my comment section, is I don't call any of the players bad, or they don't deserve to be where they are. I'm just saying what they did wrong, or did right, or what they could have done, what could have been done different, or what was maybe better. But I'm never actually directly calling anyone bad or saying someone deserves to be somewhere. And I always call it out when it comes up in my chat. So you can say, but if you're just not a fan of my analysis of gameplay, then I would just say you probably don't want to watch me analyze gameplay. But I'm also someone Yeah, but I'm never like I never like say someone is I'm never calling someone directly bad or saying that they don't deserve to be where they are in a tournament because I don't actually think that. um, but that is just like that's just me naturally look like that's me just naturally breaking down gameplay. But you should just adding maybe more some more. I think that even when you're 100% sure that's the correct play. No, I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to give, and if I could be wrong in the situations where I think I'm 100% right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Like sometimes I'll start to break down a situation. I'll be like, I don't understand why they're doing this. I think they should be doing this, and then they do something. I'm like, oh no, that does make more sense. What they did was correct. But like, I don't care. I don't care if I'm wrong. But I don't want to have to like pre-qualify everything that I say with I think they're making a mistake here. I think they're messing up here. It's like no, I genuinely think they're making a mistake or messing up. But I am wrong sometimes. I guess it could. The argument would be my audience, the way when people watch me, the way they perceive my analysis of gameplay is what would lead to more toxicity. I guess you could make that argument. Is implied whenever you give an opinion. Yeah, yeah, that as well. Like I think that is like literally implied. Yeah, like pre-qualifying everything I say with I think or I would have done this or I suggest this is like implied because it is an opinion, right? Yeah. That's like implied by me just simply stating an opinion, you know what I'm saying? And I like having fun with it too, bro. Like when people make mistakes, it's funny. Like when I'm like laughing at people's mistakes and stuff, once again, like I don't ever say anything about the person personally. It's just like the actions being taken. But dude, when when Christian attached to Raichu again when he shouldn't have, bro, that was just funny, bro. It was funny. Like yeah. People should not say I think that unless they actually are actually unsure. Yeah, it sounds super annoying for someone to say that and constantly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't need to like pre-qualify everything. Not everything has to be prefaced or post-faced with I think or my opinion or not to offend anyone or I think this or I know some people don't agree with me, but yeah, I understand about this topic because as a poker player, we discuss hands a lot, and it feels better than saying when you're reading, I think it would have been better to than you should have. Well, poker's a little bit, but poker's different though because you can actually outplay in poker because you can two plays can be equally good depending on the situation in poker. It's not the same thing in Pokemon. That's the difference there. Okay, that's the difference in like poker and sports and or maybe we stop at that to be honest. Yeah, like in poker and sports and stuff, you can actually outplay people. So you can't do that in Pokemon though. So that's why I'm a little bit more definitive with my whatever I say, I'm a little bit more definitive with it because there's no outplaying in Pokemon. Unless someone messes up. The only time someone actually truly outplays someone, the only time an outplay happens in Pokemon is when the person who got outplayed allowed themselves to get outplayed. Like you should never actually get outplayed in Pokemon. There's always a statistically correct play to make, and if your opponent bluffs or shows emotion and you play off of that, and then it ends up being bad for you, that means your opponent like took advantage of you thinking that was a thing. Like, is it true to say that about all TCGs? There's always one correct play. Yeah, there's always statistically one correct play in every single TCG. In Pokemon, in TCGs, there's an optimal line of play. Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. I haven't been shown otherwise. Now, like I'm not like super experienced in Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic, but what I've heard and seen some of the top players say in both of those, poker too, but it's all good, bro. Is that true in poker though? Because like to say there's always a correct play in poker is to say that you can't bluff in poker. When I'm talking about poker, I'm talking about not just like showing up to a casino and playing against a bunch of grandpas, and then in that situation there's always a statistically correct play most of the time. But I'm talking to, if you're saying there's always statistically a correct play in poker, then you're saying bluffing doesn't exist in poker, which could be true. It could be true you should always play the stats in poker, but I feel like that's not how poker's played at a high end. At high end poker, it seems like bluffing and players having tendencies and trying to take advantage of those tendencies, or trying to create a fake tendency in a game of poker is a thing, which means there's not a correct line of play. It's the same thing how in like the VGC you can outplay people. Oh, that's what I was looking for. You can outplay people in the VGC because it's like if my opponent does A, then I should do B. But if they do B, I should do C. But if they do C, I should do A. But if they do A, I should do B. But if they do D, I should do F. It's like if there's like that kind of tree that theoretically goes infinitely, you have to pick the point at which you have to pick the point at which you need to be like, this is what I think they're gonna do, and then play around that, right? So that's why, like, that's what I was thinking about earlier. In the video game, you can outplay people in the video game because there's choices that can be equally correct, or you can base it on what you think your opponent is gonna do. But in Pokemon, you can always play to a scenario that gives you the highest percent chance of winning the game, irrelevant of what your opponent's gonna do. Because like if you play yourself into a situation where all of a sudden your opponent using boss's orders to bring up one of your Pokemon and then trap it for the rest of the game, loses you the game, then it was a mistake for you to burn all your switch cards to play around Roxanne. Magic definitely has bluffing. Outplaying is very real. I had to see it. I'd have to have like top level Magic players tell me that bluffing is real. That's not true. Bluffing could be the correct play, but there is always a correct line of play. Wait, are you talking? Brayden, are you talking about in Pokemon? No, but you should. But as a player, you should remove the thought of bluffing from your mind and just assume. Just always try and just go to the statistically correct play. Pokemon Go is more like poker than TCG. Yeah, whenever there's anything that is if there's two lines of play that is equally correct and incorrect, that means you can outplay. But if there's not, then it's not. Every game has bluffing. That's not true. Bluffing technically exists in Pokemon, but if you fall to bluffing, it's just you misplaying. And if you're trying to bluff someone, you should never assume your opponent is trying to bluff you, actually bluff you. You should always assume you should always just play to the statistically correct play in Pokemon. Like I said, Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm inclined to say bluffing doesn't exist in either of those. It does exist, but bluffing technically exists in Pokemon too. But it's just a misplay if you fall for your opponent bluffing. Like, you just shouldn't do it. Like, bluffing exists in Pokemon as well, but not to the point where it should actually change which play you do, basically. I made it a one prizer into active with rope so I could bench and promote Ogre to hit two prizes for a game. Is that a bluff? No, it's just your opponent misplaying, it sounds like. It depends how much information your opponent had on what deck you were playing, though. Like I had the exact same thing happen for me, Blazing Sylveon, where I was playing Kyogre, and I was like, well, I lose this game unless I play Escape Rope, and my opponent sends up a one prize Pokemon, and they did, and I was like, okay, Kyogre for 4. Like, but they should just sent up their other 2 prize Pokemon every time, but they didn't. So it's not bluff. It's not bluffing. It's just my opponent misplaying. Magic bluffing can be a factor since the ability to play cards on the opponent's turns exists, but there's an expression that makes them. There's an expression make them have it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know what to extent bluffing exists in Pokemon, but I believe it exists in poker. And if you apply bluffing as a strategy in poker, or the idea of making more out of what you have or making less out of what you have, in terms of, I have a really good hand, but I don't want to play it up like it's a really good hand, yada yada, then there's the potential to outplay, right? And there's like a multiple decisions to make, or there's multiple correct options. But in Pokemon, there's one correct option. And I'm inclined to say in other card games like Yu-Gi-Oh!, like Magic, like Lorcana, like, I don't know, other card games, that even though it might seem slightly more complicated in something like Magic, and maybe bluffing does exist more because you can play cards on your opponent's turn, I don't actually think that changes what the line of play you should take. But I'd have to see it. Would having Power Spray in format enable outplays in Pokemon? No, it wouldn't. It's just like either correct to plays if your opponent has Power Spray, or correct to plays if they don't have it, and how you should play around the potential of them having 1 Power Spray or 2 Power Spray or 0 Power Spray. There's just like a statistically correct answer to how many Power Spray you should play around, if you should play around Power Spray at all. Like, it's not bluffing. Like, it's just either they should have a Power Spray or they shouldn't. It's like, well, if I think they have a Power Spray here, I'm going to get a second Uxie. Like, maybe you have an Uxie in hand, and on your collector you get like 2 Pokemon and an Uxie, and you play down the first Uxie, and it's like, okay, they didn't have a Power Spray, but if they had Power Spray there, I lose. That's why I got the second Uxie. So it's not like, it's just like, yeah, it's just like you should play around the Power Spray being there, but there's nothing to do with bluffing or anything like that. Bluffing isn't real in Magic either. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is. But like I say, I would just literally take the word of I'm not gonna take the word of anyone in chat who plays Magic, because I've had Pokemon players tell me that play style and bluffing exists in Pokemon. So if you play Magic in chat, it's nothing against you, but unless you're a top level Magic player, I'm not gonna take your opinion for granted, right? But if you are a top level Magic player and you are in chat currently, I'll take your opinion as just what it is. Like if you tell me, if you're a top level Magic player and can prove it, and you tell me bluffing exists in Magic, I'll believe you, because I'm not gonna like go out of my way to become good enough at Magic to learn whether or not I think bluffing exists. But my current opinion on it is that bluffing doesn't exist. But, and like I'm saying, like I've had Magic or Pokemon players tell me that they think bluffing exists in Pokemon, and I don't know. I think I'm good at enough at Pokemon to have like to be confident in my opinion on that. It exists, fit the criteria. I mean, but a Pokemon fits the criteria. I just don't think it does. I don't think Azul is actually going to take anyone's opinion in chat seriously. That's not true. Depends on what you're talking about. You watched the MTG video once? You know what? For you weebs, it counts. Welcome to being a professional Magic player. I fit the criteria, I mean? Of what? A professional Magic player? Or the criteria of bluffing existing? 12-hour 151 stream Thursday? Yep. I'll be there, Frizz. Will you? When I mean top, I mean like top. Because there's some good... There's not... I can't think of a conversation I've had recently, but there's some Pokemon players that I've had conversations with who people would consider pro who don't quite understand all the concepts of like stuff. Wait, are we saying there's no bluffing in Pokemon? There's no bluffing in Pokemon. Bluffing does not exist in Pokemon. And you... Now, not to say bluffing can't work in Pokemon, but it shouldn't work. It depends on how top you mean. I mean like top, like 0.01%. There's different concept of what bluffing means. I mean, what do you think bluffing in Pokemon would be? Yeah, appreciate the 13 months there, check marks. Yeah, well, what do you think bluffing in Pokemon is? Let me give an example. Yeah, go for it. No, I think bluffing exists in Pokemon, but it shouldn't actually affect the outcome of a game. Let's say I don't have water energies to power up Greninja, all prized. Okay. How is there no bluffing in Magic though? Just like there's no bluffing in Pokemon. Anyway, I drop Greninja down, threatening 2 benched of yours. Yeah, but that's not bluffing, Kate. It is just simply correct. It is simply correct on the other player's side to make a determination on whether they think you can attack with Greninja or not. If they think you have the possibility of being able to attack with Greninja, they bench Manaphy. If they don't think so, they don't bench Manaphy. But it has nothing to do with whether or not your water energy are prized. If your water energy weren't prized, they should still bench Manaphy. If your water energy are prized, they should still bench Manaphy. There's a correct play on their side of the field. It is irrelevant of the knowledge you have that your opponent is unprivy to. That's what bluff does. But it's not bluffing anything, because no matter what, it's the correct play. Like, bluffing means, like, you can't, it's incorrect to call a bluff in that scenario, but it's not incorrect to call a bluff in poker. Bluffing means you're infuriating how opponent plays, but in Pokemon, there's an optimal line of play which always leads to your highest win percent chance of winning the game. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just incorrect to play as if the water energies are prized. Unless going out of your way to put Manaphy in play is at such a big expense, you can be like, I don't think you're going to get the Greninja play. Like, in poker, if you never called someone's bluff, they would beat you every time. So you have to call the bluff. In Pokemon, you don't have to call a bluff. Bluffing exists in Pokemon, but it's just you shouldn't factor in your opponents potentially bluffing you to change how you play your line of play. Everyone's a perfect line of play anyways. But I'm not good at explaining it, but it's different in Pokemon compared to something like poker. Like if you just let your opponent in poker, if you just get bluffed over and over again, you just lose. But in Pokemon, it's just either correct to bench the Manaphy or it's incorrect to bench the Manaphy. I made a quiz, Azul. You want to play? All right, I'm down, Benji. What's the quiz? Bluffing. All right, so bluffing technically exists in Pokemon. It's just you should never factor it into how you play out your turn. Based on whether or not you think your opponent might be bluffing you, it should never affect how you play out your turn. You should just be like, this is what's happened in the game so far up to this point, and this is how I should play out my turn accordingly. IRL Pokemon online. Well, online poker is almost... Well, no, I don't know how much different it actually matters, because they're still bluffing in online poker. Agree with that? Unless you... But if the way you're arguing it, though, Kate, I feel like you'd have to make the argument that in poker, based on someone's bluff history as a player, or in the game you've played so far, you should play a certain way every single time. But theoretically, the player that was bluffing you, couldn't they break their tendencies? Then what are you playing off of, their tendencies or the point where they break their tendencies? Oh, wait, you put it in chat, Benji? Okay, hang on, I see it now. So then at that point, doesn't it become a point of equally optimal choices? You're in? Okay. Wait, do I just wait now? I don't know. I don't remember how this works. I've done this before, but... Not sure if more viewers want to join. Put it in chat again, Benji. If you guys want to get in on this quiz that Benji made, Benji's about to put the link in chat with the pin or the code. Drop it in chat again, Benji. Are we watching Barcelona? At some point, yeah. It's full? Oh, okay. All right, sounds like we're ready to go then, Benji. Okay, so bluffing in poker, in a nutshell, a lot of time you could be in a spot with multiple different potential bluffs. But it's on your end to know how many times your end bluff that hand or not based on how many value hands you have. So is your argument that which player finished #1 in EU rankings in 2018-2019 season? I feel like this is a trick question because I feel like 2018-2019, Stefan won NAIC. This is a year Stefan won NAIC, right? So I'm gonna go Stefan. Toward would be too easy. Toward would be too easy there. It's like Stefan also won NAIC that year, so I'm on the podium. Let's go. Yo, what's up, Legendary? For the opponent, he is also supposed to call a certain percentage of his hands based on the size of your bet. Which attack did Cyrus Davis use to win NAIC? Ooh, I'm trying to I forget what game 3. Game 3 was it 100 Fierce Blows? Okay, chillin'. Yeah. The faster you answer, for anyone who's actually in this, the faster you answer, the quicker it goes. Sheesh. Who finished number 16 in the US Canada region in 2023? It was G-Shen, or I think it was Finton. It wasn't Caleb. No, it was G-Shen. Was it? It wasn't Piper. I think Piper was 17th. Sorry for extending, but I love this topic. No, the discussion is good. The discussion is good. And I'm down to be wrong as well. Like, am I familiar with game theory? No, not as much as I would like to be. Like I said, I'm down to be wrong with everything as well. But it's just like my current... I'm also fine to, like, state my current opinions as well. Which player won the Indianapolis Regionals in May 2022? I think this was the Rob, right? Oh, wait, I'm kind of leaking the answers here, though. I guess my stream has like a slight delay. And Eco Hooters in chat. Bro, the only thing about these is I wish that you couldn't only play them once. Which player won at least one Worlds, one Internationals, and one Regionals and Masters? Oh, Igor, Robin. Go, Robin. Igor hasn't won an IC. Henry was the other one Henry? Henry hasn't won an IC. Yeah, Robin's won an IC and Worlds. I don't know. I wasn't sure if Robin has actually won a Regionals, to be honest. That's the one I wasn't sure about. But it's more likely Robin has won a Regionals than any of the other ones. Well, then I don't even know who the fourth name was there, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know who the fourth name was. How many Americans finished in top 8 at Worlds 2022? Worlds 2022, who won that? Who just won this most recent one? Vance. And then before that was how many Americans? It actually might have been 0. Was it just Canadians? I think it was 0. Yeah, because it was all Canadians, right? There were some North Americans. Dude, I'm third place right now. What's your favorite deck for best of ones? I just don't think it makes a difference. I think your favorite deck for best out of threes are also the best. The best deck for best out of threes is almost all the time the best deck for best of ones. So, which attack did Azul used to win OCIC? Oh, I know this one. Wait, am I right on that? No, it was. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Wait, am I wrong? I am wrong. I am wrong. That was wrong, actually. Yeah, go for it. Kate. Dude, I thought it was. It should have been, but I misplayed. That should have been the game-winning attack, like 2 turns ago. What deck finished second at Charlotte Regionals? March 2023? I think so. Nice. Out of all the ones to get wrong, I know. I mean, I don't have to. All I remember is that I won. That's the important part, right? Remembering how I won isn't as relevant. I have to bring Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur to a tournament. We gotta go Bulbasaur on that one. Which player won the first regionals in the world? First regionals in the world post-COVID. What? Oh, that's true. I know who it is. I'm not gonna say it, dude. But to be honest, did non-American regionals really count? I don't know. Yeah, basically bladder, yeah. Except for actually in poker. Which duo had the most CP combined? 1819? 1819? It might have been the Schultzes. I don't actually know which one that was to be. It might 1819? But Chris wasn't even playing at that point, right? Was he? Chris was retired at that point. So it wasn't the Szymanskis, I don't think. Going to Toronto? Yeah. We'll take Jimmy Brad's play and make top 8 at Santa Clara Regionals. Oh wait, I'm number 1 again? Let's go. Dude, we're making the comeback. I'm getting some of these wrong, but we're still number 1. It says, oh no, wait, I was the first one to answer, right? Is that what it's saying? What does this mean? Say Charmander has 65 12 50-50 versus Charmander, 40-60 versus Squirtle. Won Players Cup 2 Global Finals. Dude, I don't remember which one I won. I think it was. All right. How many in a row? Oh, it's how many in a row you got. So I don't actually know where I'm positioned right now. Okay. 1819. That can't be right, right? Maybe that. Oh shit! I actually thought I was wrong on that for a second. I was like, I don't think that is right. Which Pokemon will have the most appearances on a balanced tournament? I would say Squirtle. Yeah, I would say Squirtle. Kate. So it says I'm on the podium, so I'm in top 3 right now, but that's all I know. All I know is that I'm in top 3. Well, I can tell you that Yu-Gi-Oh definitely has bluffing similar to poker. MTG and Pokemon not so much because of limited resource. Like I said before, I've heard people tell me that Pokemon has these things. Like I said, which Jose was the highest finish at? Dude, what kind of question is this? Dude, 2 of them I don't even know. I know Marrero and Marzan. I mean, it could be one of these. That's funny. That's a funny question right there. Squirrel's correct. Dude, that's funny. Who won the Limitless Invitational 2020? Oof. Unlucky, man. What the heck? Dude, I'm just saying, bro. If I forget, what was the car called? Black Market? If Black Market wasn't bugged, I'm just saying. I think Charmander would be the least picked. But I feel like in reality, Charmander would be the second played deck. How many Swiss rounds did Liverpool regionals? Oh my gosh. Well, 2016? 8. Wait, 8? 8. 8 rounds. European regional, though? Actually, to be honest, that makes sense. European regionals stay small, bro. They stay small. And that is that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have a limited resource like lands and energy. Yeah, but there's still only so many things that are possible with how many cards you have in your hand, which attack Alex Shamancy used to win UIC 2023. UIC 2023. I actually don't know. I'm gonna go that one. I wasn't sure. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that. I thought Shemansky was toast when when Tord had turned to boss. When boss had turned to boss. When Tord had turned to boss KO. I was like, all right, Shemansky's cooked. Say the same for poker. You have 2 cards in hand. Yeah, but the possibilities are like limitless. But the possibilities that you care about in Yu-Gi-Oh are not limitless. You care about like maybe 2 outcomes. Yeah, the possibilities that you care about in Yu-Gi-Oh is probably like you care about like 2 cards. It's like, all right, do they got this card or they got this card? I think I should probably play around this card because of X. Or I shouldn't play around this card because of Y. In poker, it's like there's like 6 million things they could have. And they could have the nuts every time. But they could not. You can't play around the nuts every time because then you're losing anyway. So you have to figure out what the point is where you don't play around the nuts. But in like shoot, 2 players my top 16 at UIC, NAIC, and World Brenner, and which other player? 2022. I guess you have to do the same thing in Pokemon, but it's a lot easier to analyze when to not play around the nuts in like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic. It's like, or you also just don't have a choice. Like in Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and Magic, you can analyze it. You can get to the point where you're just like, well, I literally have to play as if they don't have the nuts, or I have to play as if the nuts. And you can say the same thing for poker, but I feel like with poker, you're playing the same game every hand. Not exactly, but like in Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic, the game develops to where you sometimes play around stuff, and you sometimes don't play around stuff. But in like poker, you're just seeing the same cards every single time, right? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a professional poker player. I'm a professional Pokemon player, and my analysis of Pokemon is there's no bluffing. And what I've played of other card games is that also bluffing doesn't exist as well. Like But the card games that I've played the most is Hearthstone. I don't know how Hearthstone really like lines up to Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. The card game I played the second most is Hearthstone. And I don't believe bluffing exists in Hearthstone either. Because you can only sit there and not play around for something so long till you literally lose. Like, the one that I can think of is, like, Brawl and Control Warrior. Like, you can't sit there and not bench something forever to play around Brawl. There's a certain point where you should bench something, and there's certain points where you shouldn't bench anything to play around Brawl. But at some point, Control Warrior just wins if you don't bench anything. So, I don't know. So many trick questions. This was a good one, yeah. Dude, the only thing about these is, like, you had more points than the other two combined. Wait, how do you see, like, the leaderboard? I don't want to do this thing. 16 and 20 correct. If I had more time, I would have got them all correct. Bluffing explosive trap, and yeah, but it's either correct to play as if it's explosive trap or it's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like you just should do something, because like you can't if you sit there and second guessing yourself whether it is or isn't the whole time. Like, you have to do something. You either have to if you play like it is explosive trap, you should be able to analyze if you just lose anyways if it is. So you have to play like it's not, and then if it is, then you just lost anyways, but you're gonna lose anyways. So it's like it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That is possible as well, Edgar. The possibility that it could just be because you can't play anything during your opponent's turn, because there's not consistent interaction. Like, maybe that's why bluffing doesn't exist in Hearthstone and Pokemon. But I'm not sure. I've played some Magic. I know how to play Magic. I've played some. It still feels like it just doesn't exist. I don't know. Like I said, if a top tier Magic player tells me bluffing exists in Magic, I'll be like, all right, I believe you. But like I said, it would like literally have to be like a 0.01% Magic player. And I'd be like, yeah, I believe you. Just like from what I've played and what I've seen, what I've played of other card games, but someone could have the trap and just not activate it, making you believe it's not the card you thought it was. Yeah, but it's like correct to think about it. It's like there's just still a correct line to take in that situation, Bladder. Like, it's either correct to assume it is one or it's not the other. Because it's not like as soon as your opponent doesn't activate a trap, someone could have the trap and not activate it, making you believe it's not the card you thought it was. But you have that info as well. You have the info. My opponent has a trap, and if it was trap A when I attack, but if it's correct for your opponent to not activate the trap that they could activate when you attack with a creature, then you're like, oh, but it's correct for them not to activate that trap, and they should hold it for a future turn. Then you're like, oh, okay, then they'll hold it, and then you shouldn't just immediately write it off. That means you just misplayed. That means you just misplayed. Like, just because the knowledge isn't there doesn't mean, like, in Pokemon, it's like my opponent could have Boss's Orders in hand, but if I play around Boss's Orders on the next turn, I lose, so I just shouldn't play around Boss's Orders, and you just don't play around Boss's Orders. It's like literally the exact same thing. Like, what is the percent chance they have Boss's Orders here? Oh, it's like 100%. Well, then I should play around Boss's Orders. But do I play around, or it's like 99%, but do I play around, if I play around Boss's Orders, do I just lose? Yeah, I just lose. So I should play as if that 1% is happening. And then the 1% doesn't happen and you lose. But you knew that was going to happen anyways. It's the same thing with the trap cards in Magic. It's just like, I think it is more, there is like a further thought process you have to go through to get to the end point, but the end point still ends up being that bluffing doesn't exist. Like, you just have to go a couple extra steps and be like, all right, I did this, they could respond with Y, but if they respond with Y, it's a mistake, so it could still be Y even though they didn't respond with Y, and so when I go swing again, it could still be Y or it could be X, but I always lose to X, so if it's X, I lose no matter what, so then I have to just assume it's Y, and no matter what, I have to play as if it's Y for the rest of the game, you know? Could handle Star Wars trivia? I know I'm not like a super huge Star Wars fan, but we could try. Why, do you have a Star Wars Kahoot? Creature combat is much different in Magic compared to most other card games because the defending player can dictate interaction, which may cause bluffs to happen. I mean, I don't know. Once again, like I said, I've played some Magic, but creature combat, you should still. I would either just have to have a top level professional Magic player tell me that bluffs exist, or I'd have to actually just play more Magic myself. But I would need that to happen. That's like I think we're at like an impasse on at least convincing me. Since you're always playing with imperfect information in a TCG, every player involved is making decisions based on probabilities. Bluffing is just minimizing how much you let your opponent know of certain and hoping that they don't make the best decision for them. Well, yeah, bluffing. That's what I'm saying. Bluffing is like, theoretically, bluffing should affect nothing because it actually, yeah. But that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, bluffing only exists when your opponent like, if your opponent is bad. The only way you can take advantage of bluffing is if your opponent's bad. That's basically what I'm saying. Like, I've had people try and do bluff stuff against me, but I'm just gonna make the statistically correct play, or what I think in the moment is the statistically correct play. I could be wrong. I was like, I don't care what you're trying to do on your end. I'm not gonna play as if you have a card you think you're trying to make me think you have, and then I'm just gonna do my play. You know, like, I don't know. Bluffing exists if your opponent is human. I definitely agree with you in Pokemon. It's a little bit different in Magic. I don't know. From what I've played in Magic, I feel like it's not, but we're not robots. But I don't think you need to be robots to ignore bluffing. I don't think you need to be a robot to ignore bluffing in a trading card game. Like, someone showed me something from one of the top Yu-Gi-Oh players who basically said that there's always an optimal line of play. Now, that's just an opinion of one player, but it was like one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players of all time or something, and he like agreed with my thought process on it of just like there's always a correct thing to do. You could say the same for poker. I don't know if you could say the same thing for poker, because I would definitely separate. Who was it? I forget the name. I did like Billy Break. I don't know. I did like fact check it because they told me the name and then sent me like an article or something that he had wrote, and then I like fact checked his name, and it was like it does seem like he is considered one of the best players. Patrick Hoban. I've heard the name Patrick Hoban before, so maybe it was Patrick Hoban. I've definitely heard Patrick Hoban before. That's a familiar name. Same for poker. I don't know if you could, but yeah, I don't know if you could say the same for poker. But I mean, I think there is a breaking point where analyzing everything in the moment becomes hard to do, and you have to give into playing around bluffs and knowing, accepting that bluffs exist. Like I said, like in sports, I think there is you can outplay in sports because I think there's multiple things you can do in sports that are equally good, right? If I do X, Phil Luna, I've never heard that, or Fee Luna, I've never heard Philly Luna, I've never heard that name before. Something Luna, because like if a team chooses to do X and you're defending for Y in sports, then X becomes better. It's like, okay, then we should defend for X. But if you defend for X and they do Y, then Y becomes better. It's like, okay, well, how do we now you have to make a call on what you think what the opposition is going to do, like in football specifically, like on the play. What do we want to prep most for on this play, right? Because if we're vulnerable to X and they do X, we're in trouble. But then if we prep for X and we're vulnerable to Y, then we're in trouble for Y. So what do we think they're going to do? You know what I'm saying? Not all sports. Some sports are literally just like strategic sports. That's what I should say. There's no strategy. Well, I mean, yeah, there's no real strategy in a 100-meter sprint, right? Like how you prep and like there's strategy behind your preparation and your training. But like once you get out there, you're just trying to run fast, right? Like you don't know about Yu-Gi-Oh? No, that's what I'm saying. That's why like this is why in this situation I did pre-qualify with like my understanding of Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic so far. And that's why I said like I would literally that's why I like pre-qualified it, right? Because I've had Pokemon, but the reason like I'm not just going to take someone who plays Yu-Gi-Oh's opinion in chat at face value because I've had Pokemon players tell me things that just definitely don't exist in Pokemon, right? So like, but like I said, if a professional, like a top tier Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic player just told me bluffing exists, then I would just believe him. Right? I wouldn't even question it because I'm not going to go out of my way to become a professional Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic player. But I'm not going to let someone who plays Magic or just plays Yu-Gi-Oh. Like I have enough an opinion about the card games myself that you'd have to be a top tier player to just make me just change my mind instantly. Because I've had people who are Pokemon players tell me things. I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, but I know better. You know what I'm saying? So like, so I'm literally willing to concede my opinion on it if someone who's a professional told me X. You know what I'm saying? But in Pokemon, there's also a skill factor. Well, yeah, if there wasn't, I wouldn't be playing it. Yeah, no one's arguing anything about skill factor. It's very strategical and drawing. Yeah, it's Someone hit up LSV. Yeah, yeah. If LSV came in here and was like, Azul, you're wrong. There's bluffing in Magic. I'd be like, all right, that's cool. I believe you. I would believe there's bluffing in Magic now. Like I would. But like my current thought process on it is like, because like there's people who think bluffing exists in Pokemon, but they're never like like I've never talked to a player who I consider a top good player who thinks that, right? Like it's players who don't fully and it's not like most people who think like bluffing and that kind of stuff exists in Pokemon are players who don't know better, which means it's just fine. You just don't know any better. So it's like you think play style exists in Pokemon, right? Like it doesn't exist in Pokemon, right? It's fine. It's fine to think those things when you just don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're trying to get better as a player, but the top Yu-Gi-Oh player would say yes, but there's an optimal play as well. So then they basically would be arguing what I'm arguing at that point, Platter. It's like bluffing exists, but can only be used to take advantage of bad players. In general, we think that the play is considered a bluff if that enters the opponent, leading to a possible suboptimal response. Yeah, so I mean, bluffing technically exists. Let me say that, but like, I feel like it should just never attempt to be utilized, which is the case in Pokemon. Yeah. And in poker, I could see it. That makes poker sound really boring then, to be honest. I thought there was like, if that is true about poker, then that makes poker sound pretty boring. Like to watch, like for someone like me watching. If I like mentally have that idea of poker. Falling for a bluff doesn't make you a bad player. Yeah, it does, because you should just play to the statistically best play. You should just ignore whatever information your opponent is trying to feed you that detracts from the statistically best play and just make the statistically best play. So it makes you worse of a player to get bluffed in Pokemon. I didn't say any game. I said Pokemon. Your definition of bluff is not existing is because there's always a correct response, which there is every time. Yo, appreciate the 14 months there, Wormtowny. What deck should I play at your cup tomorrow? Whatever deck whatever top to whatever. No, it makes you human. No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's hard for a human to surpass bluffing I don't think it's hard for a human to make bluffing not be a factor in them playing a game of PokemonTCG. That's like not. There are things that you should say that about. It's like that. Nope, that's just you. That's just you being human. I don't think this is one of them, because I don't think it's that hard to remove being affected by bluffs. If your goal is to get better and become a better Pokemon player, I don't think removing your opponent potentially trying to bluff you as like a factor to the outcome of your games. What's statistically the best place to fall for the bluff? Then I'm all in on that bluff. Azul's literally the Terminator. Even the best chess players as poker players make errors. I never said they didn't. Even I make mistakes too. But that's what I'm saying. But I think removing bluffing from what you think is and it's not that you always know what the statistically correct play is, but removing your opponent potentially trying to bluff you from you going down what could be the statistically correct play, I don't think that's hard to do. I don't think it's that hard to do. I think everyone can get there. What about your opponent making faces like they've lost to make you walk into a trap? Ignore it. Yeah, that's the exact same thing I'm talking about, SG. So you're saying people do that in Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And you're considering that bluffing in Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! But that's the exact same thing that people try and do in Pokemon. But you literally just ignore it and make the statistically correct play. Like, you just ignore it and just make the statistically correct play. Is that not a bluff? That is your opponent attempting to bluff you, but it only becomes, like, actually a successful bluff when you make the misplay of letting your opponent bluff you. That's what I'm saying. If you just don't let your opponent bluff you, bluffing can't be a thing. That's basically what I'm saying. It's on you to just be better and then overcome the bluff. If opponent doesn't have a response on your opponent's turn, it doesn't matter. You can act like you've won or you've lost based on your hand or what's not in your hand. It's the same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. You also have limited time, so it's impossible to calculate every scenario. Bladder, I literally said based on what you think is statistically the correct play in the moment. I literally just said that. You're just like saying things that I have not said. This is literally a whole new sentence. You're literally just adding. You're just literally a whole new sentence scenario where you're like expanding on things I have not said. Statistically, what you think is the statistically correct play in the moment. You're expanding on things I have not said. I don't know why you're going here. Have I caught up with Ahsoka? I have not. I barely even finished One Piece. I mean, if you drop Greninja without any water energy on your in your deck, fortunately, a man, if you drop it's already a successful bluff. No, it's not. But it's not a bluff. It's not. You're not bluffing anything. Your opponent is just playing correctly. It doesn't matter. Now, after game, let's say you're playing Lost Tina and you don't play water energy, but you bench Greninja going first turn 1, and you get triple Comfy off, so you have the possibility of using Greninja next turn. It's just correct to put Manaphy in play if you play Manaphy as the opposition. Now, throughout game 1, it could be also correct for your opponent to analyze the scenario. But you didn't say what you think. You said what the best statistical play. No, I said what you think multiple times. I've said what you think multiple times. It could also be a misplay for your opponent to assume you can attack with Greninja in game 2 and game 3 based on how many grass energy and psychic energy you've put into play. Based on how many grass energy and psychic energy you put into play, your opponent should be able to potentially assume that you don't have water energy going into game 2 and game 3, or just how you play the game out from there, right? But it's not a bluff. You're not bluffing anything if you bench Greninja as Lost Tina, game 1 going first, and you bench the Greninja and set up the possibility of a threat of a turn 2 Greninja. Your opponent not putting Manaphy down would just be a misplay, not a, like. I mean, you can think it's you bluffing them, but at the end of the day, it's just on their side. It's whether you play water energy or don't play water energy, it's correct for them to bench the Manaphy. I feel like bluffs work when it's like you tricked your opponent into doing something. My idea of a bluff is when you trick your opponent into doing something. Brandon with 1 water energy would like to talk. No, but that's like not a bluff. It's just like if Brandon shows the water energy, it's like, okay, I should probably play around water energy from here. But it's also possible, depending on how game 1 and game 2 go, whatever, going into game 3, that you should be like, I think he only plays a 1 water energy, right? And it could be correct to, that could be the correct assumption based on the information you have from the previous 2 games, right? Bluffs only work if the opponent doesn't play around the possibilities, which most people don't think of, all the outcomes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's bluffs only take advantage, are only work or take advantage of like players who are not like, if you're, yeah, like they only factor into players who aren't like top players. But like top players, I'm saying it doesn't affect like the high end level of play, because it doesn't affect the high end level of play. Even on like the lower end levels of play, you should like learn to ignore it and just play to your statistical outs. It's up to you to decide what the right plays are. But there's no right plays. There's a right play. And your goal should always be to make the play that you think is the correct play, statistical correct play. And you could be wrong, but you should always be playing with the idea of, I'm trying to find the statistical correct play. Is it advantageous to have anxiety because you're constantly thinking about all the possibilities? This sounds unscrupulous. At this point, it does. It sounds like meta manipulation. Let's talk about meta bluffing. That just is meta manipulation, right? That's the same thing. You're just bluffing the meta. You're like, this is what the meta is going to be. That's what the meta is going to be. Meta bluffing. Kind of look like a bluff, not gonna lie. What is a bluff? A bluff is like a type of cliff. So there is bluffing in Pokemon? Yeah, of a meta variety though. We're talking about in-game bluffing. I'm talking about meta bluffing. We're not the same, bro. See, you're in-game trying to bluff me. We're in-game playing against each other, and you're trying to bluff me into thinking you have boss in your hand. But I made you play the deck that you're playing, so I know you only played 2 boss, and they're both in your discard pile. So I'm already a step ahead, bro. You're done. You're playing the exact 60 that I posted on Twitter last week. You don't have a boss left, bud. You bluffed me the other day into Arc Hammer Mirror. No, actually, I bluffed you into watching the stream enough to have enough channel points to challenge me to an Arc Hammer Mirror. And then you cheated by putting in Mimikyu. That sounds possible, to be honest. Not impossible. All right. We'll get into the VOD review in a second. I think we'll leave it at bluffing technically exists in card games. But if you want to become a better player and win more, you should remove your opponent's attempts at trying to bluff you into making they have X or Y, and just make the play that you think is statistically correct. And then if we all do that, bluffing will be completely eliminated as a factor in the Pokemon TCG. That's it. It just comes back to make them have it. You just make the best decision in the moment based on the information you have. Exactly, yeah. Not to try to let on more than you ever. All plays are bluffs and therefore none are. Sure, I'll allow that one, June Blue. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you just make them have it. You're like, well, I lose to this, but if I do this other play, I lose anyway. So, all right, so if you have the boss, you have the boss. You're playing as someone with one of your exact 60s. I mean, I don't know. People like changing stuff sometimes. I feel like everyone likes to change, which isn't a bad thing, because you should always like, you want to try and expand on like someone else's success or whatever, or like their point. Like take what they have and try and build on it if you can. But I do feel like a lot of players in the Pokemon TCG like to change stuff just for the sake of changing stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I just always like to play this card. That stuff is cringe. But if you have like a reason to adjust something or change something, that's a little bit different. But so a lot of people in Pokemon like literally just like to change stuff for the sake of changing stuff. And that's, I mean, you can do it if you want. That makes tournaments easier for me to win. Now, if you put a reason behind why you're changing something, that's like a completely different story. But if everyone just likes playing their, I don't know, if everyone likes adding everyone likes playing Squirtles in their Lost Boxes for whatever reason, just because they like their favorite Pokemon Squirtle, listen, bro, you all should keep doing that. That's fine with me. I'm cool with this. Oh, hang on, let's take a look at these. It's a pivot. The Squirtle. Can someone explain the Flying Pikachu V and Miraidon? Oh wait, you're talking to Feel Goodians. I thought you were talking to me. Yeah, it's I mean, the resisting fighting thing isn't really a factor TPO, but it's a free retreat Pokemon that has more HP than Zeraora, that can hold a Forest Seal Stone, that has a panic button as well in the attacks. It's a panic button, higher HP than Zeraora, V Forest Seal Stone holding Pokemon. Bro, this is what the casters picked to be the caster card predictions most likely to succeed. These are so boring because they picked 2 cards. Wait, is this how they're supposed to do it? Why not just pick a deck at that point? Because Ross is like, I really like Miraidon. It's like no other deck plays generator but Miraidon. So Ross just really likes Miraidon. Amy was like, I really like Gardevoir. The only deck that plays Zacian V is Gardevoir. I guess like Joe's is okay because like Chorus isn't a lot of decks. So this one is like a little bit, you know, a little bit like Joe has like the best 2 selections here because Joe has a little bit of reach with these. It's like this is like Lost Tina. Chorus isn't Lost Tina, but also Lost Box plays Chorus. And then Shay. That's what I was trying to do. The name was the game. I was about to say Hot Chalk, but it's like not Hot Chalk, it's Shay. It's Shay, right? Or am I trolling? I'm gonna chat confirm. It's like all in on Mew. At this point, they should just pick a deck, to be honest. It's usually 2 decks, isn't it? No, I think it's usually the cards. I think it's usually used to be Hot Chalk. Yeah, formerly known as Hot Chalk. Formerly known as Hot Chalk. Yeah, I thought they usually did I thought they usually did cards. Picking the 2 cards from the same deck. Maybe the production didn't fully let them know what to do. You pick Battle VIP Pass? That's like cheating though. Wait, actually, okay, hang on. Out of curiosity, how many decks had Battle VIP Pass in Pittsburgh top? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the top 8 at Pittsburgh had 4 Battle VIP Pass, and the other decks were Miraidons, which affect like, yeah, and then Lugia. Okay, and then for top 8 or top 16 in Japan, Battle VIP passes were in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of the top 16 decks had, well, I'm kind of assuming with some of these because the lists aren't there, but I think it's a pretty easy assumption. The Gudra deck had Battle VIP Pass, right? Yeah. So 11 of the top 16 in Japan had 4 Battle VIP Pass, probably, maybe 3. Most of them probably had 4. And then 5 of the top 8 in Pittsburgh, which is basically like the exact same ratio, right? It's just off by 1. How'd you do with VIP Pass at Pittsburgh? Not good. Dude, even at Worlds, bro, my VIP passes were not hitting. Oh, I thought this was actually is this just a green screen? I thought this was actually the they actually had a window here, a real window. Oh wait, now it's caster deck predictions. Oh wait, was it deck or did it say card? Dude, am I the idiot here? No, caster card predictions. Oh, it's supposed to be caster deck predictions because here it turns to caster deck bro. EU production. Did you just hit Zards at pit or bad variance? One of my losses I probably would have won if I had just played better. One of my losses I would have won if I had played better. Some unfortunate variance against the Lost Tina I lost to. And then also some unfortunate variance, I guess, to the Lost Box I lost to. But the Lost Box matchup was going to be tough no matter what, to be honest. They had some wacky stuff in there. You didn't read my message? All right, my bad. But they were showing decks too with these picks, so maybe they did pick decks too. Yeah, but then why? I'm just saying, EU production O. There's no such thing as variance. No, there's such a thing as variance, but I think the term luck is a bad term to use because it has a certain connotation with it that is generally negative. Yeah. Like, people don't use the term luck. Every time anyone uses the term luck, they're complaining. Like, no one uses the term luck and is not complaining. That's basically why I don't like the term luck. Every time someone uses the term luck, it's to complain. That's basically it. For the most part. For the most part. That's why I don't like using the term luck. I think just using the term variance is just better. What if I'm saying I was the lucky one? Yeah, but that happens less often, right? I'm just saying, like, in general. If my variance is lucky, I guess just always variance then. Yo, what's up, chats? Yeah, I didn't hit any Zards at pits, but I mean, my end result was basically like I did. Twitch Sapphire. Oh shit, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know you could tell. Oh wait, what'd I get reported for? I didn't even know that was a thing where you could tell when someone was staff on Twitch while they were in a chat. All right, chat, be on your best behavior. Don't get me banned. Oh, yeah, I've never been to San Antonio before, but to be honest, I've never actually like been like downtown anywhere in Texas before. I don't think. Like, I've never been downtown Dallas or downtown. What's the other one? Wait, I maybe only been to Dallas. Where else have we had regionals in Texas? 'Cause that's the only time I would have been to Texas. Austin. Yeah, I've never been to any of the downtown areas in Dallas actually. Not that I can remember anyway. Oh, Houston's. I've been to. Maybe I haven't been to Houston. I don't know. This fool never been to Dallas in his life. No, I've only ever been to the I've just been to the airport. Yeah, Well, and wherever the Texas Regionals was last year, but it's yeah, it is always just uh it's always just been yeah, it was in Arlington, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, Arlington is I don't know where Arlington is, but for Dallas, it's always been in the airport. So I've like literally never left the airport. You know, I'm missing out on downtown. I mean, yeah. All right, I believe you. Dude, why can't we get this at American? Dude, maybe all right, maybe it's a dub for EU production. All right, that's an L. What is this, bro? What is this prize cam? All right, some dubs, some L's for EU production. What is this? What is the prize camming going on here though? Arlen was cool. It was basically in my hometown. I got to go back home. Limitless would never. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm actually wondering who is actually, because technically like TPCI has taken over the European streams, but is it still like all the Limitless, the same people like Limitless who was running it? Actually, I saw Connor like tweet something. Hold up. Shoot, I don't know what Connor's Twitter is. Isn't it just like Limitless Connor? I don't think so. I don't remember. Victory Road is running streams now for EU. What is Victory Road? Are they like a production company? You know what? Actually, chat, I take it back. We were just having that whole, you know what? I literally just had a thought in my head. We just had that whole discussion on bluffing. You know what? I take it back. Bluffing does exist. And every time I do anything in Pokemon, if you play against me, you should second guess everything. That's what I think. You should assume I might always have it or I might not always have it. And you should always just be thinking about that when we play against each other. Bluffing exists. I use it and I'm constantly doing it. You guys should second guess every single thing I do when we play up against each other. I might have boss every time, but I might not, you know? So you should all play like bluffing exists. Bluffing exists. Bluffing now fully exists in Pokemon. Everyone utilizes it every single game. We're effectively playing poker with Pokemon cards. Second guess everything. You never know. You never know. They could have it. They might not. They could be faking it. They might not be faking it. Go through that whole line of that thought process. Don't focus on anything else in the game. Go through that whole thought process. Are they bluffing that they have it? They're playing Giratina V, but do they even play the V Star? They open Genesect, but are they even playing Mew? What if it's a quad Meloetta deck? It could be a quad Deoxys deck. They benched a Ralts, but do they actually play Gardevoir? You know, go just like nothing is ever as it seems. I'll be right back. No, cat. You never know what they truly have. All right, before we get to this first round, I want to give a shout out to Factor, excuse me, for sponsoring the stream today. Check them out over at factor75.com. You can use the link in the chat. Get 50% off your first order. They are a prepared meal service. They send meals fully prepared to your house, and all you got to do is microwave them, and then you're ready to go. So if you're someone like me, busy all the time, values their time very highly, always working, definitely might be the thing for you. So go check them out. Factor75.com. Use the link in the chat. Is my opponent even AzulGG? It might be Bazul BB. It could be. Always second guess. That's what I'm saying. Always second guess. Never. We're all magicians here. Everything's a magic trick. Factor meals are pretty good. I have the Austin UG. Yeah, they are pretty good. I was actually pretty surprised. It's nice to have like a nice switch up. Because I do meal prepping myself, but my meal prepping gets pretty bland pretty fast. So it's nice to have someone to like switch things up. Hey Azul, how are you doing? What's up, Idris? I'm the guy who got banned for asking for a free booster. As you should be. As you should be. Wait, what do you mean? You were in here like yesterday or the day before? Did you get timed out the other day? Oh, yeah, I'm a top chef with a microwave. Yeah, dude, the microwave is the most important. Dude, what is the word? I was gonna say utensil, but it's not a utensil. The microwave is the most important. What is the word? The most appliance in the kitchen. Yeah, the most important appliance in the kitchen. Dude, I actually got kind of scared the other day because my microwave has been freaking out recently. But I think it was just the tool appliance. Appliance, a tool. It's the most important tool, dude. But yeah, my microwave was freaking out over like sometime at the end of last week or the end of this week. But I think it was just the socket. Something's weird with the socket. So I was like, bro, do I have to go get a new microwave? I use the microwave every day. You can't live without a microwave. Did I microwave a body part again? What's up, Jake? Okay, let's start VOD reviewing some gameplay. Let's get into some action. We might take a break in between rounds to talk about microwaves again. Wait, how'd you even microwave your arm, Jake? Like, because a microwave won't turn on unless you close the door. So how does that even work? Microwave rotom? Why is there not a microwave rotom? The microwave did not turn off when the door opened? Interesting. I've never seen that before. Did you have to get a new microwave or is it working fine now? These are important questions. Break a hole in the front glass. That would probably work. If you like remove the glass from the microwave, you could probably put your hand in there while it's running. Not saying anyone should do that. I don't condone that. But how Jake microwaved his arm is a big question. How are both their prize cards upside down? Because either the players did. You know what? To be honest, no. Actually, it is a production now because you can see Owen's hand. The wrist is going this way. It should be going this way. So I was like, maybe it isn't a production now. Maybe the players did it on not did it on purpose, but ended up with their prize cards upside down. I was literally even ask if you were okay, but was your microwave okay? Well, this was like 2 weeks ago now that Jake microwaved his arm. I don't think Jake would be here in Twitch chat if he wasn't okay. If the microwave under the arm did not go well, so I just inferred. I kind of assumed that Jake was okay. Can we skip this round? It's just Urshi with 0 text versus Mew. I mean, I guess we can like play it and watch Owen cook him. I guess this would have been a good time for us to watch this while discussing bluffing. All right. Oh, I'm not gonna say. All right, so this should actually be an interesting. So I played against. So this is what I mean when I say like bluffing doesn't exist in Pokemon. So I played and you guys can tell me. You can tell me. Actually, I'm gonna let this play because this game we can just kind of let play out. I'm not gonna discuss the gameplay too much. So as Mew, I played Mew at Pittsburgh, and I played against a Rapid Strike Urshifu. I don't know if they play Drapion. I don't know if they play Spiritomb, but my opponent doesn't have to bluff me for the correct play to play around both of those until I think they play one or the other. So on turn 1, I attached a Fusion Energy to my Genesect because if they play Spiritomb, I want my Fusion Energy on my Genesect. Do I know they play Spiritomb? No, but they're playing Rapid Strike, and the only way to beat me is if they have Spiritomb or Drapion, and even then, I'm still beating them. So I attached a Fusion Energy to my Genesect. And later on in the game, I did a Psychic Leap play to not leave a 3-prize Pokemon in my active to be like, well, the only way I lose here is if they have double Drapion, so if I Psychic Leap here, they literally can't win the game. So I Psychic Leap back to the deck. And then they didn't play either of them, which is correct. So they were playing an optimal Rapid Strike list, but if they had either of them, I still beat them every time. And so they didn't have to go to their way to bluff playing one or the other. I just naturally played around them because the correct play is to naturally play around Drapion and Spiritomb when you comfortably can as Mew up against Rapid Strike. So that like, I don't know, I feel like that like puts my thought process of bluffing in the Pokemon TCG into a little bit better, a little bit more perspective, I get. Or like, that's why I feel like bluffing is just like not, definitely in Pokemon, it's like not a thing. There's like that. It's like, they don't even have to pretend to play one of them. I'm already playing around both, and it's correct for me to play around both. You know what I'm saying? All right, what do you guys think? I know a lot of people were fans of them. We're going to pause this for a second. What do you guys think of the energy supporter retreat Well, first off, they're all different colors, which kind of throws me off because now I can't tell which one is highlighted and which one's not highlighted. Why is the supporter one a different shade? I assume because energy's been used. I don't like that the supporters one is a different shade. So the energy's been used, so when it's like faded out, I think it's fine. I don't like where it is. I don't like how they look. That's what I don't like as well, Kate. It feels really distracting for them to be. Basically, they should be separated from the back. They should be separated from the table. They should be part of the graphic. I think they should be part of the graphic. Also, the supporter being a different shade than retreat and energies is throwing me off a little bit. If someone's hand is super good, it's very possible to bluff that it's bad. If you have everything in hand for Lost Box, you can just play a Colress to bluff that you have nothing. But it's still correct on your opponent's side of the field to be like, how many cards do they have in the hand? What have they done up to this point? What are they trying to do next turn? No matter what, Judge is the correct play. Okay, I'm going to play Judge. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've already talked too much about bluffing, though. We're not going to get back into bluffing because I know you like going back and forth on stuff, Jake. So I'm going to shut down bluff talk number 2 right now. We're done talking about bluffing. Does it exist? I think for all of you, bluffing should exist. And like I said, when you play up against me in the game of Pokemon TCG, literally second guess everything. If I open a Metacham, I could be playing Gardevoir. You don't know. So you should just assume everything until everything specifically is played out in front of you. Prove it, Soda. See, it's unprovable because bluffing exists. The supporter one I assumed was used. That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't be different shades. The supporter one being a different shade is like throwing me off hella. But also I think it should be part of the overlay. Like this stuff, the used buttons floating around in space here on the table is ugly and feels really off. It should be part of the graphic. It should be part of the overlay graphic somewhere. I don't know where. They can figure that out. They don't pay me to do that. But I will tell them that I think it's ugly, and that the buttons or whatever you want to call them should be part of the overlay graphic. So it should be part of all the stuff that's not the table and the players and their cards. It should be like connected to the bottom here. Maybe like make the bottom a little bit thicker, and then put it down here and connect it to the graphic. This is really ugly the way it is right now. They could honestly stack them. You know what they could do? They could stack it in the bottom right corner here and the bottom left corner here. They could stack them on top of each other right here. And maybe even, because it would be a little bit, they could make them less wide. So they could like condense them a little bit, stack them up on the right side and the left side and stuff like that. That's what they should do. Do you know if Sander played? Yeah, Sander May did too, I believe. Stop talking, you're not getting paid for this? True. Pokemon should be paying me for this, to be honest. My commentary is next level with this. The amount of people who are going to pick up the Pokemon TCG because of me talking about this is like really high. You are right. They should be paying me. Wait, that's where you're going with that. I get what you're saying. But I have to convince them to pay me, though. I have to convince them to pay me somehow, Soda, right? So that comes through the initial talking and showing that they're wrong. I see what you're saying now, though. They should add another button for Stadium. Nah, that's too much. The Stadium button will never get used. I mean, yeah, that's too much. The Stadium button's too much. They need space for misplays. True. They need to get a misplay counter on stream so the casters can be harsh. They just like extend the top air to fit them. That would also be fine, to be honest, Jake. I think that would be fine as well. Just where they are right now is too distracting. It's too distracting and too much like it's conflicting with all the gameplay stuff that's going on the table. It needs to be part of the graphic or the overlay. I'm sorry. Whatever, graphic overlay. It needs to be part of the overlay graphic. What I said was correct. I guess what the Japanese streams do. Yeah, they do something like that. Yeah, dude, another EU production L. I'm just joking. It's just a joke. They're doing a great job. I'm really happy that the streams are here. Don't take it seriously. What is even the win? Because Owen's just going to go boss, boss, boss here, right? Yeah, Owen's just going to boss, boss, boss and win the game. Actually, Owen doesn't even have to go. Well, actually, Yeah, I mean the game's like over. I actually think going Urshifu in this matchup might be correct, especially with a Meloetta on the. I don't even know. It's just the matchup is so bad. I don't even know what to do, to be honest. I have no idea. Because Lorenzo plays no text for this matchup. Yo, but big dub from Europe. We're in round 3 right now. Why can they do that in Europe but not in America? What is that? Why is that? Also, this looks off to have the rec. Dude, all right, I'm nitpicking a little bit too much, but like, yeah, they're in round 3 right now. We don't get that in America. You know, to be honest, the thing is off, isn't it? All right, I'm not gonna overthink it. Because we have free healthcare. Oh, so you guys can afford to start in round 3. Because the risk of the production team by +1 round is fine because of the free healthcare. That makes sense. So the risk of something happening to someone during production is lessened. Makes sense. Makes sense. You also probably don't need 2 sets. It's only relevant for the active player. True. That's a good point, actually. I wonder if they could do that where it's just for they could have like a, I don't know where they could put it up here in the middle and then have a little arrow on the arrow. They already have an arrow. Yeah, they already have the arrow. The arrow's right here to show which player's turn it is. Let's talk about the table placement. Well, the table is probably centered correctly. The camera is probably not centered correctly, is what it probably is, to be honest. Win condition is that Owen has 6 energy in hand. Does Owen actually have 6 energy? Well, I mean, it looks like Owen's cooking, so. That's vacuums. That's not even energy. No, the stage? Well, it's probably the camera, to be honest. It's probably not the stage. Shrink the 0 versus 0 a bit and put it in the middle. Camera and table are centered. Stage is off. That's true. They could actually just integrate it into the top and just have one set under the V. Yeah, I kind of like that. Whoever said that in chat, you're hired. They could even like stack it in the middle. I mean, that might look a little weird, but they could maybe make it work where it like fits into like the table theme, to be honest. Like stack them one on top of another, just like energy supporter retreat. And then the arrow indicates whose turn it is. And they could even put the arrow down here to maybe make it look a little bit more. Yeah, this first round, because the matchup is like free for Owen. This first round, we're just going to be talking about how the graphics could be improved. We're just going to go over how the graphics could be improved. And we'll worry about the gameplay. We'll worry about the gameplay in the follow-up rounds. Owen kind of cooked this game too, but it doesn't matter at all. You mean cooked like misplayed or? Graphics, what about the table? You mean the camera? The camera being off center? The table isn't centered? No, the camera just isn't centered over the table. Actually, I'm curious as to which one it actually is. Yeah, is it the table or is it the camera? From the side view? Wait, you're talking about like the player cams? You want like the player cams to be adjusted? I'm not sure what you're asking for, Punk. You want too much. To be honest, you're asking too much. Listen. These are small grassroots local European tournaments and streams. We got to cut them a little bit of slack here. This is the Europeans' first major tournament. Cut them a little bit of slack. When they sit down at the table, no table. Dude, what are you saying, bro? Get rid of the table altogether, just play on the floor. That'd be good. The table is aligned to the stage properly. Okay, so you're saying the table is aligned to the stage properly, which means it's the camera's fault, right? Oh, the table isn't aligned to the stage properly. Wait, how can you tell that from looking at this, though? That's what I'm wondering. How can you tell that the table is not aligned? You see it when the game ends? Oh, okay. So you've seen the outside view. Why aren't they showing the fidgeting? Of the players? What do you mean? What are you even asking for, Idris? You're trolling. All right, this game is over next turn if Owen... Yeah, Owen's just going to go for either the quad fusion 1-hit KO or Owen can go for quad tablet 1-hit KO. Yeah, Owen, this game. Actually, you need quad tablet and a choice spot. Actually, to be honest, it wouldn't quite be able to do it off of. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do it just off of the fusion energy. Well, no, I mean just off of the quad tablet. That'd be 310, right? Yeah. So you need a choice spell on 3. You could have double fusion on a Mew, I guess, but if you have double fusion on a Mew, then you have the Meloetta, the quad Meloetta play, which Owen actually might have. There's a fusion in hand from Owen, I think. I think it's always chat police. This matchup feels like a meta deck versus a V battle deck. It kind of does, to be honest, because like the Inteleon Urshifu deck, it's like they're just like doing like 140 damage each turn and that's it. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. All right. It does kind of feel like a theme deck versus like a real deck kind of situation. The deck does so little. All right, does Owen have the dub here? There's the Sparkle. All right, so this should be. I don't know why Owen put it on the Mew V though. I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't think Owen has a. Well, actually, does Owen have the 4th fusion? Oh, maybe. Oh no, Owen does. Owen has 4 Sealstone active still. Owen literally has game in hand. Wait. Am I trolling or is Owen trolling? Didn't Owen just use Technoblast? Maybe Owen used Max Miracle. Wait, has Owen used the V-Star power? I don't think so, right? Dude, what is Owen doing? Wait, was this a Technoblast? Owen is bluffing? Oh, of course. Use a turn for VIP pass, I think. Oh, I'm just going based off like what the graphic says up here. And it looks like it's available to me. Or does this mean it's not available? Does this mean it's used or not used? This looks like it's been used. Because that matches the theme of this. That means not used? That's what I thought. The graphic is wrong? Oh, okay. I thought the graphic was right. Yeah, I don't know. Owen still should have put 2 fusion energy on the Mew VMAX on the bench. I think almost 100% of the time here. On the table, it's flipped. Okay, it kept happening all stream. He just vacuumed Sealstone, so... I mean, he also didn't put 2 fusion energy on the bench Mew VMAX, so... Like, I mean, there's some... Okay, but the... Dude, there's no way. How did Owen not win there? Really? Did Owen whiff a... mod? Wait, no, Owen's trolling. There's no way. No mods? Wait, still potentially had game in hand, though. Could have used the... But didn't even put the double fusion. I guess was putting it on the... I don't know. I think Owen just had game there almost 100% of the time. And then just didn't do it. No mods? He's still worried about Drapion? No, but Owen had game there. Owen could have just like swung with Meloetta for... I mean, maybe Owen whiffs. But you could have vacuumed away the 4 Sealstone off the Meloetta. Double fusion to Meloetta. There's still a cram in the hand here for Owen. So Owen just chose not to use a cram that they could have used as well. But hitting no mods there is actually kind of impressive, to be honest. Because I don't think Owen hit a mod. So... Like, if you just hit 1 mod there as Owen. Well, honestly, for how Owen played it, though, even hitting a mod wouldn't get him there. So... Because you're doing 280 minus 2260 plus 1 mod. You need 2 mods. Yo, no mods? Yo, what is this? Oh, wait, that's not supposed to be the way it is. Wait, is it? No. They've accidentally, like... They accidentally, like, hid one of the sources in OBS or something here. I wonder if they do use OBS to stream. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? It makes as much sense as anything else, right? You need 2 mods even with the fusions? Oh, wait, you're right. For some reason, I was thinking you only needed 1 mod. But you're right. You do need 2 mods. Two... 280, 260. Oh, we still need a mod here from Owen, actually. Damn, those fish are tanky, though. The fish do be tanky. All right, Genesect 1 for 4. Give me a mod. All right, got a mod. I forget what his attack is called, but... Leaked. They do? Yeah, I kind of assumed. It's crazy that OBS... Because OBS just started out as like an open source program that someone made to use for streaming, right? Like it's never like an official, like that wasn't like a big company or anything that made OBS initially, right? All right, we'll watch the second game here while we're chilling. Oh wait, you want me to look at this table? I see what you're saying. The table is off center. Well, hang on. Is it the table off center or is this just this front part off center? Do I like OBS? I use OBS. I used to use Streamlabs OBS, but now I just use OBS. Yeah, OBS was an open source passion project and got huge. Yeah, it's actually crazy. No, but is the table off center or is this front thing off center? I'm trying to eyeball it. I can't tell. Regional logo not aligned to line. Well, no, oh yeah, you're right. This, yeah, see, this part isn't aligned, but it's the table. No, but see, there's a bigger gap here than there is here. But this could just be more over on this side than that side. And we're being really nitpicky of the. We're being real nitpicky of the Europeans, the European tournament here. I also, I think they use a different font. Don't they use a different font at North American regionals? I think they do use a different font. Almost positive they use a different font. Why is the zero cut off? That'd be because of the font. I think it's because of the font. The font is making it get cut off. No, but this is the correct font. This is the correct font on this scene, I think. Yeah, this font is correct, but the font in the overview screen that they were doing was not correct. So Lorenzo goes first, and bad start. Love to see it. What font is it? That's the real question, yeah. And yeah, Open the Alakazam is funny too. Which players played at the speed IRL? At 1.5 speed? I don't know, that's a 50% increase in speed. That's like, you're asking for quite a bit there. 1.5 speed increase. That's a lot. I feel like you're asking for a little bit too much there, to be honest. Close to the turn one attack here for Owen. Not quite there. Path. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you? What is Owen thinking here? So yeah, you play the path, you vacuum away the path, get rid of Palpad, yeah. And then Genesect for 2. Ooh, another fusion energy and a lost city. Pass. Did Owen use the 4 seal stone? Oh yeah, it is flipped over there. They're just not keeping up with it on the stream. What if we just press the fast forward button, IRL 2? True. We examine the stage more? Nah, we're staged out. We're staged out. We might have some further analysis if they pan away. Going with the Irida here? Instead of a research? I don't know about that. One thing I did notice from the... We could go back to it here in a second. Yeah, we'll watch the rest of this game. That Lugia wasn't in the top 6 most played deck. That was actually kind of I mean, I guess I think it is interesting that there are sometimes it does feel like that there is a difference in meta based on region, not by a lot and not very often, but is maybe Lugia is one of those decks where Europeans don't like playing the new Lugia deck. I don't know, or like single strike Lugia compared to the other Lugia deck, the broken pre-rotation Lugia deck. But what were Europeans were playing Lugia before Worlds, right? EU just has a different play style. Yeah, I guess. He prized rope. No, he didn't have access to the switch card on Owen's side. Oh, wait, you're talking about on Lorenzo's side? I just don't even know if you would go get the rope here, even if you had it. What would you rope into? This is just such a bad matchup. Jeez. Europeans like to bluff. Makes sense. These are fabric wristbands. Oh yeah, they're definitely not like the stick ones that you get at North American regionals. That actually, to be honest, that looks annoying to play with. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really notice that before, but now that you pointed it out, that looks annoying to play with. To have that on your wrist, that would be like distracting, like / annoying. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm not gonna lie. America just does it better. Our hand here for Owen is pretty mid. Does have a boss though. I mean, you're probably playing Lost City and boss, but I don't know what you're bossing. Yeah, what are we taking out? You could take out the... To be honest, you could go KO the artillery. I don't think that's actually that bad. Goes for the Urshifu, though. I kind of like KO. I like being... Even in this matchup, I like being aggressive about going after artillery still. Because, like, I still feel like it's the best target to go after. And you can still go, like, 1, 2, 3 in the prize trade. Like, Lorenzo's not evolving all 4 of these Pokemon next turn. So, I don't know. I'm a pretty big fan of the 1, 2, 3 in this matchup still. Like, artillery is just, like, the most important Pokemon for the Rapid Strike deck. So, it's like taking it out and removing it from play feels pretty good. I wonder if Owen ever doesn't take the knockout here, though. Like, as Owen, do you ever just pass? Your Genesec's... Well, no, I guess your Melwood is going to die to a G-Max Rapid Flow then, so you should attack this turn for sure. You want to keep all the tablets around his Owen, though, because you want to save the tablets for the potential of a quad tablet play for a Mew 1-hit KO. Owen also only has 1 boss left, because Owen's played 1 boss, and then played a boss, and then got rid of the Pal Pad, so only 1 boss left. With Bad Start, shouldn't he leave Alakazam inactive? Well, he got escape roped there. Or he got bossed there, if that's what you're talking about. Do you think Tropius is worth playing in Lost Tina? No. Do I drink a lot of soda? No. I'll have, like, if I go out to eat, I'll get, like, a diet soda sometimes, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's just water and advanced for me. That's it. That's what I run off of. This, in this situation, to be honest, for Lorenzo, I don't think Lorenzo's in that bad of a spot for this situation. You're about to remove all the fusion energy from play. Owen only has the one... I mean, Owen only having the 1 Mew setup really isn't that big of a deal, to be honest, but Owen really doesn't have that good of a board state, so... Looks like a Tails. So attach, bench. Do you just go for the quad tablet this turn? Yep, Owen's going for it. Draw 4. The hand sucks. Jeez, man. This has been rough. So you can't even use the Elsa Sparkles now because the fusions have been fully burned. You just hide behind the Deoxys this turn? You maybe do as Owen, to be honest. No, you want to hit with those tablet. Well, the tablet damage doesn't matter too much, to be honest. Wait. Wait, what did Owen do there? Did Owen go retreat? Okay, I guess Owen went retreat switch card. It looked like Owen just played the switch card, but I'm assuming Owen communicated retreat switch card there. Can you play Sparkle with 4 fusion in play? No, I don't think so, right? I don't think you can. It's the same thing with Houndoom, right? You can't use Houndoom if 4 single strike energy are out, so no. I appreciate the gifted sub there. Old man cringe over to Scody. Oh, IRL. That's true. On PTCG Live, you can. On PTCG Live, you can. But you can't. No. Over to the rat back there. Escody. Well, it went into Lost Zone. Oh, shit. No, the Lost City just got played, right? I think Lost City... Maybe I actually could be wrong on that. It maybe didn't, actually. Yeah, if all the fusion energy or single strike energy are available in public, are publicly available or in public area, then you can't. Oh, keeping the nest ball is interesting from Owen. I guess that makes sense. Do we have another Genesect to use here? No, I don't think we do. So we're just punching really hard here from Owen. To be honest, Owen's not in that great of a spot because if Lorenzo retreats next turn and Owen bosses up that Inteleon, actually, these are the situations this matchup can get into where actually the Inteleon player can win. What if I'm bluffing it and only... Okay, they corrected the Melwood to the Lost Zone. Supportive return? Yeah, Owen's already played... Actually, I don't know if Owen has played a supportive return. Maybe not, actually, to be honest. Yeah, so this kind of situation is like possible to win for Lorenzo. The reason this matchup is so bad, though, is if you do have 3 Mew in play, which Owen doesn't, you can just like psychically bloop infinitely, basically. But Owen doesn't have 3 Mew in play. Yeah, the reason this matchup is so bad is because it's not that hard to actually get down to the point where you just psychically bloop. Maybe not infinitely, because then the Inteleon might catch up with damage between Alakazam and like Water Ping damage. But But you can Psychic Leap enough that all the Inteleons have damage on them, so that way you can start to 1-hit KO them with a Technoblast. That's what happened to me at Kreckler at Worlds. Is like, I didn't have any ways to get 1-hit KOs, but I just like started Psychic Leap looping. Leap forever. Yeah, exactly. Like you can basically just Psychic Leap loop forever. Because the Inteleon deck doesn't play boss, so they can never like start to chase your Genesect or anything. But without you can't do it without 3 Mew in play. You do need 3 Mew in play. Otherwise, you always have to send up something else besides a Mew sometimes to get hit by the Inteleon, and then you eventually lose. And in this situation specifically, Owen only has 1 boss left. So if Owen bosses the bench Inteleon VMAX, you can't ever boss up like a 2-prizer to close out the game. Or a 1-prizer, I guess, in this situation. There is an escape rope. Oh, the escape rope works here, though, for Owen. Because you can escape rope this turn, get a knockout, and then boss KO Inteleon next turn. So I think Owen should play the escape rope here. Because if you just punch the active here as Owen, then you risk Lorenzo having the Cheryl. I guess the Cheryl is a possibility no matter what. Because Lorenzo's never pushing up the Inteleon VMAX here. He was struggling to set up. Yo, what's up, Stellar? Okay, there's the escape rope. So, yeah. Owen does get to the escape rope play eventually. Now you get a... Ooh. Wait, does Owen have another boss? Isn't that Owen's last boss? How does Owen plan to win the game? Maybe this is good enough. We'll see how this goes. Palpat is gone. That's what I was thinking. I don't think this boss makes any sense. Yeah, this boss is bad. Like, what Owen should have just done there is KO Octillery. Then Lorenzo goes. If Lorenzo plays Cheryl and heals the benched Inteleon VMAX while attacking with this one, or heals this one and then attacks with it, then Owen goes, okay, punch the active one. And then Lorenzo has to retreat it, attack with the other Inteleon, and then you just go boss win. But now, Owen's going to KO this 2-prize Inteleon, and then Lorenzo can always attack with this Inteleon. Lorenzo can always attack with this Inteleon, not have it die. Gets punched, and then Lorenzo plays Cheryl. Wait, did Lorenzo play Cheryl and Iono last turn? No, Lorenzo hasn't played a Cheryl yet, but does he have another escape rope? But even if an escape rope happens, even if Owen has another escape rope, you just push up a 1-prizer. And then Owen goes down to 1 prize, but still needs a boss. So no matter what, Owen needs a boss. I'm pretty sure that was always just... That's always just trolling from Owen. You just wait. You just take the 1-prize knockout, and then eventually go through a 3-prizer. Unless Owen plays 3 boss's orders. Owen could have another boss's orders here. But then I don't know why you would... But bossing the 2-prizer still makes no sense, I don't think. How does bossing the 2-prizer make any sense ever? Why wouldn't he go for the 3 prizes? Because you would want to... Owen theoretically wants to go for this 2-prize knockout before it evolves. But it's the same thing. You could KO the 3-prizer and then boss a 1-prizer. Or Owen could KO a 2-prizer and then boss a... Yeah, in this situation, it doesn't ever make sense to go after the 2-prizer, I don't think. We'll see what... maybe Owen has something that we don't know about, but I would doubt it. Yeah, I would doubt Owen has a 3rd boss. Oh, wait, did Owen... No. Okay, I thought, did Owen boss it and pass, but... Bluffing having a 3rd boss? I guess. But, like, here is Lorenzo. You shouldn't... Like, all right, so talking about the bluffing thing, here is Lorenzo. You shouldn't play as if Owen has a 3rd boss. You should just slap an energy active, attack, look for Cheryl, play Cheryl next turn, heal both Inteleons, keep slapping with Inteleons while you retreat between them, and go from there. I'm pretty sure that's just Owen throwing, to be honest. Maybe I'm not seeing what you're saying, but boss on the injured 3-prizer seems optimal. Okay, so what would happen, J Knight, if Owen goes boss, KO the 3-prize Pokemon and goes down to 1 prize card? Owen does not have any boss anymore. So what Lorenzo would do would be evolve to the bench Inteleon V to a VMAX, have 2 VMAXs in play, spread some damage maybe with the ability, punch the Mew. And then Owen would go, well, I don't have any boss anymore. I don't have a way to 1-hit KO your active. Punch your Inteleon. And then Lorenzo would go, okay, Cheryl retreat, hit. And at that point, Lorenzo's probably built up enough damage where Lorenzo wins the prize trade at that point. So then Lorenzo just wins. And maybe even has the Clara to recover the Inteleon VMAX. So you could go bench the Inteleon V. This gets punched. You retreat to a fresh Inteleon VMAX, evolve to a fresh Inteleon VMAX, so Escape Rope doesn't lose you the game. You go punch again. They have 2 Inteleon VMAXs in play with damage on each of them, and then Owen goes punch a second one to get the other one up to damage, and then you Cheryl both of those to play around another Escape Rope. But to be honest, most Mew decks only play the 1 Escape Rope. So if I was Lorenzo, I would play like Owen only has 1 Escape Rope, 2 boss, and a Palpat, and they're all gone. So you just play like Owen has no access to your bench for the rest of the game and has to go through your active, and then you can play towards a really big Cheryl, and then you just win the trade just by putting damage in play. So at this point, I actually think Lorenzo should win. Unless Owen's got the sauce. And you can even, yep, yep. Owen was trolling, bro. Yeah, Owen literally threw that game. Owen threw that game. Didn't throw game 1. Yeah, Owen threw that game. Owen threw that game. Didn't throw game 1, but I think could have played a little bit better in game. Could have played more aggressive for the winning game 1, but maybe didn't have to be honest. Game 1, let's not think about game 1. Owen threw game 2, though, for sure. All right, double Muse out for Owen. Double Genesect. Attach. And an Ultra. Whoa! We're playing this Ultra Ball every time, right? Or does Owen really want to go for triple Mew, Meloetta, double Genesect to have the ability of Quad Fusion? I just don't think you need Quad Fusion energy in this matchup, to be honest. I think as long as you make sure yeah, because you just Psychic Leap and create bench space for the Meloetta. You just play the Ultra Ball here and get a third Genesect. I think Owen's trolling by not just getting a third Genesect. You just want to just draw more cards. The only thing, like, in this matchup, Mew in general, the only thing bad that can happen is you use that first Genesect for turn and your hand sucks. So you want to get that as out of way as fast as possible, or draw as many cards as possible just to get there. I think holding this Ultra Ball is trolling from Owen. You should just play the Ultra Ball, get rid of it. Well, you get to play 1 card, Genesect for 4, then Ultra Ball away this plus another card. Okay, maybe that is fine, actually. Maybe I'm... all right, I'm fine with it. I've changed my mind. All right, appreciate the gives it sub there, J-Car, over to Hiri. So yeah, Owen really wants this Meloetta, which I guess is fine. Maybe it is fine. How bad do we want this Meloetta? I just don't think you need the Meloetta. I think you can get there eventually. I think just making sure you play the game is more important. Maybe we're set up enough where we're always playing the game. Hey, what's up, my Mako? Appreciate the gifted sub there, J-Car. Always appreciate the support. Yeah, maybe I don't hate holding the Ultra Ball. But it just gives them Yoga Loop options. Not really. You can just get a Fusion Energy on it, and then they can't Alakazam it or Inteleon on it. So it's not that big of a deal. I think at this point, Owen knows there's no Drapion, or Spiritomb, so he can play more aggressively this game than he maybe has in the last couple games. So I think Owen's like kind of probably fully fleshed out the idea that there's no tech cards and can play like more aggressively. So I don't hate the board. I don't know. Always playing with 2 Genesect just kind of sucks, to be honest. Like, you always want to play with 3 Genesect, but there's an Iono, but we're going to need a lot of Pokemon here for Lorenzo to have a chance. I do see a Nest Ball and an Ultra Ball. I think probably for the most part. Whoa, what kind of Nest Ball is that? I haven't seen the sparkly Nest Balls yet. What's Box a Disaster for? It's for the Guardian matchup. For Zach? No, it doesn't have to be specifically for Zacian. It's just whenever they go to 1-hit KO a guard Mew, if the Mew is at full HP with the box, then you get to return free knockout. It's possible, Soda. It is possible. Double Remoraid coming out here for Lorenzo. I don't know. Does that make sense? I think as Owen, you just want to KO the Inteleon more than anything. Oh, I guess we're running to the Remoraid. I thought we were going to leave the Urshifu in the active. No, that makes sense. Dude, Owen is playing so... Oh, they only have 9 minutes left. I was like, Owen is like... throwing cards. It looks like Owen is playing for the boss play. I wouldn't have hated it if Owen had went... Just goes KO. But I don't know. Boss KO Inteleon is probably the best option, to be honest. I was just trying to think, like, do you really care that much? I don't know. You're pretty much getting there, though, here as Owen. I think Owen grabbed a double turbo there, but you could have grabbed a fusion and put the fusion on the active, right? So double turbo... Dude, what? Am I trolling or is Owen trolling? What are we KOing here? Wait, why are we KOing the Urshifu? Don't we want to KO the Inteleon? I feel like KOing the Inteleon is more... Urshifu is 120, 120. Do we care? I guess Owen wants to keep the Meloetta around. Okay, maybe it is fine. Maybe this is fine. I guess I thought Owen was going to go KO the Inteleon. I was putting more emphasis on the Inteleon KO. I was like, that thing we can't KO as easily. But if they use Urshifu, that's just 3 prize cards. Who cares if they use Urshifu? So, like, if Lorenzo attacks with Inteleon... I mean, it's about this... If Lorenzo attacks with Inteleon, it's harder for us to get the Inteleon KO. If Lorenzo attacks with Urshifu and KOs our Meloetta, we automatically have the KO return on the Urshifu, so I don't think we care. And then we're down to 1 prize card, and then we just boss KO Remoraid for game. So that's why I was so confused by the energy placement and the choice belt placement from Owen. But Owen was always going for the Urshifu, I guess. So, although I think we should just boss KO the Inteleon. because I don't care if Lorenzo attacks with Urshifu. If you attack with Urshifu, I win. So, yeah, if you attack with Urshifu, I win. So I think it would be fine if it literally doesn't matter here. Well, no, but Inteleon could be tough to get through or tougher to get through. With the Urshifu, you're guaranteed to get through it every time. I don't know. I think I just rather have my opponent be attacking with Urshifu than Inteleon's. Wait, was it literally Inteleon pass? I mean, I guess that makes things easy. Yeah, Owen is. See, this is why it's important. Like, it is important to like not think as much and just play cards. Like what Owen is doing here is correct when you're like low on time. Because like it's best to not take that extra 2 seconds to think about what should I attack with, where should I attack, what should I Ultra Ball away, what should I vacuum away. It's best just to play cards as fast as possible, to try and play as many turns as possible. Like they have plenty of time left for this game to end. So like, yeah, Owen's like, that's why like knowing how much time is left is also important. But like Owen could just ask the judge right there, be like, yo, how much time is left? And then, you know, make sure you're playing up correctly so you don't actually end up in a situation where all of a sudden Lorenzo beats you because you misplayed. That's what I'm saying, Soda. Listen, all I'm saying is that bluffing is real and you guys should all expect it and respect it. Oh, we didn't even get the KO here from Owen. I thought Owen was definitely getting the KO here. Oh, and there's Lorenzo with the concede. All right. Quality gameplay there in that one. All right, let's get a real game in this round 4 here. Maybe that's why they always skip round 3 at North American regionals, because round 3s are always end like that. Maybe they just know. Oh, actually, I want to see the meta percentages. We could look at that for a second real fast. Yeah, maybe they just know, and that's why you just skip it. Right? Why would you watch it if... Wait, what is this? Deck usage day 2. Oh, this is Pittsburgh day 2. Do they have their own meta percentages? What is this? Pittsburgh recap. Do they have... Show me a meta percentage. Wait, I think I saw it in there. Nah. It's going faster as we're talking our Owen playing cards. Dude, I gotta match the vibes of the vibes of the match with my... Dude. You guys gonna talk about the meta? Any meta talkers at the table? Any meta talkers on the cast? All right, they don't show the meta breakdown, I don't think. The meta is so whack they just use Pittsburgh's. Maybe that is it. All right, chat, before we get into the next round, I want to give a shout out to Factor for sponsoring this stream. Check them out over at factor75.com. Use my link in the chat and get 75% off your first order over there, factor75.com. Use the link in the chat. Check them out. They're a prepared meal service. Someone like me who doesn't have much time and values their time very highly, and sometimes don't want to cook their own meals. Factor might be for you. Check them out, factor75.com. They show the meta at 1 point. Magnus day 2 with Guardian must listen to you and played a good deck as a result. I did say that, yeah. Did Factor send me a script? Nope. They did. There's like a thing with like talking points on it, but like I'm not using it. I am the script. Play Factor on stream. Yeah. Alien or Aliens is a top tier movie. Which one is Aliens? Number 2? Number 1 and number 3 were pretty good, and then all the ones after. I watch all the Alien movies, but they're not that good. Like the newer ones are not that good. Alien is really good, and then Alien 3. But I don't know the official name of Alien 3. But isn't Aliens the number 2? But the number 2 one isn't even that bad. 16% Lost Tina, 13% Gardevoir, 11% Lost Box, 8% Miraidon, 8%, yeah, Zard. I feel like Europe is still like stuck like 3 weeks ago when Zard was like a more heavily played deck. There's no Lugia. That's what I was saying. Yeah, there's no Lugia there, which is interesting. I was actually kind of surprised to see Miraidon and Arcstar over Lugia. Miraidon, I'm not surprised isn't the 10% it was in Pittsburgh, but yeah, I don't know. Used in the past. Post a screenshot if you could. I mean, if you have the link to it, you can do that. Souls. What are your thoughts on Curliazard? I don't know. I haven't played it. Played with it yet. Yeah, the lack of Lugia is curious. I think it's just Zard, not Arczard. Oh, so it's like Zards in general, Arczard and Lost Zard. Alien vs Predator is an abomination, though. Yeah. Lugia converted well, though, from day 1 to day 2 at this tournament. Yeah, it was just very surprising to see Lugia not be... I mean, if Lugia and Miraidon had been similar percentages, I wouldn't have been that surprised. But seeing Lugia under Arczard is... That's interesting right there. That's interesting. All right, let's get into this next round. We got round number 4 here. I believe it is, yeah. Magnus with the Gardevoir versus Victor with the Lost Box. I believe I did see a Hawlucha in the hand there for Victor. And there's the Greninja to the Battle VIP Pass. Otherwise, Magnus's hand was not looking very good. The Mew is prized here for Magnus, so I won't be able to take advantage of that. But we'll probably just see like 2 Ralts grabbed here for Magnus overall. And I'm trying to get a look at what other shenanigans there might be in there. It doesn't look like there's too many things that are too crazy. I saw a Collapse Stadium. Does play the Scarlet and Violet Ralts, which you don't see everyone play. And here's a level ball, so I think we got the quad Ralts here actually for... I don't know, values the Manaphy instead. Okay. I don't hate that. Wants to play around a potential turn 1 Greninja, which a lot of Lost Box decks can pull off pretty reasonably, so it makes sense. And I did believe Victor even opened the Comfy. I say this all the time, but basically the way I play it against... Oh, but it is Lost Tina. All right, I don't think Magnus would have benched the Manaphy immediately if Magnus knew it was Lost Tina. And this does look like a list that at least has 2 water energy in it here from Victor. 3 water energy, actually. So the threat of Greninja. Not only does Victor play Greninja, Victor plays 3 water energy. So the potential from Greninja is real. This is not just a bluff coming in from Victor with the Greninja in this game. The threat is real. Battle VIP Pass versus Switch Carts. Gives up the cart. Here comes the pass. Probably for... Actually, what even... You don't want another Comfy. Going for another Comfy. Interesting. Your bench is going to be so clogged, though. Comfy and Tina, so Victor's just not going to do anything? I'm sure Magnus is a big fan of this setup from Victor. Because... there's, like, no threat of anything. Except a 2 prize Pokemon. But not even this turn. I don't like this setup at all from Victor. Is the Cram prized? No, the Cram is not prized. No, wait, is it? Hold up. It is prized. Okay, okay. I still don't like... Well, then maybe you do just do that, actually. If it is prized. At first, I was like, I don't know about this at all. That seems terrible. But the Cram is prized. If the Cram is prized, maybe you do this then, I guess. I don't hate this as much from Victor, actually. Because you're not doing anything turn 1 anyway, so you're actually going to go in there with Shred. But that's what Magnus wants to see. Magnus wants to see you be aggressive with 2 prize Pokemon sooner than later. So, yeah, I don't know about that. You'll appreciate the... 10 months there, Entree. Early path to the peak. I'm not sure I agree with the early path to the peak here from Victor. Magnus isn't like pressed to replace this next turn. I feel like Victor should have waited on the path. I'm not a huge fan of this path being put out this early. Magnus doesn't care about getting like turn 2 Candy Gardevoir and attacking when you're not turn 1 cramming them. Magnus is probably just gonna go Curlier, retreat to Greninja, bench a Ralts pass or something like that. So I almost feel like the path should have been left for a later turn. Because also, like, one of the things that develops in these kind of situations that you almost want to, like... Because effectively this path could be wasted. So let's say Magnus draws into a Research and a Lost Vacuum, or more likely a Stadium card, and Magnus wants to play the Research. Well, now there's no value from the Stadium from Magnus. But by playing this path so early, Path hurts Greninja. Yeah, but it's not something I would play around. I don't think I would play around trying to slow down my opponent's Greninja. I don't think I really care about that. In fact, to be honest, I think as Victor, you want Magnus to go like turn 2 guard EX attack, but I guess it could be done with the Cresselia as well, which maybe you don't like as much. It depends how many path Victor plays as well, to be honest. If Victor plays 4 path, then I'm a little bit... I don't mind this path play as much. Yeah, I don't mind this path play as much if Victor plays 4 path, so it kind of depends on the path count a little bit as well. But if it's like a lower path count, like 2, then I definitely don't like this play from Victor. Because you give Magnus so much... You give Magnus like an extra turn to potentially respond to this. But like I said, if Magnus has like a hand of like Research Stadium, now the Stadium for Magnus gets value. Because the Stadiums for Magnus just want to stay literally in the... as path counters only, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like the aggressive path, but it does depend on the path count. It does depend on the path count. That's like a big part of it. All right, so more... Wait. No, that's fine. All right, more Comfy's coming in from... What was that? Oh, Colress took a Colress over a Mirage Gate. I don't know. That's probably correct. I don't know. I already see Helicurlias here for Magnus. And also getting in there already with the... held back on the Fog Crystal. I'm not sure I like that or not. I almost would like to have seen the Fog Crystal play to get the Ralts right now. I think this turn, as Magnus, you definitely want to retreat the active to the Greninja. Because there's no threat of your opponent like sniping around your Greninja. We see the level ball coming in to get another Curlia, but I want to see Magnus retreat the Ralts to the Greninja before you evolve it, because otherwise your Curlia could just get stuck on the active and then die to a Giratina next turn. So yeah, I want to see Magnus retreat the Ralts to the Greninja, then evolve to the Curlia, and then bench a Ralts probably, because there's no threat on your bench. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. I could, to be honest, actually, nah, you probably don't retreat to the Manaphy. Nah, you probably always retreat to Greninja. And then what do you give up here as Magnus? Gonna give it the Luminion. Seems fine. There's a collapse for next turn. Has the Fog Crystal to go get another Ralts. Was there a 4th Ralts prize? The 4th Ralts might have been prized. I know a Mew was prized. I don't think the Ralts was prized, though. And there's the 4th Ralts. But like I was saying, I don't know. I wouldn't have hated to see Magnus... I wouldn't have hated to see Magnus play the Fog Crystal immediately. You do want to draw into energy, though. You do need to get energy into the discard pile. It also kind of depends on how many... reversals Magnus plays and how likely Magnus might be to draw into those. Not sure about that, to be honest. All right, back over to Victor. Like we talked about last turn, Victor is bench locked here. So he's gonna, if Victor wants to be aggressive, especially with the Greninja in the active here from Magnus. Here I almost want, yeah, I want to see the Manaphy go up here from Magnus. This does open up like the possibility for Victor's first attack to be with Greninja, but that's kind of like a waste of a vacuum. Or not a vacuum. It's kind of a waste of a gate because you usually lose the energy. And you're not making your opponent work very hard to actually get the return KO. Are proxies allowed in tournaments? No. You can't use proxies in tournaments. Yeah, I don't know if... There's a lot of energy used here. We'll see. I don't know if this Mirage Gate is going to hit, to be honest. I would hope if Victor's playing it, though, Victor should... Wait, is that a Hawlucha in Lost Tina? That was some kind of fighting Pokemon, right? Hawlucha and Lost Tina? I don't know about that. See, this is why this is so like, I don't know what else would Victor do though. The Cram is prized, right? I guess Victor's kind of screwed over here because the Cram is prized, right? If the Cram is prized, the Cram is prized. What are you gonna do as Victor, right? I can't like I'm like overly judging this play maybe a little bit. The other thing you could have done though would be leave a bench race open so you could Sableye first, but you want to be aggressive, and Sableye wouldn't happen for another turn. I feel like it just kind of Victor's Cram being prized honestly just sucks. There's no other way to put it. Why not use Shred? You could use Shred. It might actually, to be honest, it might be correct to use Shred because the amount of energy you're losing here is so bad. I honestly think maybe Shred is correct, to be honest. It is easier for Magnus to get a return KO on the Tina. But if this Tina survives a turn, and then you're just like, well, what do you do 280 again and lost on 2 more energy? But then if it survives as a Tina V, you're like, okay, I'll just Shred again, right? Actually, I actually don't disagree with that. Because if this survives for a turn, you're just like, a 280 again, I guess. Like, it's just, that feels so bad to lost on 2 more energy for 1 more prize card. Like what if, yo, is there a possibility that Magnus could just keep Victor board locked and Victor literally loses by using Lost Impact over and over and running out of energy? Like, what if Magnus goes send up Greninja, Curlia, pass. And then Victor goes, okay, cool. Evolve bench Tina V to V-Star, Lost Impact. And then Magnus is like, okay, send up Ralts, Curlia, pass. And then Victor's like, I don't want to use Lost Impact again. So they have to Star Requiem. I mean, next turn he could Ninja, but it still burns a gate and 3 energy. You're still burning a gate and 3 energy. Like, what would that ever lead to? Could Victor just lose on board to like running out of resources because Victor's only getting 1 prize card a turn? And there's no possibility right now from Victor of he V-Star to get to 10. Well, no, but that's 1 attack. So you start Requiem for 1, and then he can shred though. No, I'm saying, what if he evolves the bench V to a V-Star? Like, what if he doesn't think about that? And he's like, okay, evolve the bench V to a V-Star, start Requiem with the active, and then Magnus is like, all right, pass. And then Victor's like, okay, start Impact, or Lost Impact, lost on 2 energy. Like, I think Victor would just lose to running out of resources, right? Am I wrong? Because it would get to a point where Victor has to like manually attach 2 energy because you're out of gates. And then that's the point where maybe Magnus could maybe go, okay, swing, knock out that one with 2 energy, and now you should have no way to like set up an attacker out of nowhere, now just win, right? And then you Iono Victor, like, dude, I think that would work. You would you just sit here and let Victor burn all of his energy. Why bro ever evolve the bench, bro? I mean, I think you should have shredded with his first Tina to begin with. You're depending on the opponent misplaying, which is awful. I'm just like talking theoretically. Is that ever the outcome of this game? So Magnus should bluff? Exactly. Precisely my point. When is Magnus bluffing is the real question here. All right, do we ever need to recover? I mean, I guess Magnus is not recovering mana here, but there is a water in the Lost Zone at this point. I'm just saying, like, if it went down that route, does Victor lose? I'm not saying Victor should evolve the bench Tina to a V-Star. You probably shouldn't. If Magnus, like, just passes, you should probably keep open the option of Shred, but the collapse ruined that play. No, I know. No, I don't think either player is going to play down that route, and neither player is playing down that route. But I'm, like, saying, like, theoretically, hypothetically, I don't know, losing a Super Rod there feels pretty bad, but I don't know, getting the Guardy feels pretty good. I think it should have evolved bench Tina and shred with the active. Yeah, I think shred with the active wasn't a bad play for sure. Just because like that's like a lot of resources burned to do the other play, with the potential of like Magnus going, okay, cool play, pass, and you're like, oh shoot, this sucks. But in the end, it looks like Magnus is gonna take the 1-hit KO, so it should like even out where it's not that bad. I thought you were saying it was the optimal line. No, it's not the optimal line on Magnus's side. I'm just saying like it could develop that way. Like, imagine if Magnus doesn't have a stadium here that just passes, and then Victor just evolves the bench V to a V-Star. And then at that point, for Magnus, it might just be like, well, what if I just pass? And just send up 1 prizes, one after the other. And once the Star Requiem is burned, you can send up the Guardy EX to the active for a turn 2 and be like, all right, you have to 2-hit KO this. And you, like, retreat or something. I don't know. Comfy comes up and smacks you for 30. Like, Tina doesn't actually play that much energy. They can't Lost Impact 6-1 prizers, right? I don't think so. I don't think they can pull that off. They can try. I do think it was actually interesting that Magnus actually sent up this Ralts here, actually, because now this thing has to take 20 damage to get to the bench. I'm actually not sure why Magnus sent this up and didn't just send up a Curlia planning for it to become a Shiny Arcana. That was actually interesting. I think it's probably a mistake from Magnus, because Magnus had the collapsed stadium. So Magnus was going into this turn planning to bump a Path to the Peak. And I think when you go into the turn as Guardy up against this matchup planning to bump a Path to the Peak, you should commit to the idea of taking a knockout, because now this Ralts is chilling with 20 damage on it. And that's just like not what I just felt like incorrect to like have it like line up this way from Magnus. That seems like a mistake there from Magnus, to be honest. I don't like that play from Magnus. We do have the KO here. Does have to go with 100 damage here though. So Sableye a really powerful attacker here for Victor. Sableye is a really powerful attacker here for Victor on this turn. And does have the bench space for it now. No longer bench locked is Victor. So Sableye can KO the active. Ooh, dude, Sableye can KO the active and the Curlia. Wait, really? Maybe Magnus should have evolved that Curlia to a Guardy EX, to be honest. Sableye goes insane here, right? 140. Damn, bro. What the heck? This is a matchup, to be honest, that I've always felt that feels favored for Tina, to be honest. It's just tough. It's this matchup. They have like everything, man. The Lost Tina has everything for this matchup. They got Path to the Peak. They got Sableye. They got the Tina. Like, it's just like, but the deck is not good. So that's got to account for something, to be honest. Ooh, that's tough. Super Rod. I mean, you want to evolve to the V-Star here, but the Super Rod is like too important, right? That's a tough choice there, to be honest, for Victor. Has a Sableye in hand. But I think it's scared of bench locking themselves out of another Tina slot. But I don't think you, like, if the Tina gets boss KO'd and you can Sableye again, I think you just go for that as Victor. I think Victor should definitely bench I was thinking about the Halucha bench, actually, I think. Does the Halucha make a difference here? Why do I consider Tina bad? I just consider it worse than other top decks. because I consider it worse than other top decks. I think we should bench the Sableye here as Victor, though. I think we should see the Sableye get benched. Because I think like having the potential to Sableye again next turn would be pretty good. But it's known that against Tina, you can't have Baby Guardy with 100 damage on it. I mean, what you just said literally makes no sense, Charge. Like, it's ideally something you want to avoid, but it doesn't mean that's something you can just choose to do. You can't just be like, well, actually, I wonder, would it have been better if Magnus had hit with Guardy EX on that turn? Probably not. It probably would have been best if Magnus had, like, used Cresselia and maybe KO'd a Comfey, left the Tina for a turn. But I don't even know. You got to get through the Tina. You got to get through it eventually. Wait, the Hawlucha is... Wait, we don't need the Hawlucha. Oh, wait, there's Collapse in play. We can't bench anything anyways. Oh, dude, wait. Wait, am I trolling? Hawlucha doesn't matter, right? What is Victor doing here? Are we ignoring the Gardevoir this turn as Victor? But then Boss KO Artina is kind of annoying, right? Wait, did we not just play a Colress? Wait. Wait, all right, so this is just Victor trolling. Why would we want a Hawlucha on our bench versus a Sableye on our bench? That makes no sense. I swear that Victor played a Colress, but I think I'm wrong. I think the boss is fine here, to be honest. No Colress played this turn? Okay, that makes sense. But now if we get Iono'd, and Magnus just goes Guardy X, KO the Sableye, we have like so many less options on our turn. Yeah, not benching. Well, the Hawlucha, yeah. Hawlucha being benched, but then not putting 10 damage on the Greninja also makes no sense. Because if this Ralts gets candied into like a Guardy EX or something like that, you want the option to be able to go like Sableye, get the KO on the Greninja. But the 20 damage that is on this, he killed all Magnus's draw. Yeah, but he could have done that with Sableye anyways. All Victor needed was Sableye. Sableye already killed the Kirlia and the Gardevoir. The Hawlucha damage didn't do anything. Unless I'm trolling and mess up the math. The Hawlucha didn't do anything. The math from Hawlucha did absolutely nothing. Except get more damage on the Ralts. But I think I would value having another Sableye in play as opposed to more damage on this Ralts here. Because now when you get Iono'd, you don't have the option of just draw Psychic Energy attack with another Sableye. Did he have an option to bench another Sableye? Yeah, it's in his hand right now. There's a Sableye in his hand. He went replace the Collapse, open up a bench space, bench Hawlucha. You're right, Hawlucha wasn't needed? Yeah, I don't think so. Well, Kirlia has 8. Wait, Kirlia has 80. I got bluffed. Oh, yeah. See, Magnus got you, Soda. Magnus tried to get Victor. Actually, no. Magnus got Victor, too. Victor put the Hawlucha in play. Dude, Victor's a genius, bro. He's literally bluffing the chat. Bluffed Magnus. Dude, what? Oh, no, Magnus. No, Magnus got you. Magnus bluffed Victor and bluffed the chat. Bluff tech is crazy. It goes wild. He KOs 3 Pokemon, though? No, he only KO'd 2 Pokemon. He KO'd Kirlia and Gardevoir. This Ralts is not dying. This Ralts is chilling. Big chillin' Ralts. The boss seems fine from Victor. It's probably not going to slow Magnus down. So you're doing that no matter what. But using the Hawlucha just makes no sense. Because Iono hits you so much harder now. It's because you have what, like a Sableye being established in play versus not established in play when you're getting Iono to 3 is huge. It's such a big deal. He KOs 3 Pokemon, though. Keep watching. Just because he does something later doesn't make it the correct play, though. Getting Iono'd here is, like, so much worse now on Victor's side. And you should just, like, pretty much always assume they're going to Iono you. You should pretty much always assume they're going to Iono you at some point. Is he prepping a knockout on the Ralts in case it evolves to Baby Guardy? I mean, maybe. Well... No, but you get that KO anyways. It's still set up. It has 2. It had 2 on it. Now it has 4 on it. But to be honest, it having any damage on it was a mistake from Magnus. This should have had 0 damage on it before the Hawlucha even happened. Before the Hawlucha even happened, this should have had 0 damage on it. So the fact that this even has 2 damage on it to begin with is a mistake on Magnus's part. Because any damage in this matchup is huge because of how Sableye abuses damage. But I'm sold on 0 cents for Hawlucha, but we will watch how the game plays out. Maybe Victor's a genius and something happens that changes my mind. As of right now, I think the Hawlucha's trolling, but we'll watch and see how it plays out. Victor might be 5-head. We'll see. It looks like we're gonna see a Candy Gardevoir here from Magnus, which is like one of the reasons. This is what I was literally talking about. This could get Candy Gardevoir into this could get candied into a Gardevoir EX, and then it's just like, oh, I guess I didn't really do anything. And once again, it's fine for Victor to abuse the fact that Magnus misplayed by having 2 damage on the Ralts. That could make the Hawlucha the right play at that point. So you're just playing to the situation on Victor's side, potentially. Maybe he's the smartest player to ever play. It's possible. It is possible. But it's also possible now that he loses because he has a Hawlucha in play. got the Cresselia, but might not Cresselia here from Magnus. There's attach active. Should attach the Forest Seal Stone somewhere. Oh, wait, no. We can hold it. We can hold it. I was like, why are we not attaching the Forest Seal Stone? We don't have to attach the Forest Seal Stone. Could use Artisan to get a... Did we get a Ralts? Did Magnus get a Ralts and put it on the bench? I don't actually know. Here's Greninja for 2. So we're just attacking with... Should the Artisan have gotten that Ralts? I feel like it should have. What are we going down to? 3 prize cards left for Magnus. Wait, why did we retreat into this card? Why are we not attacking with Cresselia if we're attacking with Gardevoir? So what is the difference here? If we attack with Gardevoir, Gardevoir doesn't die to Sableye. If we attack with Cresselia, Cresselia would die to a Sableye. But they both die to Tina. I'm actually not sure about this, to be honest. 4 damage means it's going to be killed by Lost Impact. Well, if you attack with Gardevoir EX, no matter what here, you die to Lost Impact. Because you're always taking 40 damage to set up the Gardevoir. So you always die to Lost Impact. So you want to attack with the one that has the more damage on it. Because then you, like, more damage leaves play. But now if Magnus benches Ralts here, that would be like a mistake to have not used Artisan to start the sequence, to be honest. But decides Ralts is not worth benching here. But there's like no draw power for Magnus, so that's kind of interesting. Magnus is like banking on this Iono, basically winning him the game. Also, Victor gets to abuse Artisan here now for the Sableye, to be honest. I didn't really think about that, but I mean, if you want the Sableye. And apparently Victor does want the Sableye here. Does thin out the deck. And now gets to Roxanne Magnus. Has a Grass Energy in hand. Not attaching it probably makes the most sense. Keep open the option of Jet and put it back in the deck to potentially search out with a Mirage Gate. So that makes sense to me. Not attaching the Grass there makes sense. But I think the Halucha is just gonna end up doing nothing, which was my prediction. You still could have done the same thing where you search out with the Halucha with the Artisan just to put it in play and get rid of it. Ooh, that's not a great draw though. Not a great fall. Did find the path. So the path is good. Everything else sucks. Put a Grass on the Tina still. Play the path. Pass. Not great. Oh, is using the switch card now? Is that fine? That probably is fine, to be honest. Whoa. Oh, you can't do that. Wait, Victor maybe hasn't used Greninja, so Greninja's still an option here, actually. Yeah, I think Greninja's still an option here for Victor. So you could Greninja away the Grass Energy and then attach a Grass, path, pass. All right, there's a Greninja. Okay. I don't think it's... Ooh. No, it would have been possible. You could have got Rod plus Mirage Gate there to get an attack this turn. But this is not an attack. There's a path. I don't know if you probably do want to play the path, to be honest. Stops a Greninja draw power. Stops a possibility of attacking with a different attacker. Because I think the best attacker here for Magnus is probably retreat to Cresselia. Cresselia KO. What is that play? We're not doing that. All right, thank you. Jesus. What? Yo, Victor really likes Halucha, bro. Victor really likes Halucha. Is he out of gates? No, I think he has at least 1 gate left. Was about to jet the Halucha to the active there. Victor's a big Halucha fan. Maybe it's just Victor's favorite Pokemon. This is what I was talking about, was memeing earlier about people playing Squirtle in their Lost Zone deck just because they like Squirtle. Recovers the Sableye. I don't know. Are we using 2 Sableyes at this point? I don't think so. I think Victor should just get more energy, to be honest. I don't like the Sableye grab. When are we using another? We're not even using 1 Sableye. How are we using 2 Sableye? I don't think that's happening. If we're using 1 Sableye, I don't think we're using 2 Sableye. We could be using 1 Sableye, but I don't think we need one. I think we just want more energy in the deck, to be honest. But to be honest, actually, here's a situation where I would definitely count how many Iono has Magnus used. Now, this is actually something that I think throws a lot of players off. So, in general, players don't check their opponent's discard pile as much as they should, and Lost Zone. So, a tip for everyone out there, pick up your opponent's discard pile and see what is in there. And don't just look at it, but be like, how much of things are missing? What does my opponent want to use on their next turn? How much of that do they have left? So, how likely are they be able to do what they want to do on their next turn? So, as Victor here, I think you should definitely count how many Ionos are gone. You want to know how many Ionos are gone here. But I don't think either player has asked for the opponent's discard pile this whole match, which is a little crazy. But I think the fact of being on stream definitely throws players off, and they look at their opponent's discard pile. People definitely look at their opponent's discard pile less when they're on stream. Like, I know that happens to me, because I pick up my opponent's discard pile a lot when I'm playing at normal set, because I can just reach for it and pick it up. But when you're on the stream table, you have to ask your opponent to pass it to you, because you can't actually reach that long unless you got like super long arms. So you can't even get to the discard pile. So you have to ask your opponent. And I hate talking to my opponent, so I don't ask for it. And I ignore my opponents when they talk to me, so they don't get to look at my discard pile either. So if Magnus is like out of Ionos here, or very, very low, I wouldn't hate Victor to hold the Super Rod to increase the odds of top decking the Mirage Gate or getting to the Mirage Gate. But now using the Super Rod here, I'm putting 3 cards into the deck that are not Mirage Gate or just like other useful cards. You don't really want to top deck energy here as Victor, but now you have a way higher chance of top decking energy or that Sableye that's in the deck now. So I'm not a huge fan of Victor using the Super Rod immediately without checking the opponent's discard pile here. I would like to have seen him play a little bit slower. Little bit slower. All right, back over to Magnus. No draw support in play. Is searching out a Curly. I did have that Ralts in hand that they could have played on the bench last turn. And like I was saying, I didn't hate the idea of benching the Ralts last turn from Magnus. If you don't bench Ralts, basically the way I'm thinking of it is like if Magnus didn't bench Ralts, but then if Victor plays the game and attacks with Tina or attacks with Sableye, and you did bench the Ralts, if Victor attacks with Tina and knocks out your Gardevoir, you probably just lose, right? Yeah, if Victor attacks with Tina last turn, you probably just lose as Magnus. So if Victor can attack with Sableye, it's probably like almost the same thing as attacking with Tina for the turn. It's a little bit easier to attack with Sableye, but on Magnus' side, you need some kind of draw power to play the game to be able to close it out, probably. So on Magnus' side, I would say you should have just benched the Ralts because you need more than what you have to be able to win the game at this point. So you can't just do nothing. So you need to get something out there. Yeah, you need to get something out there as Magnus. I'm not a huge fan of not benching the Ralts last turn. Does have a worker to work with, though. So that does bump the path to the peak, though, to be honest. And I wonder if like Magnus is thinking about not bumping the path to the peak. Yeah, and that's what Magnus... So Magnus has the worker, and the Ralts chooses not to use both. But next turn, Magnus can try and win by KO in the Tina with Zacian. So actually, the way this is playing out, actually, for Magnus seems pretty good. But this actually comes back to that play I was talking about, where it's like if... The way Victor set up the play, if Victor was going to use the Hawlucha like they did, I was like, Victor should have put 10 damage on the Greninja. And right here, this turn, if there was 10 damage on the Greninja here, Victor, instead of attacking with Tina and theoretically losing to Zacian plus Stadium Bump, can attack with Sableye, KO the Greninja, and then next turn go Tina plus Boss KO a Guardy, or if a Guardy's in the active for Magnus, just KO the Guardy. But now Victor's about to send up the Tina and is forced into the Tina play because it doesn't have another option for a knockout this turn. And you probably want to take a KO this turn as Victor. But that's what I was saying. It's like if you're going to put the damage in play the way that Victor did, you probably should have ended up with 1 damage counter on the Greninja. So that way there's a possibility to kill Greninja, KO Greninja later on with a Sableye and like reach it on the bench. And then not have a 2-prizer in your active. There's the V-Star play. So now Magnus needs Zacian, has worker in hand. And that's why Magnus didn't bench the Ralts this turn. That's what Magnus is thinking. Like I was saying, I didn't hate the idea of Magnus top decks the Psychic too. Also did top deck the Psychic, so getting punished for playing the Super Rod last turn, which I also think Victor shouldn't have done. Magnus not benching Ralts last turn or this turn is playing around that play that Victor didn't set themselves up into, where they could have Sableye for a prize card. By not benching Ralts this turn, from Magnus, you do stop Victor from getting that Sableye prize card without having to put a 2-prizer in the active. But now Victor has to put a 2-prizer in the active, which means Magnus is going all in on this worker play to try and get Zacian. And Greninja for 2. Already had a Psychic? No, but the fact that you top deck Psychic means you have less options now. It's not about having a Psychic for turn. It's about top decking the Psychic that you super out into the deck instead of top decking something like, I don't know, a Roxanne or something. I don't know if Victor has another Roxanne left, but the point is that you top deck the Psychic. Oh, wait, is there not enough energy? Oh, no! Wait, that's so funny. Pass. But wait, Victor doesn't win. Victor doesn't win yet. Victor needs... What does Victor need? Victor used Star Requiem last turn. So this turn, Victor needs a boss or an escape rope. That's crazy. Should start with Greninja here from Victor. Greninja first, gets rid of a Psychic, draws 2. There's a Colress. I don't know if escape rope is actually an out here for Victor. I don't know if Victor has an escape rope left. But Victor can also hide the Tina this turn behind like a Comfey. There's a Sableye. Sableye doesn't do it either. Another Comfey. Is there like a 1-card combo that Victor can have here to win? I guess escape rope would be it if Victor has an escape rope left. I don't know if Victor has an escape rope left though. There's like 2 cards left for Victor there. Why not Roar? Roar of the Sword? Honestly, wait, the reason you wouldn't want to Roar is because then Victor could go Sableye, put 12 on the 2 counters on Greninja matter. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if we're going to do the Hawlucha thing that Victor did, then you should end up with a damage counter on the Greninja. Or if Hawlucha just wasn't in play right now, then Victor could have drawn into the Hawlucha and then gone Hawlucha plus Sableye this turn, and then KO'd the Greninja, right? Yeah. Saw a rope in hand? Really? No, you're trolling. Yo, appreciate the 2-month resub there, Taurus. You don't want to roar the sword because then Victor can go Sableye, put 12 on it, and then it's still locked out of being able to actually KO the Tina on the following turn. So it's correct for Victor to not do that. Yeah, I think it is just a pass from Victor here, though. There's only 3 cards left in deck, so you can't play the chorus. Victor's already attached, so pass. Does Magnus have... Magnus needs boss, though. Dude, this is getting wild. You have Iono here as well from Magnus. Benches the Zacian this time. But if you combo that with an Iono, you're not as afraid of the Sableye play happening. Nothing to get off of the level ball. But there is a Force Seal Stone and an energy in the deck. So if Magnus uses Iono this turn, we'll have access to potentially Force Seal Stone. Potentially has access to Force Seal Stone to put on the Zacian to get anything. And then the energy can dig a little bit with the Greninja as well. Feels like Hawlucha was a late addition to the deck. I mean, maybe. I think the turn that Victor put the Hawlucha in play, Victor thought they needed the Hawlucha possibly. There's the Fog Crystal. This does shuffle the deck, though. I don't know if Victor should or Magnus should shuffle the deck here or wait for a top deck and then maybe do that. But I guess it's also... well, you could get pathed next turn, depending on what Victor plays. All right, boss in hand for Magnus now. Passes, does not roar the sword. And yeah, Magnus just realized... Whoa! All right, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Why is the judge stopping? Mirage Gate. Energy. Boss. Okay, the dub for Victor. Yeah, no roar of the sword there from Magnus. Yeah, I don't know. There's some interesting, definitely some mistakes on Victor's side. There's like the one play I talked about with Magnus, like it's where should you just bench the Ralts and hope they don't have the Sableye on that first turn? Once it got to the second turn, you probably shouldn't bench the Ralts, but like Magnus was like in need of draw power, so you give an opportunity over to Victor to get the Sableye KO on the Ralts, but then you get to follow up with potentially an Iono to 2, and now they have to get a Tina set up to KO the Guardy to win the game. I don't know. I didn't hate it. And actually, you could have maybe gone into Cresselia there as a follow-up. If the Ralts gets KO'd from Sableye from Magnus, then you could follow up with Cresselia KO the Sableye, and you still just don't have a 2-prizer in the active. So to be honest, the more I think about it, the more I think I would have liked to have seen Magnus just bench the Ralts and be like, all right, if you have the Sableye play, cool, good for you. But I still have like an out from here. And if you don't, then I have Curlia for draw power. So, how does he retreat Guardy if he attacks the Tina? Attach from hand. Yeah, attach from hand plus 1 to the active. So it wasn't like guaranteed for the Tina to lock up. But once again, that would have been a situation where, once again, neither player picking up each other's discard piles. I don't know if maybe Victor just knows how many energy are in Magnus's discard pile. He's out of energy though. Well, we saw he was out of energy at the end, but that's because like 1 was prized, I think. Had 1 left, it might have been prized. So 2 seconds prized, water grass, and a boss prized for Victor. Magnus did choose to go first, which, I mean, makes sense. I don't think you're ever choosing to go second. The Zacian start is, like, okay. Honestly, in this matchup, it's not that bad, it doesn't feel like. Because, like, if you load it up initially and you get hit with a Cram and then you KO Cram with Zacian, the only thing that Victor can swing back with into the Zacian... Well, I guess you could get to 10 in the Lost Zone by that time as... you could get to 10 in the Lost Zone at that time as... Victor, but did not get the attachment for turn plus Roar of the Sword. So actually probably can't attack turn 2 with the Zacian unless Candy Guard EX happens over Triple Curlia. So we'll see. We will see. Victor's hand might just be like Iono plus a Beseeching, to be honest. We'll see what the top deck is. Jet. And honestly, with this slow of a start as Victor, I like playing the path a little bit more because I like playing the path a little bit more here from Victor because turn 2 Guardy X would be pretty tough to deal with from Magnus. So making Magnus have like that 1 extra card. The only thing that you do lose is the potential to use Greninja, which we do see Victor ends up losing here. But I'm okay with the path in this situation, to be honest. The other path in the last game I wasn't a big fan of because I feel like we weren't really that scared of it. But I like this one a little bit more. Even a Mirage Gate and a Jet. Getting rid of the Jet is interesting there. I don't know if I like getting rid of the Jet. I don't remember what the other 2 cards are. Super Rod's super important, so keeping that makes sense. I don't know what the other card was, though. There is the Candy Guardy already for Magnus, and then here comes an Ultra Ball for a Curlia after using a Curlia, and then we have an Iono from Magnus. So pretty good start. still needs a stadium to actually move this path to the peak if they want to get off a turn to attack onto anything. Does get a stadium, does find an energy. It does have a 4 seal stone. So attacking is easy this turn for Magnus. But I don't think we have a 1-hit KO on the active. So I don't know how much you want to attack here if you're not 1-hit KOing it. Yeah, I'm not sure about that from... I'm not sure about that one from Magnus, to be honest. Do we really want to bump a stadium to hit a Tina for 150? Maybe. But then you also give the Artisan to Victor. I don't think you want to give the Artisan to Victor. So I think you're oh, there's 2 stadiums in hand, though. Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 stadiums in hand, though. Also, I don't know about stressing the... I'm not sure about Magnus stressing the Manaphy here, because, like, you have 2 in the Lost Zone as Victor with a Tina in your active. Victor would have to go Colress, triple Comfy, Greninja to make that happen. I feel like... I don't know, did Magnus prize a Ralts? I don't think so, right? Actually, that might be a Ralts prize there. I can't tell. But I feel like this being a Ralts, if the Ralts wasn't prized, was probably fine. I don't think Victor's getting off the Greninja play. All right, Jet goes up. Here comes the Comfy. The Nestball's pretty good. Don't we want another Comfy? That's actually an interesting choice there. Oh, we have the Cram attack. Okay, so that seems fine. Tina comes down. The hand is not great from Victor, but we're still doing something at least. 110 to the Zation is solid. And then, to be honest, for Magnus here, you probably want to attack... no, Magnus has a Curly prize. Yeah, I would have hated if that Manaphy ended up being a... I don't hate that Manaphy becoming a... Oh, there's the Arven in this list from Magnus. I wouldn't hate that Manaphy becoming being a Ralts instead, to be honest. I think Magnus here honestly just wants to attack with Cresselia and KO the Comfy off the bench. I think that's the best play here. So you can play the Artisan, go search it out. I don't know how many energy are in the discard pile here for Magnus. It's not a whole ton, but there should be enough to make the Cresselia play work. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Cresselia KO Comfy here is like really powerful, so... What are these damage dice? I don't know, but you can't see... You for sure can't see what they are. That's for sure. All right, has an Ultra Ball, so can go get another Gardevoir. Yeah, the Ralts was in the deck. You can go get a Shiny Arcana Guardy here, which I think you might as well draw more cards and get more options. Get rid of the Research, probably. I don't know about getting rid of the Ralts. Get rid of the Greninja. Maybe the Greninja is better, because then you can like reload your bench with things that just don't just die. You can refill your bench with like a Greninja to use it as draw power, and your things just don't die. So there's the Gardevoir. Oh, there's a Worker. I mean, actually playing the Worker here, to be honest, I kind of like it. The only problem with it is you don't have it to bump a path later, but it would get rid of the Artisan, so that way Victor can't take advantage of it, which I don't think is like a bad thing. I wouldn't hate to see Magnus play the Worker here, because I don't think Magnus has played a supporter yet. I could be wrong on that. Loading up the Guardy X and the Shiny Arcana. I don't think, but gonna go ahead and preserve it. Has the Collapse as well in play, so or in hand, so you still have another Outro Stadium, but it wants to keep all of them around. All right, has access to the Greninja here. That's it for draw power. There we go. Should have probably got rid of the water there, to be honest, because like the Greninja's locked out by the Manaphy for a while, probably. That hand has got a whole bunch of nothing. But we can load up a Psychic. Oh, there's the Artisan use. I mean, I guess you could grab a Comfy here, but I feel like it's just gonna get sniped again by the Comfy's just gonna get sniped again. Get a Comfy, and the Magnus is just gonna go, okay, Cresselia, KO your Comfy. Repeat. And you're gonna put more damage in play for Magnus to use as well. Magnus doesn't need to find 2 energy to make it work. Oh, actually, we're retreating the Comfy. All right, my bad. We're going a little bit more aggressive. I don't know. We got to get through this Cresselia eventually. Do you really want to match a Tina into the Cresselia? We got to switch back, though, I guess. I wasn't a big fan of actually like burning out energy to retreat. I think like loading up the Tina makes a little bit more sense. But we do need to get somewhere at some point. We have the Greninja for draw power next turn, though. But I don't know. Maybe being a little bit more aggressive makes a little bit more sense. I'm not too sure about that one. We do need to see some energy here from Magnus to actually pull off and attack this dude. Magnus just has no energy. I mean, 2 of them are prized. So yeah, I don't think Magnus can do the... Well, Magnus needs 2 more things to have damage on them in play to pull it off. We're not completely done yet. Yeah, thinking about... See, he's trying to save the Workers. They're the energy. But do we have an Ultra Ball? Oh, we can force Seal Stone for an Ultra Ball here. Okay. And then you could just evolve that Kirlia to a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. To be honest, I don't hate that. Even if you lock yourself... In this situation, locking yourself to only one Gardevoir EX, I think is fine. I think it's probably fine. You're going to have so much energy built up on so many Pokemon, like, you'll be all right. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Just the Worker doesn't even grab the Iono. That's interesting there. Comes a Super Rod as well. Oh, the other guard is in the discard pile. Doesn't get the Ralts though. Chooses to not get the Ralts. So just like kind of all in at this point on only one Guardy EX. Oh, but even chooses to get the Guardy EX over the Shiny Arcana. Okay, that's interesting. I would have leaned a little bit more into maybe the Shiny Arcana personally, but I mean, you don't want to lose to just getting Boss Star Requiem, I guess, but it's like so far away. I feel like it's not a reality, to be honest. I don't know. Now it's debating even evolving it. But I mean, even if you had got the Shiny Arcana, you could still debate it, but you do lose the draw power from the Kirlia at this point. There we go. Another Comfy KO for Magnus. There's a path draw from Victor. That is something there. But it's looking pretty bad. We do have concealed cards. We're looking for Colress here, to be honest. Comfies aren't really cooking. Yep, there's nothing. Love to see it. Super Rod's back. I don't know about that. We're already dead drawing. I don't know if we want 2 energy back in our deck here. Do we really want 2 energy back in our deck? Are we trying to top deck a Psychic Energy next turn? See, that's the question you have to ask yourself. Is like, now if you would put like 3 Comfies back in the deck, that's something else. Can you top deck a Comfy? But the hand doesn't even support Comfy that well. I feel like as Victor here, you want to draw Colress or Roxanne, and that's basically it. I don't think you really want anything. I would not have played the Super Rod here as Victor. I would have been like, I'm not winning this game if I top deck a Comfy. I'm definitely not winning this game if I top deck a Psychic Energy. I already have an energy in hand to draw 2 cards off Greninja. Like, I need a Roxanne or I need a Colress. Ideally, Colress first and then Roxanne, but energy top deck is +2. Well, no, we have Jet in hand. We already have the energy in hand. There's the path. We are getting a knockout here. Yeah, I think you just have to value supporters higher, like a lot higher there. Yeah, I was going to say, I think we go with Guardy EX here as Magnus. Guardy EX. You even top deck the reversal energy, so you can throw the reversal on it. Benches the Greninja. I think Magnus is down both Super Rods, so I don't even know. Do you collapse away the Zacian here? You're down both Super Rods, though. Magnus is like really low on attackers, but does have enough to win the game, I guess. And I think we'll see that right now, right? Double Super Rod? Maybe it is just 1. It might just be 1 Super Rod. I can't really tell. I mean, putting 20 damage on the active isn't a big deal. Oh, even Greninja's it away. Interesting. Okay, I thought we'd at least see that attached active. I think I liked that being attached active more than drawing cards with Greninja. I don't know. I don't know what Magnus is looking for here. But I guess drawing cards is pretty good. I guess I'm not like too hung up on it. We should probably burn the level. Oh, there's second Super Rods in hand. Never mind. We're good. Level Ball gets burned. You probably, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a reason to not just Super Rod the Zacian back into the deck right now. Just have the idea of just having it around sounds pretty good before you get, like, you're going down. See, like, this turn is a big turn. Well, kind of. There's only 6 cards in the Lost Zone. This is a, well, no, but you could just get, like, yeah, this is a big turn because Victor could now Roxanne you. So I think you want to be as prepared as, you want to have your deck as prepared as possible for what you think you need in the future. And I feel like there's a possibility you might want a Zacian, maybe even another Ralts. So I feel like playing that Super Rod right there to recover the Zacian makes sense. Because if you just get Roxanne this turn, you know, having that extra card in the deck that you think you want as an out later on, it's better to draw into the Zacian itself than a Super Rod and be like, well, now I'm going to recover the Zacian. Now I have to wait and find a way to get the Zacian. So I feel like Magnus could have prepared themselves a little bit better here than this. Greninja pushed up actually from Victor. Dude, what is this draw? What is this? Still only 6 in the Lost Zone. Not even a Comfy. We did just put... Wait, hold on. I have to check. Did Victor top deck a Psychic Energy? What did Victor top deck? No. There's another Jet. Okay. But we drew a Psychic Energy off this, right? Oh, it's beautiful. Just scoop. To be honest, I didn't even realize that Victor won game 1. Yeah, I would probably scoop here. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I would scoop here. Well, actually, no, there's like a chance you still cheese Magnus at this point with like Roxanne Path. You should definitely stick it out because game 3 is probably not ending. You should stick it out and try and cheese Magnus. This game is either gonna, because like there's not enough time for game 3 anyways. So either you cheese, like you get a low percentage win as Victor, or Magnus beats you. Like pretty much no matter what, this game is ending. So you may as well just stick it out because there's almost never any time for game 3. So it's either for Victor, it's ending in a tie or a win. So, but you have to stick this game out to win. So you can win. You could get like a Roxanne Path, and that could just like really there's like body Magnus, but yeah, like Roxanne Path is still a viable win condition here. Now Magnus is considering the super rod. Like I said though, I think last turn was probably you should have done it last turn. It's like the same thing this turn as last turn. Just having your deck as prepared as possible. Like that's what Magnus is doing here, is preparing the deck as much as possible. You were going into Roxanne range last turn, so I feel like you should have done it last turn. Shiny Arcana. Oh, did hit an energy. Yep. Load up the Gardevoir. Has the Zacian in hand as well. Like 3 cards left in deck. Could go for a boss KO on Athena here, I guess, but probably not. You probably just KO the active and then look for the win on the next turn. This is where Victor needs a Rox. You should probably even... do you burn the Fog Crystal? I don't actually know, to be honest. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Greninja pushed up once again from Victor. There's a path. No Roxanne, but hold up. We can draw some cards with Greninja. Greninja for 2. Here we go. It is Tina and Battle VIP. Dude. Jesus. All right. Path Pass, I think, is our play here. And then hope to top deck Roxanne. Path Pass. Hope Magnus's last 2 prize cards are 2 Boss's Orders. And then next turn, top deck Roxanne. Or maybe Comfy into Rock. No! Path Pass. Ooh, okay. Pass? You can bench the Tina if you want to be honest. I don't hate benching the Tina here. The chances of Roxanne Path Cheese are higher than the Cram Donk in game 3. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Did Magnus put 2 energy on Guardy last turn? Yeah, 1 came from Shiny Arcana, though. It was Shiny Arcana for an energy attached return with a triple super boost energy. All right, knockout from Magnus. All right. Oh, the Roxanne, baby. Let's go. All right, bench Tina. Bench the Tina. No, we don't want to draw back into the Tina. Wait, in the current situation, too, it makes sense to bench the Tina, right? Because you want to bench the Tina here because if Magnus gets a Stadium Bump plus a boss on it, you lose anyways. Because this guard, you can't currently KO it unless you get the Stadium Bump plus boss. So we should always bench the Tina here. Because one less card we can draw into. All right, another mistake there from Victor, I think. Dude, now I'm saying the I think thing. Another mistake there from Victor, I know. 100% confident all the time. You can keep your I thinks. Makes sense to attach the energy too, right? You kind of want to keep the jets around because I think you want to get a Comfy and jet it into the active, to be honest. Like, yeah, you want to get a Comfy here because you need to build up your loss zone to 10 still. So now you can get a Comfy. See, if you're benching the Comfy anyways, here as Victor, like you may as well bench the Tina. The other thing worse about the Tina is it could get boss stalled, but I think you're just like, no, but you just loot. Yeah. If you're benching the Comfy, you're already getting boss stalled anyway. So now we can switch card. We need to build up the loss zone a little bit more. So we got to switch card into Comfy. Oh, you can't switch card into Comfy. What? Wait, is that correct? It could be correct. Maybe that is correct. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I hate it. So I think we grab the Colress. No, we don't. I thought we grabbed the Colress, but apparently not. All right, let Victor cook. Let Victor cook. I don't like Victor. I wanted that Colress, though. I think we should have gone Colress, hard retreat the Comfy. Wait, no, wait. We just hard retreated. No. Switch card. Then Colress next turn and jet a Tina into the active. Escape rope. We can't afford to play the escape rope here, though, right? Because then how are we going to move a Tina next turn? I guess we have to get a jet. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, all right. Actually, I don't hate this, to be honest. Was it a mistake, though, from Magnus to actually send up the Manaphy specifically? But we don't want this Tina. The problem with this play from Victor is you want to send up the other Tina. You want to be able to send up the other Tina. You want to send up the other Tina here because Magnus, like, you want to play as if Magnus is at least going to punch into the active. And if Magnus punches your Tina that has the 2 energy on it, you can't attack with that Tina next turn. So what Victor should have done is send up the other Tina, let it take a punch, get it into the other Tina, and then that Tina's clean and can hit. Because right now Magnus has back-to-back punches set up on board. Magnus can go punch into punch. So you want to play around punch. But if you're gonna have to attack with this Tina next turn, which is most likely because it has the 2 energy on it, he's not attacking. You don't want to, the one you're planning to attack with next turn, you don't want to get hit punch this turn because you have to attack with it next turn. You don't get punched again. Is he trapped now? Magnus? I don't know the energy count in the discard pile. That's why I was unsure about this play from Magnus. Like, I feel like Magnus maybe should have sent up something else. I don't know. He's not planning to attack. Victor's plan of attack is to not attack. All right, Magnus has a worker in hand, but chooses just to pass. I think that's fine. No options in hand here for Victor. 39 seconds left. So Magnus at the very least will have 2 more turns. Magnus has 2 more turns to play the game. Victor just hope he wins 1-0. To be honest, at this point, I mean, there's no way I don't think Victor's winning this game at all, ever anymore. I think there was a chance. At some point, I think there was a chance. Oh, we're retreating. I thought we were attacking. Comfy. And pass. No, wait, you should switch card the thing out of the active. All right, so 2 more turns for Magnus to close this. I think Magnus has game in hand, though. Wait, no, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Can Magnus not move the mana fee? Dude, can Magnus actually not move the mana fee? Did Magnus mess up? Oh, no, there's an energy. But Magnus might not be able to do it this turn. Wait, was that a switch in there? No, it was a rare candy. It looked like a Heart Gold Soul Silver card. I thought it was a Heart Gold Soul Silver Heart Gold Soul Silver switch at it for a second. But it was the rare candy. So you could, but I don't think there's enough energy for Magnus to win this turn. I wonder where Magnus is. I think the Cresselia is in the discard pile right now. So Magnus is like 100% reliant on boss to win. Next turn. He's thinking about using worker this turn. I don't know how many paths are left here for Victor. There's the boss for next turn. But you should just punch. No. Depends how many. No, I think Victor's at a. Well, there's one boss in the Lost Zone. Is there a boss in the discard pile? Is the question. I don't know about this energy placement here for Magnus. Are we? I guess no. That does make sense. So everything can retreat even under path. No, that does make sense. And then pass over to Victor. Top deck Roxanne. No. All right. Well, I don't think Victor has a way to disrupt Magnus. So then Magnus will win game 2 by we're going to attach, retreat the active, boss the Comfy. On the next turn. Yeah, I don't know if Victor had another boss left. I think maybe Magnus trolled by sending up the... Not sending up Baby Gardevoir there, maybe. There's a possibility of a troll. There's the boss on turn 2 from Magnus. So we get a tie here in round 4, Victor versus Magnus. Yeah, that game was interesting. There was definitely a point where I think Victor could have conceded at some point to have enough time left in game 3 to actually win game 3 in enough time. I'd have to like go back and watch it to actually like figure out where that point was, but I think that point did exist. I think this is a caster battle. Ooh, okay. GLC. What are they cooking with here? I think Joe's got this one in the back. This is not looking good for Ross here. I don't know the GLC tier list. Dude, Joe's deck is bling just 2. Gold grass energy. I wonder if these is I wonder whose decks these are actually, to be honest. Wassy getting bodied. It's not looking good. We got the Grottle on the bench, searching out all the grass Pokemon. We got whatever that thing is with the air balloon. Ross got Weezing out too late. It's GG. How good is Weezing? Weezing seems ridiculously good. Like a fast Weezing seems insane. Like turn 1 Weezing. Turn 1 Weezing. Going second, turn 1 Weezing, turn 2 going first. Weezing is super broken. Seems pretty good. All right. Lost Zone GLC is super fun. But how fast can you get to 10? You got Colress, you have 1 Comfy, Colress, Lost Vacuum, Via Seeker to recover Colress. Wait, in GLC, can you play different types of energy in your deck? How does that work in GLC? Can I play Lost Blender? Okay, we're cooking. Can you use different types of energy in your... You can? Okay. I guess Dragon Pokemon would kind of suck if you couldn't, right? The basic energy, there's no rule on basic energy. Type is just for Pokemon. Also, it's like it is a solid GLC deck for sure. Interesting. Bennett. Oh yeah, you can go Colress. Bennett for Colress. Gotta get to that 10 though. That's tough. Why is just just one Iono on the Arceus side is upside down? All right, chat, I'm gonna go get some advanced. I need a little bit of a caffeine kick to close out the rest of the rest of these games. While I'm gone, go ahead and check out Factor75.com. They're a meal prep service. They send meals fully made right to your door. That all you have to do is microwave. Check them out, Factor75.com. Use my link and get 50% off. 50% off your first box. I will be right back. All right, we got Lugia versus Arc Flying P. Not seen an Arceus deck in a while. 4-0 here. How much Pikachu do they play? What else do they play? I see water energy in the hand, so probably a Melanie at the very least. Maybe like the Slacking. At least a 2-2 Flying P, it looks like. Drapion, Espeon. The whole squad's in here. Some upside down cards. Vulpix. A whole bunch of shenanigans. So this matchup, I mean, it depends what Julius plays. Because, like, one Flying Pikachu can, like, go the distance in this matchup. Because Flying Pikachu, one it KOs Lugia, and then it can't be attacked by any of the basic attackers. So you have to hit it with Lugia V-Star, which Flying Pikachu one hit KOs, or you have to hit it with... You have to hit it with that, or you have to hit it with the Archeops. So, that can be a little bit annoying. Can I call a judge on my opponent for playing slowly? What will happen? I mean, if they're actually playing slowly and they continue to play slowly, they can receive penalties for it. So it looks like one of Lorenzo's is this 2 Lorenzos in one tournament? It looks like the top sleeve there is marked. Not a big deal, but technically, like, it's not a big deal. But if Pokemon is gonna like penalize you for by accidentally seeing the top card of your deck, the judge should do this resleeve. That's me a little bit nitpicky, but if Pokemon is going to penalize people for if they see like an 8th card of research, you get a penalty, then this should be done by a judge, because when you take the card out of the sleeve, you can feel the texture of it on the front, and you could tell if it's like a V or something off the top deck or something. I don't really care, but you theoretically should always have like a judge actually do these kind of resleeves, because yeah, when you take that out off the top, you can feel what the texture on the front of the card is, and you'd be like, oh, it's a V Pokemon, or oh, it's a trainer card, or oh, it's a full art. So it's not like a big deal. But just for anyone out there who whenever you have to do a resleeve like that, just call a judge, have a judge do it. It's just better to have a judge do it. And if your opponent's about to do a resleeve, you just ask them to do a judge. Now, if it's like your opponent searching their deck and they resleeve a card, it doesn't matter because they can see the freaking card. But when you can't see the card, yeah. So Chops and Serena hit the discard pile for Julius. Does the Chops ever matter in this matchup? I don't think so. It might. I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that it doesn't actually matter, though. Had a Mesagoza in hand and chose not to play it, which is interesting. Because you maybe want to like use Mesagoza first there, get heads, get an Archeops, discard the Archeops. Definitely needs to find a Lugia V, but is actually eyeing up the Archeops here. What does it matter if it's no longer his turn? He's going to draw it anyway. Okay, actually, in that situation, to be honest, Pod, you might be right. To be honest, Pod, I think you are right in that situation. But in like a situation where it's like in the middle of the turn, to be honest, at this point, as for Lorenzo, it probably doesn't matter, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, I probably... Well, I get like... If you get judged, then you know, like, all right, so it still could matter theoretically, because if you know the top card is a V Pokemon, you're like, okay, well, do I want a V Pokemon? You're like, well, if it's Arceus V-Star, I want it. And then you get judged, and you know the top card from getting judged is a V Pokemon. You could, like, when you shuffle your deck, you could stack it in a way. Like, I'm going a little bit far on this, and obviously this is, like, not going to happen, but theoretically there is still a reason. Because then if you get judged, you shuffle your deck, and then you put it where you want it to be in the deck, hoping your opponent cuts it or doesn't cut, and you leave it on top, whatever it might be, and then you draw into it. Like, oh, you got the card, you know what I'm saying? The water energy, it's for Vulpix. Probably plays a Melanie. Might not play a Melanie, but they play Vulpix, so it's for the Vulpix more so than anything. But so I'm being I'm being nitpicky with it, but like technically, there's still a way you could abuse it, I guess. Even if you're going into your opponent's turn, you're really stretching now. No, I know I'm stretching. I literally qualified what I was about to say with that. I'm stretching here. I don't know if I like this sequence here from Julius. I think we should have put the Mesagoza in play first. We should definitely have put the. We definitely should have put the Mesagoza in play first. I'm charging my phone as well. What does that have to? Why did you say? What does that have to do with anything? I literally, before I said anything, I'm kind of reaching here a little bit, or I forget what I said, but I basically said that. Definitely a miss sequence here from Julius. Should have put the Mesagoza in play and then played the Mesagoza. But now we see the Mesagoza into play, And then I guess we're probably not going to play the Mezagoza here as Julius now, or not use the Mezagoza. Also, I'm not sure about the double turbo on the active here from Julius, because this makes it so that the T-Tar... Wait, what did we get off the... Oh, we got an Archeops. I'm not sure about the double turbo on the active, because this makes it so the T-Tar actually can't KO an Arceus as easily. It just makes it a little bit easier to retreat into... it makes it a little bit easier to retreat into, like, the Stone Journer, though, I guess. So that's, like, just, like, reasons to attach it versus not attach it. Or you could put it on the Lumineon and have the Lumineon be a pivot. We did find the Nest Ball here for Julius, but like I said, I think Julius should have opened up with a Mezagoza flip. If you get heads on the Mezagoza, you go get an Archeops, you Ultra Ball away both Archeops, you go get a Lugia V, and you kind of progress from there. So pretty solid start here for Julius. I don't know. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess that Julius does not play the Urshifu, but I guess we'll find out here shortly. Because I think if the Urshifu is in the deck here for Julius, Julius would go ahead and grab it. Looks like a tail on the Goza. T-Star's gonna take a hit in the active. Does have the Lugia. The hand doesn't have a ton of options, to be honest. Okay, I think Julius is saying I didn't shuffle after the Nest Ball. Didn't get the heads on the Mezagoza, though. And then over to Lorenzo. We got a Choice Belt in hand. I think I see a Research. We also have an Ultra Ball. Actually, that might be a loss. I don't know what that is. We have an Ultra Ball for an... Well, it's definitely not a supporter because they're discard. Oh, it's Volo. Favoring the Vulpix here doesn't make any sense, though. You should definitely get rid of the Vulpix here. Getting rid of the Lightning Energy, though, I don't know. Is Volo better than... Volo might be better to keep the Lightning Energy, to be honest. All right, I'm kind of down with it. I'm down with it. I'm going to let Lorenzo cook. We'll probably see Arceus, and then we'll probably see Starbirth for double turbo and a draw supporter. The question is, what draw supporters does Lorenzo play? And what draw supporter is Lorenzo going to get? Actually, hold up. Was this Lightning Energy top decked? What was the top deck here? It was a Lightning Energy. Because if Lorenzo had held the Water Energy, we could have ended up in a Melanie one-hit KO the T-Tar situation with the Choice Belt. But the Lightning was top deck, so you definitely want to attach the Water for turn, like Lorenzo did. Otherwise, you could have attached the Lightning instead. Why isn't he Mezagoza first? That is a good question. Lorenzo definitely should Mezagoza. Well... I don't hate Lorenzo not using Mezagoza first, to be honest. Because it depends on what Lorenzo's trying to do. Like, if Lorenzo Starbirths here and goes and gets double turbo and, I don't know, Iono or Research, some draw supporter probably. Attaches the double turbo, plays the draw supporter. If you draw into the Flying Pikachu V-Star, then you could use the Mezagoza and get something else, right? So actually for Lorenzo, I don't hate not doing it. Yeah, for Lorenzo, I don't hate not using Mezagoza first. But I think what Julius wanted was always two Pokemon. Julius always wanted an Archeops and a Lugia V. So when Julius uses the Mezagoza immediately, gets heads, you go get the Archeops, you Ultra Ball away, get the Lugia V, then you can play your Research. You also want to get an Archeops, because then it guarantees you the Lugia V, because otherwise what happens, like with Julius's play here, when Julius went Ultra Ball for Archeops, Research them both away, it's possible you whiff a Lugia V. Well, actually, it doesn't really make a difference, though, because you're assuming you get heads or tails on the Mezagoza still. Actually, no, maybe it's the same thing on both sides, to be honest. Because if you get the heads on the Mezagoza before or after, it doesn't actually make a difference, right? So maybe it was the correct play for Julius to not use the Mezagoza yet. Because if you draw into Lugia V like Julius did, then if you use the Mezagoza and get heads, you can get a V-Star instead. Actually, I think I'm just like... No, I think Julius played it correctly then, actually. I take it back. I don't know, for some reason in my head I was like, we should have used it first, but I don't think we actually should have, to be honest. Wait, let me think about it again. Okay, the only reason you would have wanted to use the Mezagoza first would have been like, if I get tails on Mezagoza, I'm going to Ultra Ball for Lugia V instead. But I think the way that Julius played it is correct, where it's like, even if you get tails on Mezagoza, you would still Ultra Ball for the Archeops, Research it away. But you would maybe want to know that information before you choose what to get off the Ultra Ball, to be honest, from Julius. So maybe you use Mezagoza first. If you get heads, then the Ultra Ball becomes Lugia V. But if you get tails on Mezagoza, then the Ultra Ball... Wait. If you get heads, it becomes Archeops, and you Ultra Ball those for Lugia V. But if it gets tails, then you Ultra Ball... Instead of Ultra Balling for an Archeops, you Ultra Ball for a Lugia V. But getting the double Lugia V in the discard... Getting the double Archeops in the discard pile is like so much more important. I think this is the correct play for him. I think Julius actually played it correctly the more I think about it. On Lorenzo's side, it depends what Lorenzo wants to set up here, to be honest. But it does look like Lorenzo is... Oh, it's an Adventure's Discovery grab here. Okay. I didn't actually see what else Lorenzo grabbed. Well... No, it's like the same thing, to be honest. Yeah, the Adventures Discovery. Okay, that's fine. More Flying Pikachu. And yeah, I mean, the Adventurous Discovery here is pretty weak with a Flying Pikachu prize, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of... Are we going like solo peak here from Lorenzo? Why would we even get an Adventurous Discovery then? Well, I guess if we research, we're not guaranteed to have the... If we research, we're not guaranteed to get a Flying P. And now the P is guaranteed. We have no follow-up from Lorenzo in hand. Zero follow-up in hand from Lorenzo. That's not good. Also, I guess one more thing here, to be honest, on Julius's side. Now, I don't know if Julius prized a Single Strike Energy. Julius did prize 2 Single Strike Energy, so it doesn't actually matter. The only other thing I was thinking about is Julius could have gone, like, Julius knows he's up against Flying Pikachu. So by attaching the double turbo, you can't go quad Single Strike Energy, Boss KO Flying Pikachu next turn, which is definitely like a possibility for this current board state, to be honest. Like if Julius just has V-Star Boss and there's 4 Single Strike Energy in the deck, or 3 in the deck, 1 in the hand, or 4 in the deck, you can get the Boss KO on the Flying Pikachu, which I think you would go for here if Julius could. Now there is 2 Single Strike Energy prize, so you probably don't go for that. But in this situation, you maybe still Boss Punch the Flying Pikachu before it gets to the active and gets the punch itself. Not punch itself, but punch itself. You know what I'm saying? So to be honest, I think Julius, if Julius can, and Julius has the boss and the other card. I think Julius probably should punch the Flying Pikachu. Because Julius doesn't have a way to 1-hit KO this Flying Pikachu later on anyways. And then the Flying Pikachu does more the later it sticks around, right? Lorenzo plays Espeon too. Yeah, there's an Espeon in there. But chose not to set it up at all. Instead going down just the double Flying P route. So like Julius could... Actually, Julius can't knock out the active here, actually, because of the double turbo here, and then there's 2 Single Strike Energy prized. And unless Julius plays, I mean, everyone, you better be playing the Stone Journer, Julius. If you're not playing the Stone Journer, you're trolling. So I'm assuming Julius has the Stone Journer here, and they could go grab Stone Journer and go like retreat into Stone Journer KO Arceus here. But double turbo is just yikes. Yeah, it doesn't feel great, to be honest. The double turbo on the T-Tar does not seem great. But if Julius is just going to go Boss Punch Flying P, then honestly, the double turbo is not that bad. Yeah, if Julius is going to go Boss Punch the Flying P here, then the double turbo there isn't that bad. But I don't know if like that was Julius's plan the whole time or not. But honestly, I think that's what Julius should do, is get ahead on this Flying Pikachu before it starts to run rampant. That's what I'm feeling is the best play. But to be honest, I'm like, I could see there being a better play. But in my head right now, I'm like, all right, that Flying Pikachu, that is the Flying Pikachu. That is the threat. And as soon as it starts swinging, it's like harder to deal with. So, but there's a Stone Journer grab from Julius. So I think we're going in on this. I think we're going in on the Stone Journer KO. Oh, I guess not. We got Stone Journer, but we're not benching it. So Julius is on the T-Tar train then. Okay. Well, now I'm a little confused. Did Julius mean to do that? Using another Archeops. To be honest, it's possible you'd want to load up energy onto an Archeops here. It's possible you'd want to load up energy onto an Archeops here. So you could go Archeops, KO the Flying Pikachu next turn. Or maybe just, yeah, putting an energy on a... Well, I don't know if you want to load up any energy anywhere, to be honest. Yeah, there's the boss on the Flying Pikachu. Like I was saying, this feels like the best play. Even if the Urn there didn't feel good, but it's probably better to keep around the... Maybe, but... I don't think Julius had to play the Ultra Ball there. If Julius is going to do this play, why would you Ultra Ball away an Urn? I don't think you have to, right? You can just hold the Urn and just keep it. I don't think you should ever Ultra Ball with the Urn to Julius. Because if Lorenzo's response here is just KO the T-Tar with the Pikachu, then, like, who cares? Attaching 1 energy to one of the Archeops, I actually think is decent here, because if Lorenzo has Boss KO your Lugia, your response has to be Archeops. Do you really want to get an energy ahead? I get getting an energy ahead on Archeops seems fine here, to be honest. Actually, I kind of like that. All right, what's the mill? Yeah, I don't like the Ultra Ball there. All right, lost a boss and a Luminian. Losing Luminian is not that... Well, that's your last Luminian, but you lost a boss as well, so what's there to even get with Luminian? I guess you have 1 boss left in the deck that you might want at some point. But yeah, I don't like the Ultra Ball away the Urn, and then... I mean, the boss play from here from Lorenzo seems really powerful, though. Boss up the Lugia, knock it out. You get rid of an energy that didn't get any value on Julius's side. You force Julius to respond with an Archeops, and then you respond with Arceus, KO Archeops, set up a flying Pikachu. So that seems pretty good to me from Lorenzo. Yep, there's the boss. That's what I was saying. Like this is what makes this play a little bit weird. Dice are so stream friendly. Yeah, these dice are. I heard they get better though. I heard they could make them better later in the day. Yeah, they changed the dice in a later round. Yeah, so there's the Archeops. Oh, but can we even set up an Archeops? That was a top deck colorless energy now. Okay, there is 2 in the deck. I was scared there for a second. It is just enough energy though. Now the question is double turbo or not. Probably put the double turbo on it. Gonna thin out some more energy here. Goes for a V-Guard onto a Stone Journer. I mean, I guess that's fine. I mean, how much should you put on the Stone Journer? I don't know. I mean, Stone Journer is where it should go because that thing can respond to the Arceus. So it makes sense there. Appreciate the 6 months there, Travis. The dice are a great choice. It keeps everyone guessing. The viewers are being bluffed here. The viewers are being bluffed here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yo, they should use these dice at the... Does that actually KO? It should KO, right? Yeah. They should use these dice at North American regionals. You can't ever see what's on stream on North American regionals either. But those dice are next level. I like these big dice. All right, the Flying Pikachu was pulled off the prize cards. That's a big deal. It's not set up right now, but the Arceus hit will set it up fully. Yeah, dude, Julius is going to struggle here to get through this Flying Pikachu, I feel like. Because what is Julius... Dude, yeah, this is actually a rough... Dude, the two flying Pikachus? That's like too much Pikachu to deal with. If Lorenzo actually has like a Raihan here, that'd be kind of crazy. I don't see a Raihan. I do see an Iono. Could just go Choice Belt to the bench plus Research, though, and I think that'd probably be fine. Iono doesn't disrupt too much because there is a gift on the Archeops. I can't tell what that is. Apparently, Lorenzo can't tell either. Nobody knows what's on those dice. Yeah, Choice Belt. Oh, doesn't even Research. Just holds the hand. I don't know. I feel like using the Research there is pretty good. I'm not sure about that. Arc Peak? Bro, Arc Peak stays good. Is it any good? I mean, the lost Tina matchup is just impossible, right? Yeah, Arctina sucks. All right, there is the urn there for Julius, but is that ever enough? I don't know. We got the urn. We only have one boss left. You could go boss punch the Flying Pikachu before it gets to establish itself. Was that a Dunsparce? Wait, does Julius play Dunsparce? Is that what I saw in there? I can't tell what that is. It's one of the... It looked like a Dunsparce. It's one of those artwork Pokemon that you can't ever tell what they are. I actually have no idea what... Oh, it is a Dunsparce? Interesting. Oh my... Oh, wait, you can't play the urn then, though, right? Oh my gosh, I just realized how bad Julius threw. I wasn't even really paying attention to how bad Julius threw, but you can't... Yeah, I didn't even realize that. The energies are stuck on the T-Tar, so Julius had to send up T-Tar first, retreat T-Tar, earn the energy back into the deck, attack with Stone Journer. But even if Julius does all of that, I still don't know how Julius is winning this game. Because then the big P comes up and starts swinging, and I just... How do you deal with that? I just don't know how you deal with that as Julius. This honestly, this situation I just don't think is like winnable from Julius with the 2 other single strike energy prize. It's really because there's 2 single strike energy prize more so than anything. I think Lorenzo just wants to confirm that you can't play it if there's no single strike energy in the discard pile, which you can't. There has to be something has to potentially happen every time you play a card, and there's nothing that can potentially happen with Urn because there's no single strike energy in the discard pile, and that's public knowledge. Like when you play an Ultra Ball, you don't know if there's anything in the deck or not. So that's why you can play an Ultra Ball with 0 Pokemon in the deck. Because like, is there something in there? There could be, but it's private information, so you just don't get to know. Yeah, honestly, if I was Julius, I would just concede this one and go next. There's actually not that much. There's only 30 minutes left. I wouldn't waste any more time on this game. I don't think it's recoverable. There we go. It's crazy how long it takes them to confirm that. Well, it's not them confirming it. It's like it's fair as a player to question the It's fair as a player to question the results of a card, right? So I think Lorenzo is just like, all right, tell me why it works like that, more so than anything. So like the judge, I'm sure the judge knows what's up, and I'm sure Julius knows what's up. But if Lorenzo doesn't know what the heck's going on, it's like, are you sure that's how it works? All right, why does it work that way? It's fair to have the judge or the other player explain it. And then if Lorenzo really doesn't believe him, he's like, all right, I want the head judge. And as soon as the head judge says something, then you're kind of locked in. But I think you should have researched. What would he look for? I mean, boss would have been nice. Boss KO the Archeops that turn would have been like the game just ends instantly for sure. 100% of the time the game ends with like a boss KO on the Archeops. I don't know. There was no options in the hand. You want options. There was 0 options in the hand. What if you drew into his energy? I guess that is fair, Decapod. Maybe that is fair. But how many? I suppose it depends how many energy were left in the deck, to be honest. Because you could have attached for turn still. So even if you went attach for turn, Arceus only for 1, then attach for turn, that's still enough energy. That's still enough to attack on the next turn, right? So, yeah, I think it would have been fine to research there. It depends how many energy were left in the deck, but I see what you're saying. You could have researched into 7 basic energy and literally just been screwed. I don't know how many were left, so I don't know if it was exactly if 7 was the number, but there was probably a number where it'd be pretty unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, let's see. None of this is too bad, but the Drapion start. There is still 1 single strike energy prize from Julius, so Julius still can't go with the boss KO off the bench for a 1-hit. If you KO'd the last Arceus, you could try to attack twice with Lugia. Oh, that's true. The Lugia Dunsparce combo is actually a big deal. I didn't even think about Dunsparce is actually a big deal in this matchup. So this matchup actually, to be honest, because of the Dunsparce, this matchup should be fine for Julius. Because of Dunsparce, this matchup should be actually just 100% fine for Julius. Because you just like, you use Stonejourner to 1-hit KO. If you can get a T-Chart 1-hit KO on a Flying Pikachu, that's probably solid. But otherwise, you use Stonejourner to 1-hit KO Arceus, and you use Lugia's to get through the Flying Pikachus. Julius is being a little bit aggressive with that Luminion. I'm not sure if Julius has to. Why did Julius use the Luminion there? Are you afraid of Path to the Peak from Lorenzo? I don't know. Do Arceus decks play Path to the Peak? I guess that's a question. I don't think I would have used Luminion there. I don't think Lorenzo's putting a Path to the Peak in play turn 1 here, but I guess it is possible. Rolling clear dice on stream is wild. I mean, you have to roll clear dice no matter what, but as clear as they are, I see what you're saying. What happened to Unbrand VMAX just appeared? Why didn't everyone good to begin with? You just have to bench Dunsparce after Stonejourner, you body yourself. Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. But yeah, you're right. You have to wait. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the Luminion bench here from Julius. I think he should have waited. Just like bench it. Also, I don't like the double turbo attached to the active because now this Lugia can't KO this Drapion. That's also a misplay here from Julius. This double turbo should probably go to the benched Lugia and put 4 colors here. Or maybe you want to be able to retreat into the Stonejourner, but I want to save the Stonejourner for Arceus, I feel like, actually. Yeah, I don't like this double turbo here. Because you want to be able to do 220 to this, I think. Yeah, so attack with Stonejourner and then bench Dunsparce. Yeah. So yeah, I don't like the double turbo attachment here. I should probably go to the bench Lugia. Because the bench Lugia not hitting for only 200 damage into a Flying Pikachu into a KO in a way if Dunsparce in play is fine. Like I said, I also just don't like the Luminion play. I don't think you have to be that aggressive with Luminion here as Julius. You haven't seen Lorenzo play any stadiums. I don't know. I'm just like not that scared of Lorenzo going turn 1 path here, though, to be honest. I don't think he's got it like that. He could have it. And maybe if Lorenzo had like showed a Lost City, Julius, but I don't think Lorenzo showed a Lost City last game, but we just saw 2 of them at least in the deck right there from Lorenzo. So maybe if that had happened, Julius wouldn't be as scared of it, but I think we will. I mean, we should probably see the Iono here from Lorenzo. Not a huge fan of the choice belt being attached to the Arceus. It usually doesn't do very much on the Arceus. But the choice belt can actually matter on the Flying Pikachu. Because if you have to set up your second Flying Pikachu with a double turbo and a lightning energy, and then there's a V-Guard on the Lugia, the Flying Pikachu actually doesn't KO Lugia unless you have the choice belt. So I would like to have seen Lorenzo save the choice belt just in case. It is like 1 more dead card in the deck, but it's not going to be relevant off this like this initial draw or anything. It does potentially have some value a little bit later on, so. The draft starts just bodies on draw. I can't do the Arc Peak map anymore. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it just ends the game instantly, to be honest. I think there's still a possibility to think there's still a possibility to win here for Lorenzo, even though the Drapion start did happen. So, like, you definitely want to stick it out for a little bit longer. Dude, I don't know. Is that a heads? Is that a tails? I don't know what that is. All right, here comes a Burnett. Oh, there is also a Volo in the deck. That is correct. There is also a Volo in the deck, so it could get Voloed at some point as well. Vulpix. I don't know if there's a Melanie in their charge, but there is a Vulpix. There is Vulpix. There might be Melanie. Does have the Burnett. I don't know if there's a V-Star in the hand, though, for Julius. I'm not sure. Also, this is another reason to not bench the Luminian. These Arceus decks play a lot of Ionos, usually 4, and sometimes Judge. Like, I don't know. Now you just have a Luminian in play here. And now you just have a Luminian in play here as Julius, which is like free prize cards later on in the game. So once again, going back to the early one, I'm not a big fan of it. So V-Guard to the bench. It looks like it is a read the wind here, though. Unfortunately for Julius, does not have the V-Star. Does have the Ultra Ball for next turn. Now, is that a Roxanne as well? I think that was a Roxanne. All right, Mezzagoza from Lorenzo. Tails. Has anyone got a heads? There's a research in hand, though. Oh, that was a heads. That was a heads. The way they check the die every time makes me think it's a tails, but we did get a heads there for Lorenzo, so we're cooking here. So we should at least be getting an attack off with the Arceus this turn. Yeah, we should be getting an attack off with the Arceus this turn from Lorenzo. Was that an attachment to the... Oh, no, we had a double turbo turn 1. Okay, cool. Probably shouldn't bench the other Arceus. Probably should just play the research here, I think. Unless you want to boss... You could boss KO Luminian, actually. I don't hate boss KO Luminian. Is that actually the play? Boss KO Luminian. That really puts like the pressure on Julius pretty aggressively, right? I don't hate the boss KO Luminian, to be honest. Does he have asthma? I mean, he just hit his inhaler, so I assume so. Was it that hot, or is Julius burning up on nerves? I'm not sure. It seemed like one of the players in the last round, Victor, was fanning themselves as well. So maybe it's just hot on the stage, to be honest. Maybe it's just hot in Barcelona. Hang on. Highs of 80 in Barcelona. Not that hot. All right, Starbirth coming in here. Looks like prioritizing the Flying P, and then I assume a switch card as well. So the Drapion will be on the bench at this point. Oh, it's actually an escape rope. Escape rope versus switch there. The switch card might be priced, so it's maybe forced into the escape rope, or maybe only plays escape rope, to be honest. So either way, we got the punch here. Could bench this other Flying Pikachu in hand, which I think you should probably try to get that evolved on the next turn. Has the Volo in hand for next turn as well, and the Flying Pikachu is going to get loaded up. Actually, Lorenzo's like, this is looking pretty good for Lorenzo, to be honest. There's a V-Guard, so only 180. Very warm in the venue. He posted about it on X. All right, the Flying Pikachu is set up. To be honest, this is looking pretty decent for Lorenzo. You appreciate the 40-month resub there, if you man. Lugia is out. All right, we're finally going to see the chops come out. Should we have evolved the active one or the bench one? I guess is the question here from Julius. I feel like evolving the bench one makes a little bit more sense. We got an Ultra Ball in the hand. We can go ahead and grab ourselves... what is going on here? So we're loading up already. What are we doing, though? Well, all right, we'll just let Julius play. I was like, I think we're going Stone Journer, but then didn't Ultra Ball for Stone Journer. Wait, could have... Julius could have... No, I don't think we have the... No, we could have... No, we don't have the Teach Our Boss KO. Yeah, what is Julius trying to KO here? The Baby Flying Pikachu? The Pikachu V? I don't hate that, I guess. Boss KO, Flying Pikachu V. I don't know, we got to deal with this. This Flying Pikachu's about to, like, take over, though. That thing's going to draw so many prize cards. Here comes an Ultra Ball. Gets rid of a Single Strike energy. There is the Stone Journer grab. It hasn't attached for turn yet, and I don't know if there's another energy in the hand, so I was thinking the Single Strike energy would get attached to the Stone Journer. I thought maybe we were going Stone Journer, knockout active, but to be honest, I don't hate the Boss KO. If that's what Julius does here, I don't hate Boss KO on Flying Pikachu V before it evolves. That's probably the play, actually. Goes for the T-Tar over the Stonejourner. So now we don't have a great Pokemon to match into the Drapion. I'd like the Stonejourner grab a little bit more, I think. He has easy 2-3-2 with Boss. How? How does he have easy 2-3-2 with Boss? How are you getting through the Flying Pikachu? The Flying Pikachu's about to come up and swing. There's a Boss on the Flying Pikachu. Like, Lorenzo's not attacking with Arceus again. There's the knockout. Removes the Lost City. I honestly think Julius probably should have kept the Lost City in play, right? Because now this allows Lorenzo to put another Lost City in play. And then thin out by a card. Do you care about Lost City being in play? Probably not, right? I think Julius should have left the Lost City in play. You don't care if your stuff gets lost on because you can't recover it. You could make a pretty educated guess that Lorenzo can't recover his stuff either. Yeah, so we should, from Lorenzo, we should just see the Volo on the Drapion. And then let the Pikachu take over here, to be honest. As Flying Pikachu into the Arceus here isn't that good. Maybe it would make sense to retreat to the Arceus and attack with Arceus while you can. Yeah, I really don't like the T-Tar setup here from Julius. I don't like the T-Tar grab at all. I think that should be a Stonejourner. So now we can go Dunsparce plus Lugia V-Star, I guess, here. Does the Pikachu not go to Lost Zone, then the stadium gets discarded all at once? I honestly, to be honest, Police, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I actually don't know. I think stadium is discarded first. That makes sense. Honestly, if you told me one way or the other, I would agree with whatever you said, to be honest. All right. So if Julius can find the Dunsparce here, the heads. There's the Dunsparce. So we can 2-hit KO with the Lugia V-Star. And then T-Tar will be able to follow up and KO the Arceus. So I guess T-Tar versus Stonejourner probably won't end up mattering in this one. I did like the idea of the Stonejourner. Well, Stonejourner just KOs for like less energy and less risk, right? Yeah. Only one energy, just the V-Guard. There's the V-Star. Okay, this game is looking pretty good here for Julius. Just 2-hit KO the Flying Pikachu. There we go. Punch. Remove the Mezagoza from play. Don't give Lorenzo access to that. All right, this one's looking pretty good for Julius. We got the boss in hand as well, so we got some flexibility with options with the boss. The Flying Pikachu does KO the Lugia here. Actually, shoot. I thought we were looking pretty good, but there's the stupid Luminion on the bench. Yo! This all comes back to turn 1 then, bro. This all comes back to turn 1 where Julius benched the Luminion when he didn't have to. When he probably shouldn't have. He was trying to play around Pat to the peak, but like I kind of said, I don't think you're playing around Pat there. I think you just kind of let it happen. Because even if they do turn 1 Pathy, there's a higher chance that they probably turn 1 Ione than turn 1 Pathy, which means the Luminion's probably irrelevant to have put in play to begin with. And actually even hurts you to have put in play, because if you get Iono'd, the research you searched out with the Luminion is now on the bottom of your deck instead of in your deck, giving you a chance to draw into it. So Lorenzo can actually go knock out the active Lugia with Pikachu and then boss KO Luminion, win the game. Damn. And there's not much Julius can do about it, to be honest. Do they play Collapse? Oh, that is true. I forgot about Collapse. Julius does play... Julius does play the Collapse. So Julius can find the Collapsed. Makes me wonder if actually Julius should have researched last turn to dig deep for the Collapsed. So you could have like researched this turn and then also researched next turn, because you really got to find that thing, don't you? Yeah. Oh, wait, but the Lugia's not getting 1-hit KO'd here. Dude, I'm literally just like trolling so hard. The Lugia's not getting 1-hit KO'd here. I was like thinking the Lugia got 1-hit KO'd here. Dude, what am I thinking? The Lugia doesn't get 1-hit KO'd here because of the Dunsparce. That's like the whole point of this situation. All right, never mind. Julius is back in a fine situation. I'm trolling again. Lorenzo could go boss KO Luminion, load up 3 energy on the Arceus V, plus second choice belt, plus next turn V-Star, plus boss KO T-Tar. But that would give Julius a turn to put a V-Guard on the T-Tar potentially. And we do see Lorenzo is running to the Arceus here for the punch. All right, so there's a couple ways Julius can handle this. If Julius has boss, I think from Julius should just go boss KO Flying Pikachu if Julius has it, because then the T-Tar just cleans up and wins the game. And I think there is a boss in Julius's hand, so that should just Julius. Oh, there's the boss top deck. So now we just go boss the Flying P. All right, we're cooking. Julius is cooking, and then T-Tar should be able to close out the game on the next turn. Should be able to close it out on the next turn. We'll see. Flying Pikachu, the big threat is down. The Flying Pikachu's gone. The threat is the blimp is gone. There's the Arceus, but there's no boss or second choice spell in the hand here for Lorenzo. So Lorenzo cannot KO that T-Tar off the bench. The chance of that happening was pretty low. So I think we're going to get a game 3 here from this. Yeah, the Dunsparce makes a huge difference in this matchup. I mean, I don't think Julius is teching for Flying Pikachu. I don't know. Maybe Julius knew. Julius saw the future. It was like, round 5, I'm going to be on stream against Arceus Flying Pikachu. And to be honest, that matchup's pretty tough without Dunsparce. But it's probably for Raikou, right? Is that the only... Oh, no, it's for Miraidon. That's what it's for. It's definitely for Miraidon. I was like, what is it for? It's definitely for Miraidon. Yeah, Julius was scared of the Miraidon. I was like, what do you even play that for? If you play Dunsparce, you also play Dunsparce? I don't know. Julius might play it, to be honest. Or for Raikou and Miraidon, yeah. It's definitely for those two things. It's not actually for the... To be honest, putting Dunsparce in play against Lost Box is not that good, because it's like a free prize card for... Yeah, it's like a free prize card. All right, Julius draws, checks the discard pile fast. Is there a single strike energy in there? Yes, there is. Okay, we got to earn a hand, earn for the single strike energy. Arcap's number 1. There is a single strike energy prize, but it looks like, yeah, there's 2 energy in here at least. And Craglanch for the KO. Knockout. We're going to game 3, but we only have 9 minutes left. So this is basically where you just want to play as fast as possible. It is very possible. It's in this situation, the matchup is definitely favored. What? The Manaphy? This matchup is definitely favored for Julius because it's just a lot harder. It takes longer for the Arceus deck to win. But Julius can literally win in 3 attacks, right? KO2 Prizer, KO2 Prizer, KO2 Prizer. So, yeah, Julius can win this in literally 3 attacks. The hand is definitely solid for Julius as well. Got double Aroma, double Ultra Ball. So really just looking for like 1 heads on an Aroma. And then we'll probably, unless they top deck a Research or a Draw Supporter, probably have to go the Luminian route, but that's like not that big of a deal. It's fine. And at this point, Julius shouldn't be playing. There is like a possibility that like Lorenzo plays the one of path that the Arceus decks sometimes play. There's the pass over to Julius. Lorenzo chose to keep the... I'm actually curious about that. I don't know which is better. Lorenzo chose to keep the Escape Rope over the Switch. Had the option of both. And chose to keep Escape Rope. I don't actually know which one's better, to be honest. Could have kept both, but then you discard the energy, and you'd probably rather keep the energy. Yeah, with how it's going to play out, which one... I guess it could like end up in a situation where like Julius could use Luminian, and the only things on the bench could be Luminian, and that's it. And then you could Escape Rope, force up Luminian, KO it. That sounds like a pretty reasonable reason to do it to me. 2 earned prize can hit hard. Was there 2 earned prize? I mean, in this matchup, to be honest, with the way it should play out, I think you need 1 earn or just 4 single strike energy. Like, I actually don't think in this matchup it doesn't matter too much. You're not trying to like back-to-back T-Tars or anything. You need to use 1 T-Tar or 1 Stonejourner to KO Arceus, and that's like it. So it should be fine. Okay, here comes Ultra Ball to go get another Archeops. Has Dunsparce in hand, so he's gonna have to bench that. That does open up like a slight opportunity for Lorenzo, I guess, to like have like turn 2 boss KO the Dunsparce, which would be kind of annoying. But Lorenzo's hand really doesn't support that very well. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left. Yeah, Lorenzo's hand does not support boss KOing Dunsparce very well, so that's probably not going to happen. Dunsparce is probably not worth it, but you can make some sick plays. Definitely make some sick plays. Yeah, it's probably not worth it, though. There we go. There's the Research. Yeah, the big question is here, will there be another Pokemon bench? And the answer is no. So here's the Read the Win. So the Escape Rope here is actually going to be pretty effective from Lorenzo, because either you get a two prizes on the Luminian, which is great. Ooh, got the Nest Ball for the Flying Pikachu as well. Also, I guess like the one thing that could happen here is Lorenzo could whiff the Arceus V-Star. Nest Ball, going to go Flying Pikachu, and then play Escape Rope. I like waiting to play the Escape Rope as well here, because you probably want to push up the Flying Pikachu, and depending on if you actually hit the Arceus V-Star or not, you could retreat back into the Vulpix. If you don't get the Arceus V-Star, you probably don't want to leave your Arceus. Well, maybe you would just Trinity Charge with Arceus, even if you whiff the V-Star, to be honest. I'm not sure. See, this is tough for Julius. I think you send up Luminian here, but I'm actually not 100% sure. I think Luminian is the send up here, though. This is a tough one, though. Because making your Lugia's guaranteed 2-hit KOs seems worth it. Yeah, making your Lugia's guaranteed 2-hit KOs seems worth it here from Julius. And there's the Iona for 6. Is there going to be an Arceus is the question, though. If there's no Arceus, then Julius is honestly in a fine spot. If there is an Arceus, I don't think Julius is in a terrible spot. I think it's still winnable. And there's no Arceus! Now, the question is, do you Trinity Charge? The answer is probably yes. You don't just want to get your lone Arceus boss KO'd. You probably Trinity Charge to the Flying Pikachu. It's a pretty bad spot for Lorenzo, though. We'll see. Here comes another Nest Ball. You probably want to put another Arceus V in play. So if your lone Arceus V gets KO'd, then you can... If your lone Arceus V gets KO'd, then you can still have access to Starbirth next turn. Because you already have like a Vulpix in play, and now you have 2 Flying Pikachus in play. So eventually another Arceus V honestly doesn't make that big of a difference. And you want access to Starbirth potentially. Because yeah, Julius could just have like boss KO on Arceus. Yeah, only 1 minute and 30 left. And it is going to be the Trinity Charge from Lorenzo. Like I said, with the other 2 liabilities on your bench, I think Lorenzo should have used that other Nest Ball to get an Arceus V. Like, Starbirth is just such a powerful ability. You don't want to limit yourself from it. We might just see Julius go boss KO the Flying Pikachu V off the bench anyways, though, which makes sense. That makes sense to me to go for. We see Lorenzo's actually even splitting up the energy. There's a boss KO. There's the Lugia V-Star. Here are the chops. Here's where you just need to cook, though, as Julius. Like, so why keeping like track of time is so important. Like, these are the situations where it's like you just need to be playing cards. Like, Julius needs to just be playing cards as fast as possible. The chance that this doesn't end in a tie is pretty unlikely, to be honest, overall anyways, but still, you want to give yourself the best odds of that. Even if it means you make mistakes, the chance of the increasing your odds of actually winning the game versus the mistakes that get made is like worth it. So like Julius is taking like so long to do all these actions. Like, these should have been done in like a second. And now time is called. Julius has turned 0, and now it's guaranteed tie. Not saying like it would have made that much of a difference if Julius had played faster, but in this game in general, Julius should have played faster. Like, overall, like, just should have played so much faster. Like, even on like Lorenzo's side, Lorenzo probably should have been playing faster too. Like, if your goal is to win the match, like, you at some point want to like not care as much about misplaying and more so increase your odds of winning the match. So at the expense of misplaying, you want to like play faster. So like, instead of taking that extra 5 seconds to think about what should I Archeops for, where should I put the Archeops energy, should I Nest Ball, should I not Nest Ball, what should I get off the Nest Ball, what should I Ultra Ball, what should I get off the Ultra Ball, just like start playing cards. Just like play cards. And you're gonna mess up. There's a higher chance that you make mistakes. And you might feel silly for the mistakes you make after the fact, but like, your goal is to maximize your odds of winning the match. So would Julius have won if he had taken 2 prize cards? No. So the way time works is like when time expires, it goes to +3 turns. So Julius's turn 0, Lorenzo's turn 1, Julius's turn 2, Lorenzo's turn 3, and then after turn 3, if no one has won the match, then you go to the record, and if the record is tied at 1-1 or 0-0, then it's a tie. But if either player was up 1 game, then they would get the match win. So for the current situation, it's impossible for anyone to draw 6 prize cards in 2 turns. So they just chose to tie as soon as time was called. They're like, okay, we have +3. Neither of us can draw 6 prize cards. Do you want to tie? And he's like, yeah, let's tie. That's why they did like the fist bump at the end right there. Do they have access to the timer? No. Actually, I don't know. They might be able to, like, from the stage, it's possible these players, if there's timers on the floor, it's possible these players could see the timers on the floor. But you can also just ask a judge how much time is left in the round. And you can ask, and the judge can tells you the exact amount of time remaining. But if you're trying to maximize your win percentage, so you know when you're about, so you know how much time is left in the round, which can help you maximize your win percentage, you should wear a watch. Like, everyone, if your goal is to get better at the game and win more, you should wear a watch. Not wearing a watch means, the way I like to explain it when coaching is like, if you sit down across from your opponent, irrelevant of what the matchup is, if you show up with a watch, a notepad, and you check your prize cards, you neutrally have an advantage against your opponent. Not that you're favored, but you have some slight you have some slight increase in your win percentage against your opponent, even if it's an unfavorable matchup. Irrelevant of the matchup, if you do those 3 things, you are more likely to beat your opponent than you were if you didn't. And if your opponent does those things and you don't do those things, then you're at just a neutral disadvantage. Not maybe to the point where it's like disadvantageous, but it could make the matchup closer than it should be. And if you both do those things, you're just neutral. So why would you want to walk into a scenario and have a disadvantage? There's no reason to, right? So check your prize cards, take notes on things that are relevant. The only things I take note on is I write down the start time of the round, and I write my prize cards down. And then sometimes I'll write down weird stuff that my opponent's decks might play. Like if I go up against a Lost Tina player and they play 4 Pats at the Peak in game 1, I might write that down. So for game 2 and game 3, I remember that they play 4 Pats at the Peak, but new clock rules though make watches less needed. I mean, you could look around for a judge to call a judge to tell you how much time is left, or you could just know how much time is left. Also, like the point of wearing a watch is so you know how much time is left, right? And like I said, it's an advantage for you to show up with a watch. But if you show up with a watch and then you also give your opponent a watch, then all of a sudden you're just like, it's just neutral at that point. So when you call over a judge to tell you how much time is left, then your opponent also knows how much time is left. So then at that point, you may as well just like show up with a watch for your opponent and be like, here's a watch. Like I've had people in the tournament, like I'll take note of how much time is left in a round, and then people will ask me how much time is left in the round. I'm like, I'm not gonna tell you. Like, like I know how much time is left. I'm not gonna tell you though. So I'm not trying to look around to try and find a judge to tell me how much time is left. I'd rather just know how much time is left. Because when I call over a judge to tell me how much time is left, my opponent also now knows the information of how much time is left. And then also, yeah, I mean, if there's clocks around the room and they're visible, like if there's clocks around the room and they're fully visible no matter where you're sitting, then you don't really need a watch. That's the only reason you wouldn't need a watch, though, if the clocks around the room are fully visible. But like at Pittsburgh specifically, depending on where you were sitting, you couldn't see the clocks very well. Like they had like 4 to 6 clocks at Pittsburgh, but depending on where you were sitting, you just couldn't see the clock. You forgot an exclamation point there, Blaze. Takes time to ask the question to the judge. Exactly. I'd rather just check how much time is left during my opponent's turn. Those clocks are wrong sometimes. Also, yeah, the clocks are wrong sometimes. You can't set a timer on your watch, Fizzle. You can't set a timer on your watch. If you're wearing a smartwatch, you have to put it in airplane mode. Yeah, so the Pittsburgh, I just kept track of my own time during Pittsburgh. Well, I only played 6 rounds, so. Did you see Julius post a tweet that he has an asthma attack while playing on stream? I did see that, yeah. Speaking of your coaching, I have played Magic for 25 years and just got to Pokemon recently. Do you think I'd get any value out of a coaching, or should I play more first? I would say play a decent amount first, but yeah, I would say play a decent amount first, and then if you feel like you're plateauing really hard, or like want like a additional spike in like helping. But I would say like, yeah, it depends how much you've been playing it. If you played Magic for 25 years, I would say just put some time into Pokemon first, and then see where you're at, and then kind of go from there, and feel like if you're hitting a plateau pretty aggressively. I heard you got Fluxing, Grant, and Trainer Hill between rounds though. Yeah, I haven't played Flux in so long, but yeah, Hill had Flux on him, so we're doing a little Fluxing. I forgot how weird that game is too. It's like it's fun. It's a fun, fast game to play. But it's cool how different the games can be game to game in Flux. It's definitely cool how different the games can be. Oh, there is Miraidon. I assume Alberto's playing. Yeah, there's a Red Candy. Lawson, Zard. No, not that Hill, Paul. Different Hill. Yo, what's up, Jeff? Is there ever a situation where a judge calls time incorrectly? Would you dispute that or just have to take it? I'm sure you could argue for a time extension, Myth. You could definitely argue for a time extension. If a judge gave you the wrong amount of, if the judge said you had like 20 minutes left and there was only 10 minutes left, I don't know. Could you argue for a time extension? I don't know if you could, to be honest. Yeah, the more actually like thinking through the scenario, I don't know if you could, to be honest. I think it would just be like, oh well, time's up. Yeah, I think it would just be like, oh well, time's up. I appreciate you not just going for the easy money. Yeah, of course, no problem. Yeah, I'd say just invest some time into the game and then see. I think coaching is definitely beneficial, but like having some initial idea if you feel like you're plateauing to begin with is good. It depends how like aggressively competitive you're trying to be. Like if you're just trying to play Pokemon, then and as long as you feel like you're improving, and that's like if you're just trying to play Pokemon, but you also want to be more competitive and keep improving as a player, but you feel like that's happening through playing the game, then like I don't think coaching is truly necessary, especially if you have like people to play with too. Like if you have, people locally that are like you have friends or like a group that you play with and test with as well. Like that's gonna be a big, if not the majority of your growth is going to come from having like players like that to play with for sure. So if you already have that going for you, then that should already lead to a lot of growth in the game in general. I appreciate the prompts up there. Rava X, welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of shrimp, but we've got plenty of molasses. We have a broken flavor text. Are you going to tell it to me? Or do you think I should save it to use on chip? All right, chat. Before we actually get into the next round, I'm going to take a quick break and talk about Factor. Check out the link in the description. They're sponsoring the stream today. They are a meal plan service. So if you're like me and you have got not that much time to actually worry about food and you want to make it fast and easy, then check them out, factor75.com. And this is the site. This is where you can select your plan and what kind of meals you're looking for. Like me personally, I lift, so I would be going with the Protein Plus, but they got Chef's Choice, which I'm sure is just like whatever the chef wants to do at the time. Keto, Flexitarian, Vegetarian, Vegan and Veggie, Calorie Smart. And then this is, you know, how many meals you want per week. This would definitely be something I would do where I'm just trying to like supplement my current meal prepping stuff. So for me, something like 8 meals a week is something I'd be looking at doing. Just try and mix up what I generally eat week to week for what I already meal prep. And if you use the link in the chat, use my link, you get 50% off your first box. So the first box can be 50% off, so it's like $6.50 a meal, and then your next 4 boxes come at 20% off. So it's like the breakdown of how much you'll be paying per meal. So like I said, if you're someone who's busy, you don't have a lot of time, you're not trying to eat out all the time, you don't like cooking. Honestly, I'm not a very good cook. I don't like cooking. My meal prepping is pretty simple. So being able to supplement it with something like this and kind of mix up what I eat week to week and give it a little bit more variety while actually not spending any more time cooking. Because, yeah, I don't like cooking. I don't like spending time cooking. I'd much rather be working. I'd much rather be streaming or working on YouTube videos than cooking personally. So if you're someone who's like me who's busy and values their time in different ways, then definitely check them out. This might be for you. Factor75.com. And if you go over here, I think we go over here and take a look at the menu, the weekly menu. You can look at all the different meals on here to see what interests you. And then when you go through your order process, you can select what meals you want. There's a bunch of different options. You can select what looks best to you or what you want to try. Like I said, 50% off with the link in the chat. Or you can use my code. But if you click on the link, it auto-applies the code. You click on the link in the chat, it'll take you here. It'll auto-apply the code, I believe. Yeah, right there. The code is already auto-applied. 50% off your first box, 20% off the next 4 boxes. Check it out. Factor75.com. Use my code while it's, or use my link while it's available if you want to support me and everything I do over here. I want endless steaks. I'm going to have steak, so that's possible. You could have endless steak. All right. Yeah, shout out to Factor for sponsoring the stream once again. I appreciate it. Check them out. I'm going to go grab some food myself right now. I need to go get some food. I'm going to go get my yogurt and fruit, and then we're going to get into rounds. I think we're going into round number 6 here. I haven't been through too many rounds yet, but we'll be right back. I'll be right back with round number 6. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, I should have. You're right, Decapod. You guys, if you guys want to take the biggest advantage of the savings, the more you get, the more you save on that first initial box of the 50%. What is the rat costume? Oh, you know. Yeah, shout out to Factor once again, sponsoring the stream. Check them out. Factor75.com. Use my link. Auto applies my code. Take advantage of that 50% off with your first box, your first order. Have to go check them out. I do edit my own videos, Charge, but my videos don't really have very much edit. They have a little bit of editing. And if I had more time, to be honest, I would edit my videos more, but I don't really edit them very much. They're not offering to edit. Lorelai said she needs an editor. Lorelai's been looking for an editor for her stuff. Well, I don't know if anyone in chat is offering to edit or not, but if anyone is interested in getting into the editing of content creators thing, not for free, obviously, but if anyone's interested in doing editing for a content creator, Lorelai is apparently looking for an editor, so. But nice cuts. Oh, like you mean like the transitions between stuff? Or all right, let's get into this next round. Maridon versus, I believe the player on the right. I saw someone talking about it on Twitter, to be honest. So I'm pretty sure the player on the right is rocking Lost Charizard. You're an editor and you need a job. All right, well, you can send me a DM and then I can give you Lorelai's information. You guys can go from there. Lorelai brought the cat for y'all to take a look at real fast. Azul, have you reviewed Tord's game yet? No. I think Tord is the next round, though. I'm going to finish day one out. I'm going to try. I only have, what, 3 rounds left after this round? Yeah, I should be able to. That's going to be the plan here. All right. Lossard going first against the Marauder. Honestly, in this matchup, I don't, of course, they don't know the matchup, but just like speak on the matchup in general. I'm sure neither player probably knew what the other one was playing, but honestly, I think I would choose to go second as the Lossard player. Like, you just assume they always get the turn one attack as the Raikou, so you may as well have like one more turn of a Colress before they get a prize card. So I think in this matchup, I think both players want to choose to go second, actually. Wait. Yeah, honestly, I think both players should just choose to go second in this matchup. Because, like, you just give your opponent less to work with on the initial setup. You just get the first prize card before they can, like, set up as much. They don't get to play the Colress. Yeah. I think both players should choose to go. It's hard for me to say that the Maridon player should choose to go second, though. Is the one playing Fantina? Oh, wait, there's a Fantina in there? Well, there's Fantina in there. We're playing that much for the late game. I would say definitely. I think we should definitely see, I think definitely the Charizard deck should be going second here for sure. Here comes down the Charmander with the energy. I almost feel like this energy should be attached to a Comfey, actually, instead. Like, I think Alberta should attach... Well, yeah, because you could get Iono or Judge here. I think Alberta should attach that energy to the bench Comfey. And then, if Raikou knocks out the active, then you set up the Comfey with the energy. And if Caesar escape ropes, you can push up the Cram. So, I'm curious to see... Yeah, we'll see here. I mean, I'm just kind of assuming that Caesar's going to get off a turn one attack. It's Fantina play or Pogo, Pokemon Go one. Is there a Pokemon Go Fantina? I don't think so. All right, I have no idea what Caesar's doing here. I think it's just Maridon chaining. Yo, appreciate the 213 sub there, Top Deck TCG. Hope everyone is having a great week. Hope everyone going as well. And then appreciate that Prime sub there. Sold hotcakes. Oh, I meant Pog as in... Well, no, but then Paul asked the question. Wait, Fantina's a Pokemon? No, Fantina's a supporter card that says your Pokemon take 100 less damage, and you can only play it if you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone. Oscar Medicine is the one playing Fantina and ended 702 day one. Oh, okay. So Alberto doesn't have the Fantina? All right, back to the game. It's getting loaded up. Oh, there's the path too. So Caesar's also playing the path. Also whiffs the turn one attack, actually. Okay, so that's kind of bad. That's actually... Oh, and also Caesar's hand sucks. But the paths are really good in this matchup. Is that water energy from Alberto? So plays water, psychic, and fire? Wait, then plays Mirage Gate as well, right? Dude, there's so much in this list, bro. This deck literally has everything. All right, I'm not a big fan of Alberto's list, to be honest. There's so much stuff in here. There's there's just so much stuff. There has to be Mirage Gate in here as well then, right? Why would you play water energy without Mirage Gate? Dude, this list is cooking. Ooh, gotta go with the stadium here, I feel like. It depends how many rare candy are in the list. There's a rare candy Zard in the hand right now, though. I don't know. I don't think Alberto should... You could set up the Charizard this turn, I guess. I don't think you have to... You're, like, pressed to do it as Alberto, because you're not KOing the active no matter what. Like, Charizard doesn't KO the active. There's a candy Zard. Here comes the fire energies. There's one of the prize cards, I believe. Oh, a gate? Was there? I just didn't see it, I guess. Yeah, I guess I just didn't see it. So we should probably load up 2 fires on a Charizard and then 1 fire to a Charmander. Yeah, 2 fires on the Charizard, 1 fire to the Charmander. Then we have the Jet to get into the second Comfy. Oh, wait, we can go 2 and 2 here, actually. Actually, I don't even think Alberto remember that fire was there, because Alberto was about to attach the energy and then saw that fire, was like, okay, what are we doing? How are we cooking? But yeah, I think 2-2 makes the most sense here. There's really no pressure on your Charmander. You don't care if they boss KO it. We have Greninja to use, get rid of that water, draw some more cards here. There's a Colress. There's a boss even. What can we do with the boss? Anything really cool? Honestly, a boss KO with Crayon on the Zeraora. I think that's actually really good. Yeah, did we already use Colress? We haven't used Colress yet. Yeah, I think Alberto should go boss KO with Zeraora with Cram. I actually really like that play, because then you can follow up with a Sableye KO and a Mareep. I think Alberto sees that, going with the Comfy play, probably going for the Rod here over the Fire. Because you'd play, if you're going to play Colress, you'd play Colress before using Comfy. But yeah, Alberto sees the boss play here. You could also KO the Mareep. In the late game, I mean, the longer the game goes on, the Mareep becomes more value than the Zeraora. So honestly, boss KO Mareep, I'm not a... The only reason I don't like the idea of boss KO Mareep over Zeraora, because if you're just kind of going the aggressive prize trade route, you don't really care how the game, like, what Caesar does, and you just care about the prize cards flowing in your favor. You can KO the Flaffy at any point, the Flaffy or the Mareep at any point with Sableye, but Zeraora with a Bravery Charm gets around Sableye KO. So that's why I lean a little bit more towards the Zeraora. Oh, wait. Wait, did Alberto already play a supporter? 530. Oh, wait, Alberto did play a Colress. Wait, no, did Alberto play a Colress? Oh, this was such a long turn. I didn't think Alberto played a supporter. All right. Don't listen to me. Yeah, don't listen to me. This is the only possible play from Alberto, so this makes the most sense from Alberto. Yeah, I was trolling. They have the... Oh, that's true. I could have just looked down there. That would have told me. Yeah. The supporter one, I think, is always used, though, because it's a different shade. They need to not do that. The supporter one should be the same shade as everything else. And it's just a draw pass from Caesar. Well, we knew Caesar's hand was dead. Yep. This might be a fast one here. This is a game... When would I concede? I'm trying to think about when I would concede as Caesar. Because this is like... I think this matchup is fine for Caesar because of the path to the peaks to throw off the Zard from actually just being able to chain Zard. Am I trolling, or is that brand new for this broadcast? It wasn't on Pittsburgh, right? It is different. It is different. I don't know if we'll see it at the next North American Regional. It might just be something they're doing over in Europe. But we'll see. If I'm Caesar, when do I concede? I think I concede this turn. I think we should concede this turn. It's an EU thing from Limitless. It's what they used to do. Yeah, but like the EU streams are now being run by TPCI. So are like now... Wait, are they being run by... Actually, I don't know if they are being run by TPCI, but maybe TPCI is now officially... TPCI might be officially just advertising them. Because they didn't do that. They didn't officially advertise them last year, I believe. Limitless guys were still there. Okay. Yeah, maybe the Limitless guys are still running it, and it's just like, now it's more official. TPCI is making it more official, I guess. I don't know the actual situation. It's TPCI, but Limitless dudes were tweeting like they were backstage. I know Connor is still running stuff, I think, for the most part. I think Connor might be still the head of stuff over there. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, I think I would just concede here as Caesar. That's what I'm trying to get to. I think I would just concede here as Caesar. Let's just go next. Like, and this is like a really important thing to be able to judge as a player, is like the big thing here for Caesar is like, what is your goal? Well, your goal is to win the match. Is it a bad matchup? No, it's probably a fine matchup. Path to the Peak slows down Charizard pretty aggressively. Caesar probably plays a pretty heavy path count. All right, it's a winnable matchup. So where is your time most valuable? This is the way you want to think about this. I've actually just come to the conclusion on this is like the best way to explain this. Where is your time most valuable? Do you want to spend time playing a game where you have a 5% chance to win, or do you want to spend time playing a game where you have even an unfavorable chance to win, so where you have a 40% chance to win? You probably want to spend more time playing a game where you have a 40% chance to win, and then hopefully you win that, and then you go into game 3, and let's say now you have more time to play another 40% chance. But yeah, you don't want to spend any time playing a game where you have a 5% chance to win the game. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to waste time there, right? And you have a finite amount of time, right? We have 41 minutes and 52 seconds left. Caesar has got to be like, how do I want to use this 41 minutes and 52 seconds? So I want to spend more of it here in this game where I have a 2% chance to win, or do I want to spend it more? And let's say it's an unfavorable matchup for Caesar still, or do I want to spend more of that 41 minutes and 52 seconds in matches where I have a 40% chance to win? You probably want to spend it in the 40% chance to win. So I think Caesar at this point should probably just scoop. Right after Caesar top decked and was dead, Caesar probably should have scooped then. I think that's what I think I would have done. Amy said it is here the first official Pokemon stream to cast, so TBC has to be involved. We even see Alberto getting aggressive here and going for the KO. I didn't even think Alberto was going to do that, to be honest. I thought Alberto was just going to punch with Cram, but... all right, one fleet-footed. It is an Iono. See, but the thing is, this is like almost a bad thing. This is almost a bad thing that Caesar top decked the Iono, because it's like prompting Caesar to stay in the game. The only argument against that is if Caesar feels like this matchup is so bad that you want to draw out this game and win game 2 and then tie. I guess that is fair. Yeah, if you feel like the matchup is truly awful. But I don't know. This matchup seems like it should probably be fine for Caesar. You have a way to want to KO the Charizard with Raichu. You have paths to disrupt the Charizards. I feel like Caesar's probably should concede this one and just go next. I feel like it's a fine matchup. It could be a bad matchup, though. I guess it could be a bad matchup. That'd be like, yeah, that would be fair. If it is a terrible matchup, then just makes Alberto draw 6 prize cards and then hopefully somehow cheese him in game 2 and then game 3 doesn't finish. Yeah. Draw there from Caesar. You at least get to attack. You also get second Mareep down, which is pretty good. Actually, do you want to bench another sheep? I guess benching second Mareep here is fine because you already put 2-1. Well, actually, no. Alberto has drawn 2 prize cards. Yeah, so benching the sheep here is fine because you still have 2 other 1-prizers in play. We probably should see the Miraidon get used before the Iono even happened, to be honest. And Caesar also plays the Zapdos. So yeah, KOing the Charizard's like, wait, what is the math on the Charizard? How much HP does Charizard have? 330? Oh no, so you still need the extra energy. For some reason, I thought Charizard had 310 HP. What's Alberto's Twitter? No clue. Might have Alberto in it, though. You got a starting point. Let us know if you find it. A tie is definitely better than a loss. A tie is definitely better than a loss. A tie is better than a loss. So it does depend on how good of a matchup do you think you're playing against. But theoretically, you want to play as much Pokemon as possible where you think, because like when you sit down across from someone in a Pokemon tournament, once you've kind of analyzed the matchup, and it's like let's say it's a 50-50 to a favorable matchup, or even just like a slightly unfavorable matchup, you want to assume you're the more prepared player. When you sit down to play a match of Pokemon, unless the matchup is a terrible matchup, if it's like a slightly unfavorable matchup, an even matchup, or a favorable matchup, irrelevant of those, unless it's a truly terrible matchup, but to any of the other 3, you want to assume you're the better player, the more prepared player, and you're going to play well in that game. And then that means you want to maximize your time playing Pokemon. Now, some games could go poorly, and those you should be able to, you want to be able to assess when you should concede those. So then you want to take those situations where it's like, well, I have a 10% chance to win this game, but I have a 60% chance, or maybe a 55 in one of them because my opponent will go first in one of them, and then a 60% chance to win the one where I go first. I'd rather play more of those games of Pokemon than this one where I'm losing at 10. So sure, you could stick out game 1 longer, lose, and then when you win game 2, it's going to be a tie. But I would rather have more time for game 3. I would rather have more time for game 3 where it's a 50-50 at that point, right? So game 1, you're losing, you're in a terrible spot. You have a 10% chance to win, but I'd rather have more time playing the 60% chance to win game and the 50% chance to win game than spending any more time in this 10% chance to win game. So I'd rather just pack it up, scoop it up in game 1, go to game 2. I have a 60% chance to win. I win that. Now going into game 3, there's plenty of time for game 3 now because I conceded game 1 so early. And it is only a 50-50. But once again, let's say it's a true 50-50 at that point because the matchup is an advantage. I'm assuming I'm the better player, the more prepared player, and I'm going to play well. Now my opponent could also play well. But if everyone plays perfectly in a game, if everyone prepares perfectly for a tournament of Pokemon, and everyone plays perfectly, the Pokemon tournament is truly just all random at that point as to who wins. So, but there's like the percentage of players that are like even getting close to maximizing their preparation and play in tournament is like 0.001%, right? And even then, you don't need to do that to maximize your results at a tournament either. So that's why like you don't have to go super hard to win or do well at Pokemon tournaments because like to get a good result at a Pokemon tournament, you don't have to put in that much prep time theoretically, or even actually played like super well. It's getting more and more competitive with the level of players that the level that players are being pushed to, and how much bigger the tournaments and how much bigger the game is getting. So definitely how well you have to prepare and play at a tournament is getting higher. But it's like not out of reach to just like, put in a decent amount of time and play decently well. Maybe make some mistakes and still like push for like a top 16, even like a top 8 finish. But if you want to consistently do it, you have to put in that extra preparation, and play extra well. But yeah, you want to analyze how good of a matchup it is. What is my current win percentage? What is my follow-up win percentages? Or like that's how you can like break it down more analytically. A lot of it just comes off of feeling though. It's like, I think I just lose here, or it's like, I think I can win. I have a better chance to win if I concede here, right? So like that's how you can just say, you can say it like that, or you can get really analytical about it and be like, do I want to spend more time playing a match where I have a 95% chance to lose with a 5% chance to win, or do I want to concede this, go first in game 2 where I have a 60% chance to win because I'm going first and my opponent has a 40% chance to win, and then we go to game 3 where my opponent's now going first, so they have a 60% chance to win, then I have a 40% chance to win. But both of those games where I have a 60% chance to win and a 40% chance to win, I'd rather spend more time playing Pokemon in those games than the current game where I have a 5% chance to win, right? So I think when you break it down analytically, it makes more sense. But when you're actually like playing in a tournament, you're just like, this game sucks. I'm going to game 2, right? You're not sitting there thinking like, okay, 5% chance here, 4% chance there, 10% chance there, 60% chance in the next game, and so on and so forth. I think it's good to hear it broken down analytically, so you kind of like have a better understanding of it for your future games. Dude, Caesar could actually make a comeback here. Maybe I'm gonna eat my words here, and Caesar's just gonna make a comeback. that would be funny. It was like that turn from Alberta was literally nothing. It was just draw attack. I mean, this damage can be taken advantage of later though, for sure, through like a Sableye attack. But that hand from Alberta is not looking great. Not looking great, but we're still in a good spot for Alberta here for sure. Zapdos getting set up for Caesar. Zapdos is like a solid attacker here, I guess, because Caesar is on odd prize cards, but it is just swing with Raikou, which means the Cramorant can just KO this in response at the very least. Oh, the hand's actually pretty good here. Alberta's got some options in here. Double Cram as well. Interesting. 2 Crams. Now, are we using that beach court, or are we using this? A lot of stadiums in this list as well. Are the cards smaller or the dice larger? That's the real question. They use small cards in Spain. Yeah, the cards are just smaller in Spain. All right, goes for the Sableye. Attacking with Sableye would be really good here for Alberta, but you don't have to attack with Sableye here. If you just like end up with a Cram attack, it's probably going to be fine. There's the cut. Here we go. Second Comfy. There's a Colress. We're cooking. It's all good. We have another switch card in hand as well, so that will at least lead to attack with Cram at the very least. I think if we got a Psychic here, we'd prefer that. Ooh, there's an Ultra Ball in here as well. All right. Giving up the Ultra Ball, giving up the Comfy. Looks like, I mean, all the other Escape Rope, Super Rod. Really favoring the Super Rod there. Alberto is. I think you give it the Ultra Ball here. The Ultra Ball's got to be trash. Ooh, gives it the Escape Rope. I don't know if I like that. Switch cards are cool, especially when you're trying to like use Sableye at some point, maybe. But we are doing the Cram hit here, so maybe the Sableye is not going to come up to be as important from here on out. So the Ultra Ball might be the better grab here to guarantee a Charizard next turn. I wonder if I don't know if I like that from Alberto. Not playing the Super Rod there from Alberto. I don't know if I like that. Depends what's in the discard pile. Recovering the Charizard could be cool. You really want to draw into Charizard if you get Ionoed. Getting the energy back in the deck is pretty cool. Enables Greninja. There was no Psychic energy in the discard pile to abuse with the Sableye. But getting the Water energy back would open the option of using Greninja on this next turn, maybe, which could be okay. KO the Flaffy, set up some damage for a Sableye win. All right, let her play. How do I feel about this Lost Zard deck? I just haven't played enough with it. I don't think it doesn't seem very good. I'll tell you that. I don't think it doesn't seem very good, but I haven't really played with it, so I think it's getting stomped by every other Lost Zone deck. I think this Lost Star deck is getting bodied by Lost Tina, Lost Box, Lost this, Lost that. So that's like my problem with the deck. But is it good against the other decks? Probably pretty good against Miraidon. Probably pretty good against Lugia. So it definitely has its good matchups. But I'm personally not trying to take a hard matchup to Lost Zone decks in general. So that's where I feel like it's going to struggle the most. I did it for a good couple of hours and had some solid results. It's been fun, but definitely very mid. That's what I feel. It feels like it's like okay deck. Fantina is the key. I don't know. I don't think Fantina changes much because like, ooh, I don't know if I like that even actually from Caesar. Well, did we have to play the escape rope there? Because I feel like KOing that Cramorant is pretty good here from Caesar because that's like the only attacker on board that Alberto has for sure. Because if Alberto just goes, okay, you attacked with Zapdos in my comfy, Cram puncher Zapdos, and then Sableye KO, game's over. I don't actually like that from Caesar. I don't know if I wasn't really paying attention. I don't know if Caesar could have avoided it, but I think actually KOing the Cram and then hoping Alberto's hand just sucks is probably the better play. Because the fact that Caesar doesn't even have a hand disruption card here is like already puts him in such a bad spot that I don't know. It's just not that just in a pretty rough spot no matter what. Does have the Sableye play. This could get a little weird here for. This could get a little weird here for Alberto. If Alberto does go attack with Sableye here, what are you gonna KO? Probably just KO the Zapdos to be honest, which is okay. But like then if like a Raikou attacks next turn, Alberto doesn't have a way to win the game next turn. Caesar won't win on the next turn either. But that makes things a little bit awkward. It feels like I feel like that makes things a little bit awkward. I feel like this Ultra Ball from Alberto should almost be played right now. Because if you get Iono, the last thing you want to see after you get an Iono is an Ultra Ball in a Lost Zone Charizard deck. Unless you literally have Ultra Ball Rare Candy Charizard. But the chance that happens is pretty unlikely. I kind of feel like Alberto, because you're going to thin out the Ultra Ball and 2 other dead cards. So I feel like the Ultra Ball should just be played here as Alberto. Because if Caesar doesn't Iono you, well then you just have your hand is just sick. But if Caesar Ionos you, then your hand sucks. Is Caesar scooping? What? Bro, why? We stuck it out this long as Caesar to concede? I'm tilted. I want to see what's in the hand. Is the hand that bad, maybe? Wait, Caesar didn't even see the top deck. Dude, there's no way, bro. There's no way we stuck it out this long to concede, bro. Dude. Maybe Caesar has the perfect analysis of the situation and is like, all right, this is the perfect amount of time remaining for me to win. He wants to tie. If Caesar wanted to tie, then you would play out the rest of your turn here and make Alberto have the win. If Caesar, because 30 minutes left is way more than enough time to win a game of Pokemon, for Caesar to win a game of Pokemon. If Caesar wants to tie here, then you play out this next turn. You make Alberto draw the 6 prize cards. So this makes no sense. This is like the most in between. This is like not picking to try and win the game or tie the match. This is the most in between choice like ever. Like playing out those extra turns and then conceding on this turn. Like, are you trying to get the tie? Or are you trying to play for the win? Like, what is the? This is the most. Yeah, it's the most in between. Oh, most in between choice like ever. It's like not playing for either of them. All right, we go next. Though. See, like I was saying, if I was Caesar, I would have conceded. I think this matchup. I don't know this matchup very well, but you know what? I'm also gonna go out and go on a limb here and say, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that Caesar is not experienced in the Lost Box Charizard matchup either, and doesn't know how this matchup actually plays out. So I would say, Caesar probably should have kept playing or conceded game 1 way earlier. Like conceding game 1 way earlier, I think makes the most sense. So it guarantees you're gonna finish. Dude, 30 minutes is way more than enough time to finish a game. You don't need 30 minutes to finish a game with Miraidon. You're chilling. You need like 20 minutes. But more time is not enough to finish a game through, right? Well, if you conceded immediately, you would have had enough time. He chooses to go first, which is wild to me. I don't think I actually am like a little bit in between on that. I think it is, and if someone has a reason why it isn't, I think it's actually not possible for it to be correct for one player to go first in a matchup and one player to go second in a matchup. It feels like if I was out in Alberto's shoes in this matchup, I would want to go second. So based on that, I think Caesar should want to go second. Yeah, I don't think it's like actually ever possible to. It's a deck with evolutions. That's not how that works, Pod. Playing a deck with evolutions has nothing to do with whether or not you want to go first or second. It can be a factor, but it's not as simple as my deck plays evolutions, I go first. It's not that. It's just not how it works. Like this Charizard Lost Zone deck does not care about attacking turn 2 with Charizard going first. It doesn't care. Charizard is like the closer in the deck. It's not that big of a deal at all. You need to make sure you get to your Charizards and actually can rare candy a Charizard into play. Even Guardy, Guardy should go first in most of its matchups, or if not all the matchups. But that's not a. You don't just put a. Oh, does my deck play evolutions? Oh, I go X. Miraidon wants to go second in multiple matchups, and it plays Flaffy. It plays an evolution, but you want to go second against Lost Box. It feels like you want to go second against Lost Box. I think you want to go second against Lugia, as well, and you play evolutions, but you want to go second. Yeah, it's not as simple as I play evolutions. Yeah. But this one I'm not sure, because like as Alberto, if I was in Alberto's shoes playing Alberto's deck, I would want to go second. I'm not trying to give him the first. I want an extra supporter to set up and get going to be able to deal with the onslaught of attack after attack after attack after attack. But then if Alberto wants to go second, I truly can't wrap my head around a matchup existing where one person wants to go second and one person wants to go first. There's no way that exists. So because Alberto wants to go second, that should mean Caesar also wants to go second. Now, I'm not hating on Caesar for choosing to go first here. It's really hard to like analyze that and get to the point where you're like, wait, I should probably go second. But so I'm not hating at all on Caesar for choosing to go second. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that idea in general of, is it possible a matchup exists where one player wants to go first and one player wants to go second, and that actually is truly what maximizes both players' win percentage? That can't be possible, right? If one player in a matchup really truly wants to go something, the other player should also truly want to go that, right? Otherwise, why would you want to go second? It would be to stop your opponent from going second, right? Lugia versus Miraidon? No, Lugia wants to go second in Lugia against Miraidon. So therefore, I think Miraidon wants to also go second. One of them has to be wrong? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it has to be wrong. It's literally impossible for both players. Yeah, if you're trying to maximize your win percentage, it's not possible for the win percentage to be maxed. Pretty sure Turbo wants to go second against Palkia. No, I'd go first against Palkia's Turbo. What are they going to do when they go first? Nothing. Sometimes going first is scary. Sometimes going second is scary. Dude, all these one prizers. Why do we have the whole squad, though? There's something about Miraidon players and benching one prizers, bro. Something about it. I mean, this might be correct, to be honest, but I just don't like giving I don't like giving Lost Zone decks the ability to like chase 2 one prizers. Because like it makes the Greninja a better attacker, it makes the Sableye a better attacker. Now you can Greninja a Flaffy, and then you put some damage on a Zeraora, and then you Sableye and you KO the Zeraora, put some damage somewhere else. It just gives too much flexibility to the prize trade from the Lost Zone player. I'd rather bench one Mareep and be like, if you really want to go out of your way to KO my one Mareep, go ahead. Now you're on odd prize cards, and that damage theoretically doesn't affect your, doesn't increase your prize exchange from there. Lugia going second against Ryan. If Lugia goes first, Miraidon have a chance to turn 1 miss KO. Going second, it never happens. It almost never happens to begin with, anyways. But the thing is, though, if Lugia just sets up, you just win the prize trade every time against Miraidon almost. So the only thing that comes up is like the Zapdos play that I didn't truly like think about previously, but I'd have to like test it again. If they play the Zapdos does change things. But KOing a Zapdos and taking 3 energy out of play is also pretty good. So maybe that would be like a good enough reason to still just go second. If the Zapdos isn't a factor, then I think going second at Lugia always makes sense. Because you just win the prize trade with Stonejourner then at that point. Double Raichu is better over Zapdos? Nah, I don't want Double Raichu. You don't need Double Raichu in play. The second Raichu will come into play before it becomes relevant. I would never put 2 Raichus in play ahead of time. Does he even have enough water energy to consistently Greninja? I mean, I'm pretty sure at least plays 2. Maybe he's doing the Bradner. Maybe Alberto's doing the Bradner where you just play 1 water energy to present the threat of it. But he also plays Mirage Gate, right? So Definitely plays. Definitely plays. No, I think we even saw 2 water in the last game, to be honest. So I think it's there. I think it's there. Is there any matchups where I want to go first as Mew? I value snacking with Mellow so highly. Majority of matchups you want to go first as Mew. Matchups you want to go second as Mew is, I don't know, to be honest. Maybe Lost Box. I think as Lost Box against Mellow Mew, I want to go second. So I think going second against Lost Box probably. I don't know. All right, well, Alberto whiffed the Colress, so I think it's going to be no Cram attack for Alberto. I think it's not very good either, to be honest. But Alberto's definitely playing like the comeback deck in this matchup. So Alberto's chilling being a little bit behind. Alberto doesn't really care. You got time. Alberto's got time for sure. Here comes the Arvin from Caesar, and we got the Raikou attack happening. The Fleet Footed's gone down. Get a... Whatever the item tool is card. Oh, we're going for the Bravery Charm here, actually. That makes sense, though. Ooh, but then our hand is dead. The only thing with Caesar going with... Ooh, what should Caesar have actually just Boss KO Charmander instead? I wonder if Caesar should have gone Boss KO Charmander, to be honest. I was Charizard 5-0. I thought it was impossible to get multiple buys in the same... So the Bravery Charm... So the Bravery Charm stops Alberto from going Candy Charizard Knockout. But so does just Boss KOing the Charmander. So I almost like value Boss KO Charmander a little bit better, a little bit more, to be honest. I'm not sure, because you don't really know if Alberto like plays Lost Vacuum or not, because you could just have your thing get Lost Vacuum and that would suck. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. From Caesar, got 2 Lightnings over to the Miraidon. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I almost want to put one of those on the Zapdos so I can retreat the Zapdos. I'm not sure. I almost want to put one on the Zapdos. Yeah, but the Bravery Charm on the active, like I said, I don't really like this as much because, like, what if Alberto plays Lost Vacuum? I don't, from all the amount of stadiums we've seen from Alberto, I don't think there is a vacuum, but there might be. There we go. See if there's a vacuum in there. It's gonna be hard to tell. We didn't even see most of the deck. Another Comfy setup though. Zard is the new Gudra, maybe. 4 energy types. Fire, Psychic, Water. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess the Jet energy in there as well. I don't know if I count Jet as a type, but I see what you're saying. Okay. Ooh. Seems fine to me. I don't know. I haven't played enough of this. There's double. You have access to double Sableye with no bench space. I don't know how important it was to keep that Sableye around, to be honest. Sableyes are very good in this matchup, though, so just allows you to pick on what you want, especially after you do an initial punch with like a Cram. But I guess because it has the Bravery Charm, the Sableyes are going to be a little bit less effective here, to be honest. Oh, we haven't used Greninja yet. All right, more cards, but more nothing, to be honest. There's a Cram Punch. I mean, I guess you're always setting up Cram here to get some damage in play, pretty much no matter what. That always makes sense, I guess. But yeah, this game is looking fine for Caesar, to be honest. Caesar's looking fine in this one. Sableye next turn KO the Mareep. Start to push for some damage on the Raikou and the Zeraora, followed up by another Sableye to get down to 4, and then Charizard to close it out. Seems pretty good to me. That looks like the way this could go, to be honest. Is the stream sped up, or are they on Adderall and playing fast? The stream is sped up. All of Europe. So there is a boss in hand. There's also a research, though. I don't... Doesn't this play like not make sense if Caesar didn't do it last turn? I don't know. I want to see the research happen because I want to find Iono. I think Caesar should try and find Iono and judge and stuff. There's 2 Charmanders now, and there's 2 Charmanders, and there's this stadium in play. Like Boss Charmander is like not. Boss Charmander is not irrelevant, but it's definitely way less relevant with the amount of setup that Alberto has. There's another Charmander on the bench. There was Artisan Town. There's an Artisan Town in play. I feel like more options for Caesar's next turn is more valuable than removing a Charmander from play. Like, yeah. Retreat to the Miraidon and smack. I think I would have still liked to see the Raikou attack. Because now the Charizard can one-hit KO this. But a Cram hit into this is more valuable than a Cram hit into the Miraidon is more valuable than a Cram hit into the Raikou, right? I feel like it is. Yeah, Cram hit into the Raikou is just like building up like a 3-hit KO on Don't you boss KO the Greninja if anything? Boss KO Greninja definitely seems a little bit better. But I kind of like just not. Yeah, I think knocking out active plus research was better overall. And I think attacking with Miraidon, if you attack with Miraidon as well, you have one less energy in play to work with to actually one-hit KO a Charizard. I think it's always better to attack with the Raikou here, to be honest. Yeah, I think attacking with the Raikou here always makes more sense. Because then you keep one more energy in play. Because now if the Miraidon goes down, you lose a 3 energy instead of 2 energy. So it's harder for the Raichu to get the response KO. And a Cram punching a Raikou is a little bit less efficient. Overall, it feels like. Does that actually matter that much? Maybe it doesn't matter as much as I'm making it out to be honest. Yeah, attacking with Raikou just seems better overall. Yeah, I think you'd rather have the Cram punch the Raikou again. It seems better. All right, what can Alberto cook here? It has the Raihan, so I assume Alberto can get the Candy Charizard here. Or did Alberto just pick up the deck and not? Yeah, it does have the... Yeah, can use the Artisan. Goes with the Artisan. Here's the Candy. There's the Charizard. Let's get some fires. We're cooking. There, yeah, it does play Waters. Probably like 2 or 3 Mirage Gate. Dude, this deck has everything, man. Maybe thinks he can KO 1 Charizard, not 2 of them. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like, for Alberto's current setup, getting another Charmander in play is going to be super easy. Like, yeah, I just think that boss KO is not setting Alberto back ever. It's just like, if Charmander's in the deck, boom, it's out. If it's prize, Rod plus Artisan Town gets the second Charmander in play. I just feel like this boss on a Charmander is just never setting Alberto behind, like, ever. And all you're doing is setting yourself behind by losing another energy to getting knocked out as Caesar. And by not researching, you're giving yourself less options for your following turn. Yeah, Alberto's definitely cooking at this point. Also, like, yeah. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. Like, we're like 1 draw supporter's worth behind of like finding generators too to even respond to a Charizard. Now when Alberto attacks with Charizard here, Caesar's not even set up for this Raichu to get a response knockout. But if we had played Research, 7 cards deeper into the deck, more opportunity to find generators. The following turn we could play Research again, or probably what we'd probably want to do instead is Caesar's like find an Iono, find a Judge, put a path in play, slow Alberto down after we deal with this first Charizard. But now that's all so much harder because this support of this turn from Caesar has to become a Research now. Now this has to be the Research turn. So, yeah, not a big fan of that choice from Caesar on the last turn to go with the boss play. The boss play literally, I think, is just like, it was just good for Alberto, to be honest. That was like it's giving like Alberto exactly. I mean, if you Research, you're not doing anything to your opponent, but that's what Alberto wanted to see was the boss over a Research. For sure. Because now this will lead to another turn, a following turn of Caesar not disrupting Alberto, right? So Caesar didn't disrupt Alberto last turn, besides the boss, which is like a little bit disruptive. And now Caesar's going to play a Research, which only means, once again, no Iono, no Judge, nothing like that. Path Research. And what do we need? 6 energy from a Raichu to KO this Charizard. We currently have 3. Could have had 4. That's 5 with the Ultra Ball, but that's only 4. And jeez, dude, this is cooked. We have the escape rope though, actually, so we can at least take a knockout here as Caesar. But it's not looking good. You actually, honestly, maybe would just rather Raikou punch the active. I don't even know. This is so bad. Going on odd prize cards doesn't really do anything for Caesar, so you probably just take the easier knockout on the... Well, that's not true. Odd prize card isn't actually that bad in this situation because... Yeah, odd prize cards actually isn't... Oh, wait, we haven't used the V-Star power? Oh, chill. Okay, we're still in it. It was... Dude, they need to keep up with that because it was already blanked out up top, wasn't it? I thought the V-Star power had been used already. I guess I was tripping and trolling. Okay. All right, see how good this generator is. Yeah, I don't know if we should escape rope or not. I guess, well, if we hit the 2 energy here, we're never escape rope. We're always nuking the active here. Yikes. All right. So, I think we're looking at... I don't know how good the escape rope is here, to be honest. How many energy are we going to get in play next turn? Are we going to get enough energy in play next turn to 1 KO Charizard? I don't think so. So I don't even know how much I like this escape rope from Caesar. Yeah, I mean, this game basically ends Yeah, this game literally ends right now if Alberto goes Candy Charizard. So, wait, why did Alberto send up the Comfey with the energy? All right, Alberto's doing a little bit of trolling too. To be honest, I think Alberto probably should have sent up the Cram. If we're just gonna let something die, just let the Cram die. Yeah, I think Alberto's doing a little bit of trolling too here, so it's all good. Yeah, that's like the worst thing to send up. I would almost rather send up the Greninja than the prepping for Kyogre. True. Yeah, I think Cram gets sent up here, honestly. Cram sucks. Yeah, it's trash. Charizard gets sent up from Alberto. I don't know if I like that. Is there really no way to move these Comfeys around? I guess there's not, to be honest. And actually, this is even to make things worse. Oh, okay, that's not bad either. That's pretty good from Alberto too, especially if the other Raichu's in the discard pile, which it might be. Otherwise, it doesn't matter too. This doesn't seem like it matters too much. I think I was going to mention though, honestly, the Rock Sand from Alberto could have been like devastating for Caesar to recover from. So I would have hated to see the Rock Sand, which probably would have been the other play that Alberto did here. Yeah, I don't even know if there is another Raichu. Actually, even if there is another Raichu, the only draw support from Caesar is a Judge. So if you Judge here, you have to draw into... I mean, you should attach for turn here as Caesar somewhere. No, what are you doing? Why are we not attaching for turn? Well... So Caesar's hoping to draw into Raichu, Generator, Attachment for turn. I guess if you shuffle the energy back in the deck, it does increase the odds of more energy being in the deck after the Judge, which could lead to more energy in play through a Generator. I guess, okay. But maybe you could just attach active here. You could just attach active here as Caesar and then hit with a Zeraora as well. I think you should attach for turn. Well, because you need to find the Generator and the Raichu. And attaching the energy for turn does increase your odds of drawing into Generator and Raichu. I guess the question is, like, how fortunate do you have to draw? All right, we're just going to let it go. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not going to overthink that. But I think attaching there makes a little bit more sense. Because you can always just, like, punch with Zeraora for a turn. And then go into something on the next turn. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's going to matter, but... There is like a... Depending on how you draw, it could be... If you draw down that route, it would be more beneficial to play that way, I guess, but... Alright, but even if we hit 2... Oh! Wait! It happened, though! We didn't attach return and we got punished! Is the other Raichu even in the deck? It is! But we can only get 5 energy in play now. If Caesar had attached active for turn, we would have had 6 if the Generator hits 2. You'd love to see it. Now, hold on. But hey, let me correct myself. Just because that's what happened doesn't mean my play is correct, actually. I do think my play is correct, but just because my play ended up... what is the word I'm looking for? Just because my plays ended up being what would have worked better than what Caesar did. Also, once you factor in Ultra Ball as something you can draw off Judge, my play probably is correct. Because once you factor in, well, what if you draw into Ultra Ball Generator? It's like, oh, well, yeah, if you draw into Ultra Ball Generator, you definitely need an energy attachment from turn. So actually, once you factor that in, I'm not wrong. But just because something works out some way than you didn't expect it doesn't mean you misplay just because the other play would have been better. Like in this situation, it doesn't mean Caesar was definitely wrong. But I think once you factor in Ultra Ball as an out to Raichu, it's probably correct to have attached beforehand. Oh, and the double hits! Dude. It's too perfect. It's too perfect. I mean, you probably just throw them on the Raichu and then Flaffy to Raichu or something. Putting him on Zapdos and attacking with Zapdos does not seem worth. You hit for 110 damage? That can't be the move. Is 110 damage for 2 energy worth it? Maybe it is. Nah. No, I don't think it's worth it. I think we should put him on the Raichu and retreat to Zapdos and pass or something. Yeah, there's no way what I said was wrong, but just because something develops in one way instead of the way that you wanted it to, or the way you thought it was going to, doesn't mean you were wrong, I guess. Wait, doesn't Zapdos not include itself for the extra damage? Shouldn't it be 110? I forget. All right. The hand from Alberto is not great. Oh, we got a Roxanne in the hand? Jeez, bro. All right, Alberto's still cooking. Two beach court? Yeah, 2 beach court. I don't know why. That's actually weird. I don't know why Alberto did that. Oh, I guess because Alberto wins. If Alberto gets a boss, Alberto just wins. So that's why Alberto did Comfey first. I was like, why did we Comfey first there? It doesn't seem correct, but it is correct, I think. They did correct it there on the board. Ninja UCF, a good boss, we win, and there's the boss. All right, dub for Alberto. It was looking that way no matter what here, to be honest. So even if Alberto had played Roxanne this turn, I think Alberto was still winning this game, like almost 100% of the time. It was like looking too good for Alberto overall. That's good. The Lost Zones are deck though, bro. 6-0. That's kind of crazy. Or Psychic or Lost Remover. Or Psychic or Lost Remover. Oh wait, really? Does that win the game there? Oh, Psychic and Lost Remover. Psychic and Lost. I don't think Alberto plays Lost Vacuum, so that wasn't an out for Alberto specifically, but I'm pretty sure because there's like 4 stadiums in that build. I don't think we're playing 4 stadiums in the vacuum, but yeah, if there was a vacuum, that would also work. EU Mick for this man. Straight EU Mick. Oh, these tournaments can't be taken seriously, bro. I'm telling you guys. These European events cannot be taken seriously. All right, Tord versus Milo. $2011. Yeah, that's a little while ago. But yeah, I know what you meant when you said it. I've heard other people call it that as well. How we letting Zard get to 6-0? Hey, Andy. It's not a we thing. It's an EU thing, all right? Don't put the blame on us. We can we can solely put the blame on EU here. We don't have to take a hit for this one. It's on them. 8-1 lost RDX and I have troubles to choose my deck for the regional. You should play the deck. If you want my advice, Zebek or Zeb. I'm just gonna call you Zeb because I have no idea how to pronounce your name. If you want my advice, you should take the deck that you are most comfortable with right now. That is a solid deck in the format and doesn't seem terrible. And then you should just play as much as you can with that and just work on that deck and then play that at the tournament. The majority of players would, the majority of players in the Pokemon TCG would see better results if they chose to do that. Too many players in the Pokemon TCG try and make a meta call. Yeah, too many players in the Pokemon TCG are not good enough to meta call 3 days before a tournament happens. The vast majority of players would benefit so much from picking a deck 3 weeks before the major tournament they're about to go to, and then just like work on that deck, work on the list, learn the matchups. Initially do like a baseline level of meta analysis. And after you do that baseline of meta analysis and you realize your deck is like the deck you want to play is a solid choice, like no matter what, basically, then be like, okay, I'm going to play this deck and just like literally just work on the deck up until the point where you play in the tournament. If everyone meta calls, nobody does. True, big facts. Yeah, just call Dylan's here. How do you make meta calls? It's a combination of where the meta is, where you expect it to go, what you expect good players to play, and what you expect good players to not play. That cover everything? I think it covers most things. Yeah. Where the meta is, where do you expect it to go? What do you expect good players to play, and what do you expect good players to not play? Because even if a deck is fairly popular, if no good players are going to play it, it's a little bit harder to do in the current day and age of Pokemon, though. There's just so many players and so many good players. Back in the day, that was a little bit, how was your process behind it? I mean, it's just that, but I apply, like, but I'm the one who's thinking about those things. So my opinions and takes on where the meta is going and what I think good players will play and not play, or players in general will play or won't play, is going to be more right than the average player. So it's just me thinking about those things versus the average player thinking about those things, right? I prefer to value experience with the deck over marginal percentage points with a better deck. Yeah, and the majority of players should. But there is a point where you get to where it's like a couple days before a tournament, maybe you should switch it up if you got that broken list. Or the broken list or a broken deck idea or something. If you're at an Australian event, you just have to be able to beat Brent Tonnisson's deck and you have won the regional. True. If you can just beat Brent Tonnisson's list, like, that's half the battle. Then you just have to show up for round 1 and then boom, you're good to go. And defeat the kangaroo on the way to the tournament. If you wake up on time, defeat the kangaroo that's blocking the entrance to the venue, and your deck beats Brent Tonnisson's list, that's it. You've literally just won the Australian Regional Championships. I think Tord didn't make a draw. No, I think Tord has 2 ties going into day 2. Maybe just 1. No, I think it's 2. I think it's 702. Would you consider reading to any of the results from this SPE? A little bit, but like Peoria is quite a ways away from. We get a new set, and Peoria is like a decent ways away from this tournament, so like not too much. Pretty much, you just have to wake up and you have won the Australian regionals if we get down to it. Yeah, if we get down to like the real nitty gritty here, if you just wake up on time, you're good to go. To be honest. All right, I'm gonna finish eating my yogurt before we get into this next round, so I'm not like eating in between the round like I was before. They added spots for what, Peoria? You get a Worlds invite for winning SPE like Barcelona? Yeah. If you win any European SPE or regional championships, you get your invite, or top 2 in IC. But the rest of the... I'm actually really glad they did that. That's something I didn't think that Pokemon would actually do. Would be to be like, yo, European SPEs are definitely way harder than every other special event in the world. You can have an invite for winning a European special event, but no other special events. Because truly, if we're not just memeing and calling everything a mick, non-European SPEs are truly mix. You think 151 would add new good decks? Maybe Arbok, but I think that's it. Can you explain how you arrived at your deck pick for Worlds? So me and my group have a spreadsheet that we do that spits out a theoretical best deck and like the follow-ups, and then we just work around that. And as we adjust it throughout our testing before Worlds, Mew stayed on top the whole time, and our testing Mew was winning more than everything else, so we just played Mew. But that is literally our testing for every single tournament. Unless we come up with something that we think is broken and different enough that even if it's not quite winning the spreadsheet, how different it is and how unexpected it is would give us a big enough advantage that we'd play that instead. But we don't always play the deck that wins the spreadsheet. Sometimes we don't want to play a bunch of mirror matches or something like that. I only had 2 Birdkeeper in my list for OCIC. If I had added the 3rd, Azul would not have won that event. 2 Birdkeeper and Lugia? Bro, we were trying to make control work so hard. We were trying to make control work so bad for OCIC. We tested so many games of Lugia with Birdkeeper and 1 Snorlax against control. It was actually crazy. And then we just ended up playing Lost Box. We expected people to be playing the Birdkeeper and the Lugia. It's like, they're probably going to play the Birdkeeper. Control's too good. Honestly, it's kind of unfortunate that we didn't do, me and the crew didn't do better at Orlando. I threw against John, bro. I was in a really good spot to top 8 Orlando, and then I threw against John. Should I give it to myself how I broke Vespa Queen? I mean, if you actually think it's actually that broken. But, like, if it's just a theory and not tested, then I'm going to be honest, it's probably not broken. How'd I throw? I didn't bench second Gourmandite Snorlax. If I just bench second Gourmandite Snorlax against John, I'm pretty sure I just win. Because he hit me with a Marnie, and the chances of me recovering from his Marnie was really high, but I didn't. But if I just had a second Gourmandite Snorlax to push up and just draw cards with, I would have probably just won. Then he probably would hit me with another Marnie. And if I didn't recover from that Marnie, which one's because the odds of that are probably even lower, then I would lose, but... Did he escape rope out of it? Escape rope out of what? You guys ever use PTCG Live for testing or just straight up IRL? I don't use PTCG Live for testing because yeah, I just do like 0 try hard testing, to be honest, except for like at tournaments. But I think I'm gonna start doing some streams, like maybe weekly with Grant, where me and Grant actually like test on stream and just like play more try hard Pokemon. Like if we have like a broken deck, we're not gonna play it on stream, but like we rarely have broken decks, to be honest. Need more broken decks. I think I might doing some like testing on stream with Grant. I don't know what does it do. Ultra. No broken decks this meta, bro. It's been tough, bro. Nothing has felt broken. Do you use a webcam to test, or do you... Something else. PTCG Live or Limitless Simulator. Grant Manley. Yep. 151 Pidgey has Call for Family. It sounds like it's the better Pidgey. 50 HP not worth. All right, well, explain it. Well, explain why 50 HP is worth, Rotom. Oh wait. Apparently, Zar's broken now. You can't put that on stream. True. All right, I'm almost done with my yogurt, and we'll get into this next round. Azul planning on taking his kids to work day. You're playing games with RDX that got Tab A from Japan? No, but I might next. I'll probably play some next week. Because tomorrow we're gonna VOD review the rest of. Tomorrow we're VOD reviewing Barcelona day 2. I don't stream on Mondays. So on Tuesday we'll probably play some with that deck on Tuesday. Is that why you don't play Cherrim Baby Drago on stream anymore? Because it's the secret broken deck. Or the Charizard deck? I don't know. I haven't played any games with it. What do you think about it? All right, before we get into this next round, chat, just want to give a shout out to Factor for sponsoring the stream. Just check them out at factor75.com. Check out the link in the chat now. They're a meal prep service where they send you ready-made meals to your door. And if you use my link and my code right now, you can get 50% off your first order and then 20% off your follow-up 4 orders from there. So check them out, factor75.com. Use my link in chat to auto-apply the code. Wait, is what why, Andy? Bro, I still think it's so funny how much, I don't know, is it controversy? Is Factor capable of cooking up a good Charizard list? Probably not, but they're capable of cooking up a good meal. At a reasonable price. So check them out, factor75.com. I want to practice PokemonTCG at home, but I'd rather just play Slay the Spire than live. Any suggestions? I'm in dude, Slay the Spire. I've been really getting into Slay the Spire recently. You appreciate the 2-month resub there, Shaded Coconut. I'm currently on Ascension level 13 with Warrior. Yeah, I'm currently on level 13 Ascension with Wario. It's pretty sick. No, with Warrior. I've only played Warrior so far. Or the first one. I think it's called Warrior. I've only played Warrior so far, I think. Yeah. How much garlic your Warrior eating? Your garlic in the game? It's Ironclad, but yeah. Yeah, whatever the first one is. One of my friends called it Warrior, so I've just been calling it the Warrior. Ironclad. Yeah, I'm on Ascension level 13 on Ironclad. I'm gonna try and beat it on max Ascension before I move on to the next character, but I might get too bored. It's starting to get really hard, to be honest. It's easier to make day 2 in a 500 player tournament or win a 1.5k once. Wait, you have to ask your question again, Zeb. If you like roguelike card games, there's some really good ones. What other ones are out there besides Slay the Spire? What month do I think Charizard will win a major tournament? I think Charizard will win 0 major tournaments in his time. That's gonna be my call. Actually, I could win tomorrow, but I'm gonna go ahead and get 0. We will win. If we think this game will go to game 3, it's free channel points, please. No. If it was live, we'd be doing predictions. But yo, does anyone in chat know? Well, someone in chat said they were going to the regional next week in Brazil. It's in Brazil, right? Is there going to be a stream for that regional? Is there a stream for the regional next weekend? It's easier to make day 2 in a 500-person tournament or a day 2. Wait, do you mean to win the tournament charge, or do you mean to make day 2 in a 1.5k? To make day 2 in a regional is easier than to win the 1.5k. Oh, 1,500 player one. Oh, it's easier to make day 2 in the 1,500 player one, for sure. It's easier to make day 2 in the 1,500 player one, for sure. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Your question had me confused as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, but I got there eventually. I can't read. I can't. Well, I could read it, but I couldn't decipher what the fuck you were saying. But that's on me. What's the length cap of redeeming watch YouTube videos with these Bulu bucks? There's no length cap, but if it's just too long, I'm just not gonna watch it. Copag streaming, how they floss people's. Isn't it fleece? Floss people's pockets? Isn't it called? Don't you say fleece people's pockets? Floss? Are they flossing your pockets? Like the dance? Usually here in Brazil, we have to unofficially stream, but has shitty quality, but watchable. Yeah, no, that's happened before, but do you know if it's going to happen next week? I hope it does. I hope it does. Because I plan to watch it if it happens, like live. Watching games live is so much better. Like, I enjoy doing the VOD review stuff, but watching live is so much more fun, to be honest. That's why I'm like debating trying to make these European events work and like stay up and watch them. But the time zone just sucks for me, man. Can we wager on how long it will take for Kopak to pay out this next event? Over under 1 year. All right, let's get into this one. We got Tord with the Guardy, of course, versus Milo with the Lost Box, which honestly is also probably pretty predictable. Milo's been playing Lost Box at like, I think every time I see Milo playing in a tournament, it's with the Lost Box. So this matchup I honestly think is about a 50-50. I don't know what Milo's exactly playing. Tord, I would not be surprised if Tord is playing the exact same 60 that he played at Pittsburgh and Worlds. Looks like Tord did draw a mulligan card, I assume. Okay. And we have who going first? Milo going first. And the hand is terrible. We do have an S-ball, though. Honestly, in this situation, prize checking going down for Milo. Yeah, I'm actually curious what Milo grabs here. Well, I think the Greninja was prized, though, right? Yeah, Greninja's prized, so it has to be a comfy. I was like, with how bad the hand is, I would have probably grabbed Greninja. Because, like, the extra card to work with is probably more valuable than gaining +1 in the loss zone. But, because Greninja's prized, it's not even an option. So we're going to go with a comfy here. The hand is so bad, though. The hand is so bad. More prize checking. And okay, write down the prize cards now. All right, I wasn't sure what that back and forth was there. Looks like all the ropes, all the switch cards. I don't know if there's any prized. Doesn't really matter to us though. Only matters to Milo. And then we'll just see Sableye retreat. I think there's only an energy in the hand to move the Sableye to the bench. So we'll see Sableye retreat, use Comfy. We'll go from there. Only difference with Tord's deck at Pitts was he put in a worker over second research. Oh, okay. There was a change at Pittsburgh. I didn't know if there was or not. Is that a core? I can't tell what that is. I think it's a boss. I think it's a full art boss gets his boss. Boss gets his. Another nest ball gives up the 4 seal stone for a comfy and pass. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I hate it though either. 4 seal stone's pretty good. Double battle VIP pass for Tord. So Tord is hella cooking here. The worker's still in there from Pittsburgh, it looks like, so that hasn't changed. And yeah, what are we gonna get here? A bunch of Ralts. Probably need a bunch of Ralts. Maybe Greninja. Cresselia is always on the menu as well. I don't think any of those were prized either. Yep. So valuing the Ralts. Oh, and the Manaphy, of course. That's 6, so you can't get all of them. So Tord's you gotta leave one of them, Tord. You can't have all of them. Are you gonna favor? To be honest, the Manaphy doesn't feel as important because Milo had a pretty poor turn 1, but if you bench lock yourself without Manaphy as Tord, then all of a sudden you get to a situation where if Milo doesn't take a knockout, then the Greninja becomes like a more powerful play. So you probably always want to get Manaphy, I assume. But we'll see what Tord goes for. Yeah, I assume you always want the Manaphy and then all the Ralts. I don't think you're ever doing the Cresselia play where you get like Cresselia here instead. I think you're probably going to try and get another Ralts here. I think the question is probably, do you use Greninja first or do you use the Fog Crystal first? Fog Crystal to thin out the energy to increase your, or Fog Crystal to thin out the Ralts to increase your odds of like finding a draw supporter or other cards like Candy, Guardy. Gonna go with the Greninja first here. 2. Guardy and a Vacuum. Neither of those are very good. We can also see the Mew get used now first as well to save the Fall Crystal for energy. But yeah, I wonder if Torch should have actually played to get the rolls ahead of time anyways. It depends how much you value the idea of getting energy later, or getting energy off the Fall Crystal later instead. But I think like valuing drawing to like stuff like Rare Candy and Ultra Ball and Iono is probably a little bit higher value. This is definitely one of those matchups where you want like a turn 2 Candy Guardy. There's like some matchups out there where you don't even want to go for a turn 2 Candy Guardy, or it's like way less important. But this is definitely one of those matchups where turn 2 Candy Guardy is like pretty good. Not bad. And then here comes the Mew to close the turn. Try and build up towards that Candy play on the next turn. There's the Candy. Ultra Ball short. Level Ball in hand will become a Curlia next turn. And then pass from Tord. What's your next event? Peoria. I'm going to every... Hang on. Let me see if the command still works. I need to add that as like a button on my stream deck, to be honest. All right, Milo's not dead yet. Okay, that's pretty dead. I think. Oh, double Roxanne and Palpad? Yo, Milo's cooking. What the... I kind of like that, though, to be honest. I kind of like that from double Roxanne. Dude, double Roxanne is something I've been like... I don't know, I haven't been playing that much Lost Box recently, but I've been thinking about it, you know? So, scoop from Milo. Don't blame him. And this is definitely one of those matchups where the games go a while. So if Milo's plan is to win... If Milo's plan is to win this match, you need a decent amount of time in game 2 and 3. So, take a look at the prize card real fast. Manaphy prized. Okay, aggressive Greninja, a potential from Milo, and the rest of the prize cards are kind of whatever here. Nothing really too important. I mean, a Mirage Gate being in the last 2 could be rough for Milo, but a Heavy Ball could get played before that becomes a factor, and that can move it along. Super Rod being prized from Tord. It depends if Milo plays the Echoing Horde or not, how important this could be, but it's in the first 2, so it'll be found before it's relevant. The Manaphy is the big thing here for sure. Oh, and a Sableye start. Great. But hopefully a little bit better of a hand for Milo overall. Looks like already has like some things to cook with. Has a Pokestop in the hand as well. Oh, interesting. Uses the Force Seal. So you got the Pokestop in the hand there as Milo. How much are you stressing not giving Tord access to the Pokestop versus just like using it, hoping the Pokestop finds a Battle VIP pass, and then save the Force Seal so to get a Colress next turn? I'm not sure about this play here from I'm not sure about this play here from Milo. 3 NA regionals almost back-to-back weekends. Dude, and in between that, I mean, I got a lot of traveling coming up in October, to be honest, because I'm also going to TwitchCon for not the whole time, but for a couple days in October. Is it really? Yeah, it's back-to-back and then a week off. Dude, that's a lot of traveling. It's all right. Then there's like a month off. Oof, that's a lot. Yeah, and then I have TwitchCon. I'm going to TwitchCon in between Sacramento and Toronto as well. Where's TwitchCon? In Vegas. All right, there's the Battle VIP pass from Milo. Gets the double Comfy. Greninja's not prized this time, right? I hope not. Be unfortunate. Let's see. Nope, just a Comfy. That's right. We went over that. Did not grab the Greninja, which is interesting, but you do want to build up the Lost Zone. I think that probably is a little bit better to favor that with what you have to work with here. I need some Mirage Gate versus Water. Goes for the Mirage Gate. Oh, second Colress, actually. Honestly, with how many supporters Milo plays, I would have hated to see a Colress bite the dust there, but yeah, back-to-back Colress in the first couple turns of the game is pretty important. I think that is a Comfy and something. Oh, it's a Battle VIP pass. I kind of want to know what that other card was Lost Zone there. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I'm curious to see what it is. There's a Greninja. There is, to be honest, I don't like the Cram Grab. I'm not a big fan of the Cram Grab, I don't think. I don't know. The board's set up like fine for Milo overall. I kind of want to see, because like, all right, well, I'm thinking in my head, once Tord doesn't bench Manaphy, Milo's going to use Greninja next turn. Miloslav doesn't know that. And with the idea of that happening, you'd want to go like Greninja into Sableye and not use the Cram ever. It's probably correct to grab the Cram there. Because, like, most of the time, you're probably using Cram next turn anyways. But because you're expecting Tord to bench Manaphy. So it's probably just correct. I'm just thinking about, like, we know Tord's Manaphy is prized. Milo doesn't know that. But should you still play with the idea that that could be prized? I'm not sure, to be honest. All right, over toward got an Iono. Has a couple other ball search cards in the hand as well. We see a level. I see an Ultra. The Ultra looks like it's gonna be pretty expensive though. There's like a lot of Curlias in the hand and stuff. So here comes the level. The hand looks like a Mew hand, to be honest. It looks like a hand where you want to take Mew, to be honest, for toward here. But we'll see. Yeah, the Ultra Ball is not very clean there. Like, what do you Ultra Ball away out of that hand if you play it? Maybe you just don't play it, to be honest. Especially because you prize the Super Rod. If you give up like 2 Guardy pieces out of the hand, that sucks. Maybe you give up the rare candy, but you want to get like a turn 2 Candy Guardian. Like, turn 2 Candy Guardian in this matchup is like one of the matchups where you want that. Because like setting up a bunch of Gardevoir stuff is like a little bit less relevant in this matchup because it's constantly getting picked off. You want to like stop benching stuff at a certain point and stuff like that. Tord actually goes for the Ralts actually, doesn't go for the Mew. To me, it was like looking like maybe we want to go for the Mew here to try and find a Battle VIP pass. But I guess you have the Iono to work with as well, so that might draw you into enough stuff to work with anyways. And it looks like Tord is maybe not going to play the Ultra Ball here. Because he is shuffling up. And then probably going to go with the Iono and hope to draw into some more outs to Ralts. There's no Ralts prize at the very least. Yep, there's the Iono. Yeah, the Ultra Ball does seem kind of expensive. Like, it just seems like too much. And I guess in this situation, to be honest, if Tor can just find one more Ralts, you just bench that Ralts, and then maybe you just go into the Mirage step. Okay, there we go. Battle VIP pass. Now you can even go a little bit further than that. Get the Greninja. Greninja Ralts. Yeah, the Mew's definitely not being used here now. You don't really want to put Mew in play, but you also want to set up. So it's like a back and forth of like setting up versus putting Mew in play. I'm curious to see if Tord goes for the Zacian play, because the Zacian play is available here to Tord, where you could go grab Zacian, bench Zacian, attach Zacian, Roar of the Sword, and then attack next turn with Zacian. Generally, it feels like that's not a great play as Guardy, because then if they respond with Dragonite KO Zacian, or even Raikou KO Zacian, you have to put a ton of damage in play to respond to the Dragonite or the Raikou, and then the Sableye is able to clean up like that, plus something else usually, so it feels too good. And yeah, Milo's about to figure out real quickly, or is about to figure out soon, that Tord did prize Manaphy when Tord plays all these Pokemon search cards and does not bench the Manaphy. So, and then is it another situation where like Fall Crystal to thin out the deck first seems tempting because you want to draw into like an Iono or like more pieces for like the Candy Guardy combo, stuff like that, and just pass. Doesn't even bench the other. So I guess Tord is heavily playing into. So Tord is like. This means Tord is like choosing to definitely play into Mirage Step, right? What's the other reason why you wouldn't bench this Ralts, right? Could have mentioned other Ralts, but now, like, yeah, Tord is like, okay, I'm going to let Miloslav Greninja me, and then I'm going to evolve a Ralts, Mirage Step 3 Curlias. So that's 100% Tord's plan here, right? But then what if you get Greninja'd again? That sounds brutal. Like, that sounds so brutal. Miloslav would be up 4 prize cards before you do anything. Of course, Miloslav could whiff here. It is possible. And actually, to be honest, looking at Miloslav's hand, I think Miloslav might whiff. Because that hand's not looking very pretty. Yeah, Miloslav will be up 4 prize cards before you draw a prize card. Now, Iono's pretty powerful for coming back, and Guardy EXs do have a lot of HP. So if you get out some Guardy EXs, Iono down to 1, or Iono down to 2 at that point, the comeback is definitely there. The potential for the comeback is there, but there's the Vacuum. Both Seal Stones bite the dust. So we're at what? 5? Retreat to another Comfey. No, retreat to Cram Punch. Yeah, whiffs the play. Now I'm interested to see if Tord goes for the Mirage Step. I think Tord would probably still go for the Mirage Step here, but we'll see. All right, knockout. Ralts up. Is Mirage Step to play? Like, has it very cleanly in hand as well. Like, has the clean, just get the Mirage Step, and then get all the Curlias. Boom, Fall Crystal for the energy. Yeah, so like, yeah, that's why Tord didn't match the Ralts last turn. So you have to like know you're going for that this turn. And like now you're not even like, to be honest, as Tord, you're not even scared of Greninja happening next turn because Miloslav just went not even Colress. So you're feeling pretty comfortable as Tord now, I think, for sure. Because like fairly comfortable. Like Miloslav's still gonna be up 2 prize cards. But the fact that Miloslav didn't play a Colress last turn means like you're like, all right, they're probably, is that 4 Super Rod in hand? No way. Is it actually? I think that's 4 Super Rod in Miloslav's hand. It looks like it. Dude. No, it's a Nest Ball and 3. Nest Ball and 3. Nest Ball and 3 Super Rods. Still pretty bad, though. Jesus, man. We actually see this. All right. Good shuffle as well. There's 2 Chorus on the bottom of the deck. And even honestly, the Pokestop provides a little bit of value just for draw power. So, and then we have the Greninja use here from Miloslav. Draw 2 cards. I assume if Miloslav's playing double Roxanne, I assume Miloslav does not play Clara. I'm just going to go ahead and make an assumption there. Another whiff. We still at least get a prize card here from Miloslav, but to be honest, this kind of sucks. Like, you can't even take advantage of, like, towards slow, or, like, not slow start, but lack of mana fee more so than anything. Not being able to take advantage of towards lack of mana fee in this game, it's just, like, really unfortunate for Miloslav. Oh, it attaches to the Greninja? Interesting. How many in the Lost Zone? 5? I don't hate it, I guess. Seems fine. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, not keeping it in hand to potentially combo with draw, like not keeping it in hand to draw cards with Greninja also, that doesn't feel great either. It's close, to be honest. Because if Tord doesn't Iono you here, then I don't know, it just doesn't feel great. Okay, here come the Curlias. Yeah, and I think Tord knows to not Iono here, almost certainly, right? Tord doesn't want to actually Iono here. Because if you Iono here, then you end up in a situation where you could be giving Milo more cards to work with. I don't think Miloslav's hand is big enough to like want to Iono it. Another Curlia gets rid of the Rolts. Yeah, I don't think we're ever setting up another Rolts from here on out as Tord. You're probably going to attack with Cresselia this turn. You're probably attacking with Cresselia this turn and just KOing the Sableye off the bench, to be honest, from Tord. Just trying to evolve as many of the Gardevoirs as possible to get him out of Greninja range. And that's 2 Shiny Arcana and a Candy Guard EX in the active. So there's no potential for the Greninja on the next turn. Maybe that's like a reason. Maybe that's like a reason from... Ooh, how good is the Collapse Stadium here from Tord? I guess maybe you want the Raikou to stay in play, because if you put the Collapse Stadium in play, the Raikou's definitely biting the dust, right? There's a Vacuum. Do you save the Vacuum? Probably. You're not getting hand disrupted anytime soon. You don't need to like thin out your deck or anything like that. Jeez, man. So many cards in the hand. I wonder, yeah, because now I wonder if Miloslav should have played around that, the idea of that, though. There's like no potential for the Greninja anymore. Like Tord could theoretically just evolve everything, which is what Tord ended up doing here. And now that everything's evolved, like, are you going to Greninja to KO a Curlia and put what 90 where? You know. All right, Guardians are loaded up. Cresselia's ready to go. Here comes the KO on the Sableye on the bench, and you want to do this as much as possible, just in general. Like this play obviously looks great from Tord here, but not KOing Cramorant is so good against Lost Box. It's actually insane. Even like in a mirror match. If they attack with Cram and then you Sableye around their Cram, you could KO their only attacker in play, but the chance they get another attacker in play next turn is really big. Because effectively, it's like the Lost Box deck is trying to use Comfey as much as possible. And they're not like counting on you doing this for them, but like Lost Box is generally like, okay, they're going to KO my active attacker. I get to send up my Comfey and then use Comfey to continue my progression through my deck. But if you can draw a prize card against Lost Box and not KO their Cram, then it's like so annoying as the Lost Box player, because the Cram is still in play, eating up a bench space. You want to attack with your better attackers, your Greninja, your Sableye. Now you have to move your Cramorant to the bench to get to a different attacker, or remove your Cramorant to the bench to even get to Comfey to build up to 10 in the Lost Zone. There's so many different things. Yep, there goes the Sableye. So whenever you have an opportunity to do that, you should definitely do it. Bird seems like a big bait in this matchup sometimes. Cram. No, you should definitely get these. The early prize cards with it's not a bait. It's just like as the Guardy player or the mirror match or whatever it might be. Yeah, as the Guardy or the mirror match or something like that. Just make sure you realize like how irrelevant the Cram is. Basically, the Cram just does not matter. Let's see what Tord sends up here. I assume Greninja is going to be the one coming to the active here. Setting up a Gardevoir doesn't seem terrible either, but I assume it's always going to be the Greninja. We'll see. You wouldn't want to set up the Guard EX, I guess, because it could get KO'd by... Or even, like, Dragonite punching Guard EX would be a little bit annoying, I guess. I don't know. Kramer just loses value the further the game goes against Guardy. I mean, again, against everything, to be honest. Kramer just falls off pretty hard. Now, the other thing to keep in mind with that as well, sometimes Cram is really, really good. Towards the end of a game, sometimes Cram is really, really good, because it's like a super efficient attacker to just do something. And sometimes that comes up where it's like, as a Lost Box player, you're like, if I can just punch their active for just like some amount of damage, I just win this game. So like sometimes recovering Cram with like super odd and stuff is correct, but... I'm curious to see what Miloslav's actually attack is going to be here. Do you just punch with Cram? You try and knock this thing out? There's a Sableye grab. I guess you theoretically want to attack with Sableye this turn if you can as Miloslav to KO the Curlia. Or even, yeah, you probably KO the Curlia and put some damage on the Cresselia is what I would guess would be the correct play here. But Sometimes Cram plus boss wins a game. Yeah, exactly. Like Cram, like it's just in like the mid game is where Cram sucks. Like early game, turn 1, boom, Cram hits, insane. Late game, Cram boss, insane. Mid game, Cram sucks. There's a Colress. Not gonna get it though. I mean, Mirage Gate and Escape Rope still pretty good. And there is the vacuum. Dude, there's so many nest balls in Miloslav's hand. Dude, get rid of some of these things. That only gets Miloslav up to 8 though. So the max Miloslav can get, that's actually not true. Using another Comfy could get to 9. Using another Comfy, you get to 9. And then getting a Colress would be, 10, 11. Does have a Mirage Gate in hand here. I wonder if Miloslav could play Escape Rope here and then potentially use Raikou. Like if you gonna use the Mirage Gate first. I wonder if you should Escape Rope first here as Miloslav though. Like, I don't think Tord would misplay and send up a really bad Pokemon. So Miloslav is going the Greninja route here, then it looks like. I'm curious to see what else Miloslav hits with the 90 damage. Maybe you just like hit the Cresselia. So that way you could KO the Cresselia with Cram next turn potentially. Or like clean up the damage with the Sableye on the following turn. Something like that would also be fine. But I wonder if you like... Well, I think Miloslav still should have played the Escape Rope first though, right? Because he should Escape Rope. And if Tord does mess up, maybe there's a reason to attack with Raikou. Although I don't know what you would attack with Raikou here on this field, to be honest. If like a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir got set up, I guess. But like this heavily telegraphs... Well, now I guess both options are available here. But I guess this like heavily telegraphs your play. Like if Miloslav just plays Escape Rope, maybe Tord thinks the Cram's attacking and sends up something else. I don't know. But like I don't know why you'd want to heavily telegraph your play before playing the Escape Rope. So like theoretically, Miloslav should play the Escape Rope first, just because there's a chance that Tord could misplay. But now that everything's fully like even even once Miloslav played the Escape Rope, like Miloslav sent up the Pokemon before Tord did. So but maybe Miloslav just respects Tord to always make the correct play and always assume that Greninja is going to be attacking. So that's like fair as well. And they're the 90s. Yeah, Cresselia, remove the Curlia from play. You'd probably rather have done it with... you probably want to keep your Greninja around and have done it with Sableye from Miloslav, but doing it is better than not doing it. Getting that Curlia out of play, removing a little bit of draw power. I think we're still in a pretty good spot here for Tord. We should see another Sableye bite the dust here to a Cresselia attack. At the very least, Miloslav can just retreat the Greninja and take a knockout with Cram. And does go down to 2 prize cards. So we're getting closer there for Miloslav. Here we see the Super Rod from Tord. One of the questions here at this point from Tord is like, how much do you play around Echoing Horn? And we see Tord is actually not playing around Echoing Horn at all. I mean, there's like 3-1 prizers in here to have to like recover, which is why I was like potentially questioning Tord actually curlying away the Mew and the Ralts and stuff, because Echoing Horn is really, really powerful in this matchup. Because in like this situation, if the Cresselia attacks, Echoing Horn Ralts onto the bench means Sableye can go KO Cresselia, KO the Ralts, KO Cresselia, KO Ralts. Now Tord might try and just keep his bench full for the whole game to stop the Sableye from doing it. Tord also might know that Miloslav potentially doesn't even play the Echoing Horn. But Echoing Horn is really powerful in this matchup to allow you to continue to chain Sableyes. Because then you can like put a Ralts in play, KO the Ralts, put damage on a Guardy, then use another Sableye, KO that Guardy, and like chain your Sableyes further than normally they would go. But if Tord can keep his bench full, he does play around that. Yeah, Tord maybe could have discarded a couple things differently out of the hand instead of the Ralts and the Mew, discarded some other stuff, and then like if he has to discard 1 or 2, you could like Super Rod some of them back into the deck. Obviously, you don't want to Super Rod back into the deck because then they clunk up your deck, but if it's the difference between your opponent using an Echoing Horn to chain Sableyes or not, you probably want to cut off the Sableye chain. Discard to crest the Sableye. I don't know. Tord only needs 2 energy, so he's in a pretty good spot to potentially be able to do it. Has access to the Fog Crystal as well. But I guess I don't know if Tord wants to... What is Tord going with here? Let's see. Retreats to the Gardevoir immediately, so there's a collapse. Okay, so just going to remove the Cresselia, so not even going to use the Cresselia, which I guess that makes just as much sense. You just want to remove as much damage from play as possible. And then he's going to try and attack with the Gardevoir here. Cram bites the dust for Miloslav. And then I heard someone tweeted about this play of Tord. So Tord's not going to attach the energy for turn, because like the chance that Tord draws into an energy here is really, really high. So Tord's trying to attack with a Gardevoir for turn, but not put any damage on it to stop Sableye being able to return KO the Gardevoir. And now that Tord has put energy back on the bottom of the deck, Tord can shuffle the deck after drawing, and then thin out the deck as much as possible with the other cards, and then use the Gardevoirs to try and increase the odds of hitting the energy here. So now the deck is shuffled, so the energy that's on the bottom of the deck is now shuffled into the deck. There's actually nothing for Tord to grab off the level ball or the Fog Crystal here, so you're not going to play the Fog Crystal yet either. And then Tord's trying to attack with a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir without putting any damage counters on it, so the Sableye can't respond, knock it out. And then that forces Miloslav's response on board to be the Raikou. So the most likely thing that Miloslav is going to have to respond to this Gardevoir with is a Raikou instead of a Sableye, which Sableye is a 1 prizer. The Raikou has to be put in the active as a 2 prizer, so Tord would rather see the Raikou in the active than the What's the other one called? Sableye? I'm still scared a little bit of Echoing Horn here for Tord, but I don't know if Miloslav plays it. Like Miloslav somehow has 2 Roxannes in the build, so if you got 2 Roxannes, you have space for if you got 2 Roxannes in your list, do you really have space for an Echoing Horn? I'm not sure. But benching like Zacian allows Milos to 2-turn Sableye him. That's true, but it's the same thing as a Ralts, right? Like if Tord doesn't bench this Zacian, then Miloslav goes, okay, Echoing Horn Ralts, KO Ralts with Sableye, put the rest of the damage on a Gardevoir. Next turn, Sableye again, KO the Gardevoir. So it's 2 Sableye attacks for 2 prize cards. But putting the Zacian in play clogs up the bench, so Sableye can't get a quick 1 prize card on a Ralts through an Echoing Horn. Allows you to collapse away the Cresselia as well, but you're not putting a low HP Pokemon in place of the Cresselia. You're getting rid of that has damage on it. And then it gives you a place to put your Force Seal Stone as well. So it's like the same trade-off, theoretically. I guess the argument would have been... No, I don't think there was anything else. Because putting anything else lower in place is like the same thing. Are you allowed to have your discard pile like this? Judges have told me I can't. I don't think you are allowed to have your discard. Well, that's not true. And Tord is not the only player. Sam Chen plays with a pretty wide discard pile a lot of time. I think it's... On stream, they're probably a little bit more lenient with it because there's the space to do it. Generally at a table. I don't think Tord plays with his discard pile like this at a normal table, but there might be enough room to do it as well. I don't know. The rule is every card has to touch. Oh, is that just the rule, really? Yeah, I don't know if there's enough room at a normal table consistently to do this, but there might be. Does Tord normally play like this at a normal table? On stream, you definitely have the space, so I don't see why. And if the rules are that every card has to touch, then it's in the rule. Then it's legal in the rules. I feel like if you're at a normal table, though, like judges would definitely tell you to clean it up sometimes. Whether or not they're correct to tell you to do that, I guess would be the question. All right, over to Milo. And we're getting to the situations where like Milo having like that many supporters in the deck and playing the like double Roxanne and stuff. This is where like that kind of stuff shines here. Another space on a normal table for sure. Yeah, I mean, if that's the rule, like Locke just said, the rule is every card has to touch, then yeah, I guess why not? Some judges will tell you not to, but it's probably going to be, if judges tell you not to do it, it's probably the inexperience of the judges more so than what the rule is. Like the judges would, like if you look at that and you see how the average person plays with their discard pile in a stack, you look at that, you're like, oh wait, that's got to be not correct. And the judge will be like, you can't do that because, well, that makes no sense. Why would you be able to do that, right? No one plays like that. So the rule must be the other thing, but it's probably just an experience as a judge or a judge's lack of knowledge of the rules more so than it actually not being the thing you're allowed to do. It's generally about the same amount of space, big. Yeah, I would say Pittsburgh was like average. Dude, at Worlds though, the tables were tiny, bro. It was actually insane how small the tables were. Right, I'm not sure what's in Milo's hand. Milo could play the Mirage Gate here. I don't know if there's any energy in the deck that's worth getting, but loading up an energy on the Sableye and a Comfey would be pretty good here, to be honest. I think that would be pretty solid. This is one of the problems with attacking with Greninja as well. You really want Greninja in play here as Miloslav, but now it's in your discard pile, which sucks. Also, I wonder if Miloslav should just like rip the Pokestop or not. I don't hate the idea of just like putting Pokestop in play and using it. Try and find a Super Rod to then use the Super Rod to then use the Mirage Gate. If you find the Pal Pad here as well off of the Pokestop, and there's the Super Rod. That's a Dragonite. But yeah, if you play the Super Rod, put some energy back in the deck, Mirage Gate the energy into play, put one on Sableye, put one on Comfey, that's like a pretty good... Definitely seems pretty good. I wonder if Miloslav's going to recover the... You probably just grab another Sableye here, to be honest. Because at this point, you can just go Raikou Knockout and then Sableye twice on the Zacian to win the game. That seems like the correct play here from Miloslav. Yep. Another Sableye in the deck. And there's there's actually not that much gas in the deck. There's a lot of gas in Miloslav's hand. The Pal Pad's in the deck that can put some more gas into the deck. So Milo, this is like the perfect turn to like play. This is like the turn you want to play the Pal Pad. It's like this turn when the Ionos are trying to hit harder and harder and harder. So it's possible that Miloslav could play the switch card here and use a Comfey to try and find another card, but instead just goes with the hit. Specifically trying to find like the Pal Pad more so than anything, to be honest. Or benching the if like Miloslav could find the second Sableye, that would be pretty good to bench as well. So we'll probably see Tord attack with the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. The reversals are online as well, I think both of Tord's reversals are still prized. So this Gardevoir's going to have to take quite a hit, I think, to actually pull off the knockout here. And I don't think Tord can really ignore the Raikou here. I guess Tord could go Cresselia KO Sable. Does that ever make any sense? I don't know if that makes any sense, to be honest. Yeah, what is Tord's play going to be here? Does it have to just be load up the active Gardevoir and knock out the Raikou? Load up the Zacian doesn't make any sense ever, right? I don't think. Cresselia KO. Cresselia. What did Miloslav hit him with? Oh, I think Miloslav was asking the judge how much time was left. Because, like, Tord made an action right as Miloslav tapped his wrist. This one's never ending in a win for Miloslav, I don't think. I think this one's always ending in a tie or a dub for Tord. I didn't see what Tord got off the Super Raw, but it was probably pretty good. So it is going to be a Cresselia attack from Tord. Okay. So Tord is going to go Cresselia, KO the Sableye of Miloslav, it looks like. I would assume that's what's happening here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're just grabbing the Cresselia. Put it back in the deck for an option later. And then maybe it is Gardevoir KO the Raikou. We'll see. There's an energy hit. Like I said, I think both reversals are still prized here for Tord. You probably don't want to leave the Pokestop in play either here as Tord, but you do have the Vacuum to bump that. Yeah, I don't think you want to let Miloslav have access to a Pokestop after... If you're going with Luminion here, you're getting Iono, I assume. Yep, there's the Iono. Another Iono in the deck for later. 2 Ionos left in the deck for later. The reversal is in the deck. So the Guardy can get the KO here without having to actually load up any damage on it, which once again means that the Sableye doesn't have a target in play to get a prize card on. So the Sableye will have to go after like the Zacian and the... Yep, there we go. Get rid of that Pokestop. Too good. The Sableye will have to go after going for a 2 KO. But there's two prizes on the bench here for Tord. Tord's already used the Collapse Stadium, so... and if Tord's playing the same list from like Pittsburgh and Worlds, there's no penny. So Miloslav does win here with back-to-back Sableyes here. Sableye, Luminion, and then do it again, or Sableyization and do it again. Both work, I think. Because the only thing that Tord has to like reduce the damage in play at all, there's the Forest Seal Stone. Oh, to get the reversal. Okay. The only thing that Tord has in the deck still to heal is Cresselia. Like Cresselia is the only thing that can actually remove damage from play, but that should never stop Miloslav from, as long as Miloslav can find the double Sableye. Miloslav wins unless he tosses. I actually saw the end of this game. Pretty cringe, not gonna lie. So the Palpad, that's like one of the best draws that Miloslav could actually find there is Palpad, to be honest. Palpad now, play a supporter this turn, play a supporter next turn. Gives you pretty good odds. And also, like, there is so many supporters in Miloslav's deck now. It's like double Roxanne, triple Chorus after this Palpad. Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of supporters left here for Miloslav. Or, like, a lot of supporters. There's 2 Chorus in the discard pile, unless the only Chorus is used. Here comes the Nest Ball, get the second Sableye. Yeah, what is it? Chorus, Roxanne. Is it double Roxanne or is 1 Roxanne in the deck? It might just be 1. So it'll be 3 Chorus and 2 Roxanne in the deck. Because I don't think there's anything else. I don't know where the other Roxanne is. Maybe it got lost out at some point. Palpad 2 Chorus. Here we go. At the very least, even if Miloslav whiffs a supporter this turn, at the very least, Miloslav does have a attack with the first Sableye. There's an escape rope, though, that leads to a second Comfey. The question is, do you do it this turn, or do you ever not do it this turn? I think you do it this turn. Because playing a supporter this turn and a supporter next turn, I think, is, like, optimal. As long as this doesn't put too much of a strain on your resources, to be honest. And probably the best card to grab. I think it was a switch card and something. I don't know what the other card was, to be honest. It has a boss in hand as well. So there's an escape rope. I don't know if you ever play the boss, but I guess if you got Iono'd again, you don't want a boss in your deck. So I think you should probably play the boss here as Miloslav. Just like boss up the... I don't know, boss up the Luminion and then put 120 on the Luminion. Could bossing up the Greninja and Luminion is literally the exact same thing. So you boss up one of those. Because if you get Iono next turn, you don't want the boss in your deck if your deck somehow gets shuffled, which it could. There we go. Dude, it's so funny. But this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example of Now this is like a misplay that is so blatant. Like everyone sees this misplay from Miloslav, right? Milo splits the damage on the Luminian and the Zacian, and now Tord is going to attack with Cresselia, and now Miloslav does not have a win condition because the second Sableye is 1 damage short from KOing the Luminian. But now this misplay is really blatant from Miloslav. So this misplay is really blatant from Miloslav. But it's a really good example of if you just play well, you're going to come out on top way more often than you don't in Pokemon. And sometimes it's a blatant misplay from your opponent, but sometimes it's not such a blatant misplay, but your opponent did misplay along the way. And as long as you play really well, that's going to be the difference maker, right? So this is like, I cringe a little bit to see Miloslav make this misplay, but also it's a good example of why Pokemon has such a high skill ceiling. Like if you just consistently play well over and over and over and over again, and we see like the performances that Tord has been able to repeat consistently, and this is like an example of it. Except in this situation, like Miloslav like hard threw. Like this is a little bit more of an outstanding throw than the average throw, to be honest, from Miloslav. Well, it's how pronounced it is, right? Like this one is so much more obvious to see in terms of a throw. Like there could have been some sequencing like on turn 2 that Miloslav did that was bad, and that could have been the reason that Miloslav loses. But no, it's at the end of the game. Instead of putting 12 on Luminian, Miloslav splits them 6 and 6. And then loses because of it. But all Tord consistently has been doing up to this point is just playing well, good preparation. Like all Tord did was good deck choice, good preparation, play well, repeat, and like that'll lead to you winning more than you lose because you know sometimes you just playing well, or like you playing well isn't enough for you to consistently do well in tournaments. Everyone else around you in the tournament has to be misplaying. If they're not misplaying, then the whole game becomes way too much RNG. But thankfully, there's a high enough skill ceiling in Pokemon where you playing well is definitely going to have also people around you are going to be misplaying while you're playing well. Like, if you know what I'm saying. Tord did have the Psychic Energy in hand to be able to retreat the active as well here. But yeah, this it's a pretty funny throw from Miloslav, to be honest. And Miloslav realizes it right when this Ultra Ball gets played, right? The Ultra Ball happens, get rid of these two. Miloslav's like, all right, cool. And then Tord grabs Cresselia, and then Miloslav's like, looks at his discard pile, and then he's like, I don't know. Miloslav doesn't guarantee to have the win on in the game next turn either, to be honest. But there's a good chance that Miloslav probably found the out to attack with Sableye. I wonder if Miloslav actually plays out this final turn to see if he would have got the Sableye attack off, to be honest. So, I mean, this comes down to, like I said, Tord playing well. Miloslav did throw in there at some point. I think we'll see the boss here from Tord as well. Ooh, brings up the other Sableye as well. Yeah, that makes sense. The one here, and then, yeah, because that's like the least valuable Pokemon on the board is the Sableye. And I guess if Miloslav didn't throw, you still bring up the Sableye and then snipe the other Sableye off the bench. Yeah. Yeah, I actually am not even sure if Miloslav would have actually got the the game here. There's a switch cart. Dude, where are the supporters for Miloslav, bro? Come on. Dude. What the heck? So how do you even do this as Miloslav? You have to switch cart into the other Comfey. There's the Roxanne. So you take Roxanne. But I don't even know if Miloslav has... And the question is, do you play the Roxanne? Well, you always take the Roxanne here. Once again, it doesn't matter because Miloslav can't win. No, I want to see if he got it or not. What was left? 3 cold, bro. It's pretty unfortunate, to be honest. After playing the Palpad, it was pretty unfortunate that Miloslav whiffed a supporter. But if Miloslav was going to throw anyways, it doesn't really matter. But there was a switch cart left, so Miloslav should have gone Super Rod for 1 Psychic Energy. How many Psychic Energy do you actually play? I don't know. Some amount of Psychic Energy. Yeah. I mean, he had Rod and Switch card. No, but you also need to get the Psychic out of the deck. You can't just put the Psychic in the deck and be like, all right, I got him. All right, dub for Tord. Because, yeah, whiffing a supporter off the Palpad, like going Palpad for 2 supporters. Oh, they show it right here. Hold up. Yeah, Miloslav went Palpad for 2 supporters. Comfey, whiff. Pass. I know, but with Roxanne, the odds are he gets it. Yeah, how many Psychic Energy should you take? 1 or 2? Probably just 1, right? And you have to not bottom card the Switch card or the Psychic. But every psychic energy you add to the deck increases the odds that you bottom card. Increase the odds you bottom card the switch card, right? I think it is just one, right? No, Lugia surprised me. I mean, Lugia is there. It's probably the next deck. Lugia is probably the next deck. But yeah, Lugia not being in the top 6 was also a surprise to me. I was like, maybe it's just that, like, American versus European thing. It does seem like sometimes it does lead to... Wait, total... Wait, is this... Wait, there's 688... Wait, did they increase the... My eyes are bugging out my head watching that. Did they increase the player cap at Barcelona? I thought it was just 400. Did they add more spots? It says 688. $877 Masters? No, it says 688 right there. Top right corner. Am I trolling? $400 is in Brazil, unfortunately. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Tor didn't make the first round, remember? I do remember that now that you mentioned. So there was a second round. I thought EU was culture enough to not play Zard, bro. It's just, I mean, everyone knows it's a Mickey tournament, so it doesn't matter what you bring. Like, even all the Europeans know it's just a big Mick. Like, it doesn't matter what you show up with. Pokesets must not count drops. With juniors and seniors? No, it says total Masters Division trainers. 688. In Europe, they read right to left. 800. On Pokestats Live, it says 577. Well, maybe is Pokestats Live counting people who dropped or no? I guess that'd be the question, right? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I just thought it was 400 players, so I was like, wait, what the heck? There's so many more than 400. It just surprised me. Yeah, bro. Some people already have Masters leaderboard 2024 global. Dude, some of these people are already cooking with points, bro. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all. Whatever, we're here now. Oh, we can do this. That's what I meant to do. Dr. Zorat, 334 points. Adam Kalamat, 329. Dude, Adam Kalamat is like a name I remember. Wasn't Adam, well, actually no, I remember I restreamed a League Cup that Adam was at. Did Adam not play last season though? Because I didn't hear Adam's name at all last season. I know Adam's a master this year. Was Adam a senior? Senior, not real player. But Adam's a master this year now. But I remember like Adam was one of the players who was playing like a ton in like online tournaments over COVID. But then post COVID, I didn't hear Adam's name at all. Senior last year? Okay. But did he play? Did he play at all? Because I like, never heard his name. But he was like killing it in online tournaments like in COVID. He did? What the fuck, is he choking? Because I didn't hear his name come up at all last year. But I knew his name from how much he was playing in online tournaments in COVID. I think I played against him quite a bit in online tournaments. All right, let's get to this next round. I want to try and finish all of day 1 today, so that's the goal. Are we going into round 8? I think we are, right? No. Yes. Made top 16 at Worlds this year? Okay. Okay. He didn't really do well at seniors regionals, but seems to be popping off right now in Masters. Oh, hold on. He's farming Canadians in League Cups. I don't know about popping off. Although I don't know how he did at Pittsburgh if he went to Pittsburgh, to be honest. If I wanted like 100 easy points, there's no better place to go than to there's no better place to go than to Canada for a double cup weekend, bro. That's like a 300 points right there. Yo, appreciate the tier 1 sub there, EV Trainer. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're fresh out of cereal, but we got plenty of milk. To be fair, he is in Canada, bro. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he went to Pittsburgh at all or not. There's no shot you're sleeping on Canada. Bro, I'm not sleeping on Canada, but it's funny to make fun of the Canadians. Come for a double cup weekend? No shot. Not even the ease of Canadian cups could make me want to go to a local. The 688 players include the 102s, juniors, and seniors. That makes sense. It labeled it as masters. Canadians been clapping American regionals lately. That's true. I'm not gonna lie. We gotta step it up. As an American, we gotta step it up a little bit. No more slacking. Only dubs. To be honest, if I don't win a regional this year, if I don't win another regional, if I don't win a major tournament this year, as long as another Canadian doesn't win a major tournament, I'm okay with that trade-off. If America steps it up, that's all that matters, to be honest. Can't let these Canadians be bullying us, bro. What the heck? All right, chat, before we get to this next round, I gotta go pee, but I also want to give a big shout out to Factor for sponsoring this stream today. Check them out at factor75.com. Use my code and link if you want to get 50% off your first order over there. They're a meal prep service. They send meals already made straight to your door, and all you gotta do is microwave them and then eat them. It's that simple. Check it out. Factor75. Use my link in the chat. Get 50% off your first order. And then 25% or 20% off your following 4 orders after that. I will be right back. I need to go pee. Yep, I'm Canada's #1 hater. All right, we got 2 more rounds to do. We can definitely knock this out here. Dude, another Charizard on stream. Another Lost Box Zard. This one's got the Pokegears, though. I don't think the last one had Pokegears in it. Versus Guardy. Oh, we got Kim. Kim usually plays some interesting stuff. Well, I say that, but the last time I actually saw Kim, or restreamed Kim at a regional, Kim played Lugia. So at least Kim had some interesting cards in the Lugia deck, I guess. Got that, I guess. But all right, Rosario going first is the Guardy. I didn't really check the prize cards there, to be honest. I kind of wish I had anything important. Come on. Charmander, Cram. Double Cram, though, so open to Cram. So it still has a Cram, depends if you get a turn with a knockout, yeah. I wonder what is the... There's the Battle VIP Pass off the Mew. You love to see it. Yeah, what is this matchup? Favorable, unfair? I would imagine Zard is favored. Well, like having a if you attack with a Zard into a 1-prize Pokemon, it just gives Rosario a possibility of going Baby Guardian Knockout. You could go Zard plus Boss KO Guardi EX. Why are they streaming a 6-1 anyways? Because the winner makes it to day 2. What do you mean? That's a winning in, bro. What do you mean? That's literally what you would stream here. You're trolling. This is literally a winning in. Why would you not stream someone at 6-1? That's a winning in. Ain't nobody trying to ID. All right, triple Ralts and the Greninja online. I wonder if Kim plays the shenanigans. I wonder if Kim plays the water energy. Probably plays Greninja. Just thinking about aggressive Temple of Sinnoh. I guess it does shut down Jet energy. I was like, what the heck? But yeah, it does shut down Jet. Kim's hand sucks. But can this Artisan save him? There we go. Artisan. Oh, there's a Battle VIP pass in the hand. What the heck am I saying? I did not see that. I thought it was just... Yeah, I didn't see that at all, to be honest. I thought it was just gonna have the Artisan for like Artisan for. I'm trying to get a peek at this deck real fast for a Comfy, then hope that Comfy cooks. I don't see a Greninja in there actually, to be honest. Let me see the. There was no Greninja prize either, right? Yeah, so maybe no Greninja in this build. It might just be. Oh, there is the Radiant. I saw Radiant Zard. It's Radiant Zard build. Okay. Was that a Vitality Band, dude? What? Kind of broken, to be honest. I think that might have been a Vitality Band. Hold up. No, Gear hat out of the way. What the heck? Dude, I think it was a Vitality Band. Yeah, no Sableye. No Sableye. No Sableye. Dude, this is like the build that I was playing with on stream the other day, where I was like, no Sable, just Zard, just Comfy. To be honest, I thought the deck wasn't that good. I did get turn 2 Candy Zard pretty often, but that doesn't feel like it does enough. Yeah, this is like the build that I was trying out the other day on stream. I didn't have 2 Raihan in my list though, so maybe that was like the missing piece, to be honest. That could be the difference maker. Like no memes, not capping. Kim might be cooking here, to be honest. Kim's definitely cooking something up. I don't know what it is, but goodbye Comfy. What do we get instead though? No Colress yet. We really want that turn 1 Cram attack here for Kim. Ooh, oh, there's an Iono. Does Kim play Lost Vacuum? Do we even play the Iono, or do we save it for the late game? I don't know. We kind of want to cook here, right? It depends. I mean, I don't think I would play too heavily for the turn 1 attack, but like I want a Colress next turn. But Kim decides no. No Iono. I don't know if I like that though. What is that play? I don't know. I just want to play a Colress next turn, man. I don't know. I guess if Kim does get knocked out, you could play the Raihan. All right, we'll let him cook. We'll let Kim cook. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I just kind of want to see more cards, to be honest. My hand was not that good. Or Kim's hand is not that good. We got the turn 2 Guardy coming in for Rosario here as well. If a Cresselia attack here would be pretty good. And I think that is possible here from Rosario. Use the Stadium. Grab the Cresselia. Candy Guardy. Cook that Charmander on the bench. Then there's nothing in play for Kim except that, also that Vitality Band allows Cram to KO Cresselia. All right, I'm kind of in on this Vitality Band. I see what's scheming here. I actually kind of like it. So I would like to see yeah, there we go. Artisan. I'm hoping the Cresselia is grabbed here. You could get hella punished if you actually attack with Guardi EX. Okay. Cresselia's on the menu. This is a win-in? This is a win-in, yeah. If you have a record of 6-2-1 or better, you make day 2. Appreciate the 33 months there, Grover. There we go. Iono. 6. Fresh hand for Kim. To be honest, with how this played out, though, it's like not that bad for Kim overall. Not having double Charmander here down does kind of suck for Kim. Actually, Kim's hand also sucks. Jesus. Vitality lets Zard one-hit Genesect early. I guess that is like also another thing it does let you do. I don't know how relevant that's going to be, but is that a Zinnia? Dude, no shot. A Zinnia's Resolve? I hope Kim wins. I'm not going to lie. I hope Kim wins this one. Zinnia's ain't it, man. There's just no way. I hope Kim wins. This is looking rough here in game 1. Kim might have to scoop it up and go to game 2 pretty soon, but I hope Kim pulls it out in the end for sure. We can't be letting Zinnia's Resolve win games out here. You should not ID at 2-0 anyways. Yeah, ID at 2-0 is cringe. You're not walking away with anything with that. Go hard or go home. Or the options on the Mew, Fall Crystal or Red Candy. Yeah, Fall Crystal makes a little bit more sense. You're not using the Red Candy anyways. Are you gonna go back in with the Fall Crystal right now, or do we save it to try and get more energy? Goes with it immediately. I feel like you maybe could have saved it there. I don't know if we had to be that aggressive. Especially, well, Rosario doesn't know this, but Kim can KO the Cresselia with Cram on this next turn. I think if Rosario knew that, you maybe hold the Fall Crystal to make that become a Ralts next turn, to be honest. But Rosario, I would bet. I think we might have one more Curlier to use here as well. I would bet Rosario does not know about Kim's Vitality Band. Oh, the Ralts is in the hand anyways, I guess. I guess it'd just be like, how much energy do you want to find at that point versus other cards? That's fine. And then here we go. Goodbye, Charmander. Or I assume, I guess you could KO something else, but yeah, Mander down. And Rosario gets the first prize card. Okay, let's see how Kim does here. This is pitiful, to be honest. All right, here we go. There's not that much good stuff on the bottom of the deck. I don't know if there's like, what, there's like 6 dead cards on the bottom of the deck. I feel like Kim here wants to find Colress and Vitality Band, which are both not on the bottom of the deck, because Kim did just get Iono'd. So I feel like Kim should start with a Comfy here. Now, shuffling the deck with Artisan does put the Iono back into the deck. After watching Kim not play the Iono turn 1 last game, or last turn, I feel like, I don't know, maybe at this point you feel like you're so far behind, now it's the time to play it? I don't know. How many Charmanders play in this deck, too? Eyeing up the Comfy is interesting. Okay, there we go. I was like, I didn't think we were going to go for the Comfy. Nest Ball for another Charmander. Yeah, if you do get the Vitality Band here as Kim, to be honest, I don't think you're in a terrible spot. But this goes back. I think Kim should have played the Iono last turn. I think Kim should have played the Iono last turn. I think you just wanted more Iono. You would have got Iono again. You would have got... Well, actually, that's not even true. If Kim plays Iono, who knows if Rosario draws Iono, to be honest. Or plays Iono. Here we go. Comfy. Dude. All right, game 2. No, we can still get there. Retreat Comfy to Comfy. Get 4 in the Lost Zone. If we just get a switch card, our Cram is at least slapping. Yeah. All right, not yet. We're still in it. We're still in this. Let's go. All right, attach retreat. Comfy number 2. All right, game 3. Wait, did we get anything? I don't think we got anything there. All right, maybe actually game 2, to be honest. I think Kim... Wait, is it Kim making a decision or thinking about whether to concede or not? What is the card? Is it good? What is the card, bro? What is it? Leak. It's an escape rope. Okay, at least we can... Oh, it's so bad. You push Greninja or Guardy here. The Greninja push up. Kim sends up a different Comfy. Oh, could this be the move? Can Rosario... Oh, no, there's an energy in hand. All right, game 2. Should Kim just concede on that energy attachment? I almost feel like the answer is yes, to be honest. I almost feel like Kim should concede as soon as the Greninja can move. If the Greninja couldn't move, I'd be like a little bit more like, okay. But this is definitely one of those matchups where it's going to take a while. So this is like leaning more and more towards a tie for Kim, if anything. But if I'm Kim, I want to win, bro. I want to win. I want to concede this, and then I want to bop Rosario 2 games in a row. I want that, like, I want that time for game 3. I'm gonna look. I always, if I say this though, if I say all this now and then Kim wins, I guess I look kind of silly, but I don't know.
And it's number 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. That is true, Pod. If he just because he wins doesn't mean it's the right play, but it's really. But then I have to deal. But you're not the one who has to explain that to chat. You know what I'm saying? Like then I have to explain that to chat. You don't have to argue with chat about that. See, for me, it's different. For you, yeah, you don't have to deal with chat, but I do. What is this, Firemon? That's a Charmander. All right, Candy Charger. We're cooking now, baby. Kim is in business. Yeah, I'm going to argue. And we got the boss. Yo, maybe this is a comeback. Maybe there is a comeback here. There might be a comeback here. We got the boss on the Guardy on the bench. Kim's cooking. Welcome to Kim's kitchen. Candy, Zard, boss the Guardy, draw 2 prize cards. Hey, we're evening it up right there. KOing this Charizard is hard for Guardy as well. Especially when you're tied on prize cards because the reversals are offline. So Rosario might have to settle for a 2-hit KO here, to be honest. You could actually just send up Cresselia and punch for 110. I honestly think that's a pretty solid choice here. Send up Cresselia and plan to just punch for 110 and bench your Ralts. Go send up Cresselia, attach, bench Ralts. Even, you know what? We could boss KO Charmander. I kind of like boss KO Charmander. I'm down to boss KO the Charmander. I only want to deal with 1 Charizard. I don't want to deal with 2 Charizards. See what Rosario goes for, though. I'm down for the boss play, though, to be honest. Definitely need to find ourselves. Yeah, I actually think that's the best play. Just boss, KO the Charmander. Don't put another 2-prizer in play. You definitely don't want to do that. Boss, KO Charmander. Oh, we got rid of the... Oh, we can reversal to the active, though. We can still do it with the reversal. Okay. And there is a Ralts in hand. Yeah, that's actually pretty clean. This is pretty clean. Nice. Ralts gets his own bench. There we go. Thinking about... Ooh, what's cooking here? 3. Are we trying to KO this thing? Ultra Ball coming in. Uh-oh. What's happening here? What's happening? Are we going for the KO? Is the KO possible? I didn't think the KO was possible, so I didn't really even think about it, to be honest. But I guess it is possible. If the KO is possible, should we go for the KO? I still don't hate Cresselia boss KO Charmander, to be honest. I'm kind of still a fan of the boss KO Charmander play. Just take it a little bit slower. Why are we going so fast? Let's chill out. Actually, is there enough energy? I don't know if there is. Oh no, bro. Rosario's throwing. He's gonna Cresselia the Charmander. I don't like that play. I don't like that play. That's the same thing as just going to attach boss. But now you have a Gardevoir EX in play. So if Kim has another boss, you just get you don't lose. But that's kind of annoying. Like, I think the chill play was better. Thinks reversal works? No. I think Rosario is gonna go for... I mean, that would be really bad. I think what Rosario is gonna go for here is Cresselia again. But then you spread your energy so thin. How do you ever want to KO a Charizard? I don't like this play at all. Yeah, Rosario's just go... I think you should... The boss play, I think, was actually really good. Yeah, you're spreading your energy so thin. If Kim has a... Kim with a boss punishes this so hard. Kim punishes this with a boss so hard. Boss KO Guardy here punishes this so hard. Then I guess the reversal's online for you to respond with your own Guardy. Maybe it doesn't punish it that hard. No, I think that punishes it pretty hard, to be honest. I'm convinced. It punishes it pretty hard. I think the better play was the boss play for sure. Don't put the Gardevoir EX in play. Keep your draw power around. Attach active. Boss Charmander. But it is... Another thing with that, though, it is unlikely Kim has access to another boss. Actually, it might be impossible. There is a read on the board. There's a boss in the Lost Zone and there's a boss in the discard pile. To be honest... Maybe this play wasn't that bad, actually, from Rosario. There is 2 boss in play here. And Lost Zone decks usually only play, like, 2 boss, so... I don't hate the call here from Kim, even if... Or from Rosario. Even if Rosario... Well, but do I still like the boss play better? I think I still do like the boss play better, to be honest. The more that I think about it, I still like the boss play better, actually. But this wasn't, like, terrible. Like, the boss play is probably not going to happen. But how do you kill the Zard? Well, there's 3 energy on the Gardevoir, so you can get 9 on it. How is that a punish? No shot that's even a bad thing? Wait, what's even a bad thing? The Cresselia boss play? Or the boss from Kim? If Kim has boss here, Kim should play boss, but Kim does not have boss here. I think I would like to have still seen Rosario go with the boss play there, I think. It's super easy to respond and there's no comeback for Kim. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Yeah, there's no comeback for Kim. I think it was still the better play of the 2 plays, to be honest. I still think it was the better play, yeah. Vitality Band Cram really punished this play. Vitality Band Cram was pretty good here as well. The boss kill Guardy. Feels fine. Oh, if Rosario goes boss KO Guardy, maybe that is fine. It might be fine. I guess it would be okay, yeah. Why do these lost Zard players always wait so long to play their Rad Zard? Because that's a lot of retreat costs. You don't want to get boss trapped in the active. It also just like, eats up a bench spot when it's not going to be very useful until later, but... At this point, you just Cresselia again? To be honest, probably, right? Why wouldn't you? I guess you could. Well, no. Well, yeah, maybe I overthought that play on Rosario's side of the field. Well, no, but if you Cresselia again, your energy's getting really thin to work with. But I guess what else would you do anyways? To be honest, now Cresselia, Boss KO, Charmander, I like that. Cresselia, Boss KO, Charmander is pretty good here still, I think. I think it's like the play. You could go... I don't know. Yeah, you're expending your energy so thin if you do that other play. Wait, no. Rosario has 3 prize cards left. You just go KO with... Yeah, you go KO Shiny Arcana. You go Shiny Arcana KO. And then get Cresselia back into the deck so you can go Cresselia, snipe a Comfey next turn to win. Yeah, that's the play. That's the play. Yeah, Rosario might have always just been in such a good spot. It just like doesn't matter, to be honest. It should be 120 on the Gardevoir. Or no, 100 if the attachment from hand. No, this makes sense. This makes sense. And then if Rosario can, I don't know if there's a Super Rod in the hand. I can't tell. There was like a gold card. Okay, Rosario should bench Cresselia because then all you need... You don't even need to get back RDEX here, to be honest. You should only get back Cresselia. Well, I mean, you can't really get punished, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. And then Artisan for the Cresselia, and probably burn as many other cards as you can. I can't even think of a win condition for Kim through Iono, to be honest. But like, you should at least bench the Cresselia, I guess. Ultra Ball, maybe. There might be stuff that's worth burning out of the hand with Ultra Ball. To be honest, you should just Ultra Ball away the... Rosario definitely should have used the... Oh, did Rosario already use the Artisan? No, right? There's nothing that they could have gotten. To be honest, I want to see Rosario Ultra Ball away that Zinnia's Resolve because the card is so bad it should be gotten rid of. Well, no, now Rosario can get punished. Why didn't... Yeah, Rosario should have benched. Rosario should have benched the Cresselia there every single time. So actually, Rosario could have set up like an impossible to beat board state if Rosario just benches Cresselia. But now, actually, Kim can go Candy, Charizard, Iono into Boss KO Guard EX. Now, I don't think Kim plays 3 boss, but... So that's not really like a thing, but... Yeah. But yeah, now Kim can go Iono, Candy, Zard, Iono. And actually win this game. There's the Iono. There's Candy in the hand, but no Zard. So going to use the Comfey first. If you use Iono, get Cresselia. That's true. Iono and boss? No, Iono this turn, boss next turn. That's true. If, how can he be punished? No, I think you're right. Never mind. If you play the Iono here... Okay, hold up. Roxanne. If Kim plays Roxanne. Which I assume Rosario doesn't know Kim's deck. So it's still correct to play around Roxanne until you know Kim doesn't play Roxanne. If Kim plays Roxanne, then... You could whiff the Cresselia. You even got rid of the Artisan as well. Maybe you should bench the Charmander there? I don't know why you wouldn't, but I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Iono wouldn't be a punish because Rosario is guaranteed to draw into the Cresselia, but... Actually, are they? No, they are. Yeah, so the game is over here with the Cresselia. So you send up Mew, draw for turn. Yo, what if Rosario doesn't top deck Cresselia? No, they top deck Cresselia. I think there was 3 cards in deck. It would have been funny if Rosario didn't top deck Cresselia, then used Mew to shuffle the deck first, and then didn't draw the Cresselia. But top deck the Cresselia. I think there was 3 cards in deck. Okay, and yeah, Kim scoops. Okay, but to play around Roxanne, I still got there to the point where I'm right. Rosario should have just like benched Cresselia, and then like could have still played the Collapse if they really wanted to, and just like discard the Greninja. But Rox sure with Curlia. Yeah, but you could like not have Curlia. You could have Curlia afterwards. Or Rosario could have. All right, game 1 win for Rosario. This is what I say. I mean, it felt like it was too far to reach for Kim. And it kind of was like almost the whole time, right? Yeah, it kind of was. There's the Vitality event. It kind of was out of reach the whole time. Like I said, I would have liked to have seen Kim scoop on like turn 2, I think. That felt like it was way too far to reach. And although I question some of Rosario's plays in the middle of the game and deck building because there's a Zinnia's Resolve in the deck, but I think the plays that I was thinking about initially, probably Rosario was fine on Rosario's side. I don't know, I still kind of like the Cresselia plus boss play, but it's kind of nitpicky, I guess, at that point. So it's not worth like overly analyzing. Except for the last play where the Cresselia definitely should have been benched at the end because you don't know for sure that Kim doesn't play Roxanne. I guess is like the only thing, but so to play around Roxanne, you should have benched Cresselia. Zinnia's Resolve. Dude, Kim with another slow start here, but at least has a Chorus in hand, so I can start cooking on turn 2. What about this matchup? Do you want to go first or second in this matchup? Honestly, I wouldn't hate going second in this. I feel like whenever I play, wait, no, not up against Gardevoir though, right? No, you don't want to give Gardevoir the extra turn to work with. I take that back. I think this deck up against, no. Yeah. We don't want to give Gardevoir an extra turn to work with. Because then they get to evolve to Kirlia's a turn ahead, and they're not guaranteed the Candy Guardy anyway, so you still want to go first in this matchup for sure. All right. VIP pass. Almost got the quad Ralts. There might have been a Ralts bench. I didn't really check there, to be honest. And Rosario should have a pretty good idea of what is going on now in this matchup. And shouldn't be too scared of too many things. I think Rosario actually should have used Greninja first and like held the Fog Crystal, because that Fog Crystal could have become the 4th Ralts. It could have become the 4th Ralts, and then if not, then the Fog Crystal becomes the energy to retreat. I mean, this is still like a pretty good spot for Rosario. Oh, benches the Cresselia immediately. I don't know if I like that, to be honest. Do I like that? Was the 4th Ralts prize, maybe? No. I guess it's fine. You don't really want to like go Candy Guardy attack with Guardy EX, I guess. So if Kim whiffs the turn 2 Cram attack, but should you just play like the turn 2 Cram attack is going to happen? Maybe you don't. Yeah, it's probably fine, to be honest, overall. My thought process is just like, you want to get your Ralts to Kirlias, so the Kirlias can become Gardevoir sooner. If Kim gets a turn 2 attack, Kim is KOing your Mew, then you'll have bench space for the Cresselia on that turn. But it is possible that Rosario or Kim whiffs the Cram attack. And if Kim whiffs the Cram attack, you don't really want to turn 2 attack with a Guardy EX into a potential Candy Charizard. And you definitely want to attack with Cresselia. So maybe it does make sense to grab the Cresselia there. And also, like, it's a great escape rope target, too. If escape rope happens, you just push Cresselia, probably. Maybe you push the Greninja. You have the options of both. Actually, in this matchup, you'd probably definitely push Greninja, because they can't punish it later with, like, a Sableye damage or anything like that. Candy Zard. Zard's cooking. But I don't know if Kim has... No. Kim is good here for the... Inzo 3 fires. Kim's good here for the Cram attack this turn. Does Kim ever... Do you ever hit with Charizard over Cram? Probably not, right? You always just probably hit with Cram. I'm surprised. I'm thinking if you ever... Yeah, would you ever go the other way around? I don't think so. I think we still have the Comfy use here for Kim as well. Yep, there we go. Comfy for 2. Charmander and Artisan. Goodbye, Artisan. Hello, Charmander. And then retreat. Yeah, what would be the point of attacking with Charizard? Nothing, right? Except it could get one-hit KO'd by the Candy Guardy. Chooses to not bench the Charmander, play around the Cresselia play. That kind of makes sense. You don't really want to... Yeah, because if Rosario's going to attack with Cresselia this turn, you'd rather lose a Comfy than a Charmander, probably. Of course, you could get Iono'd and lose it anyways. And a Comfy, with only one Comfy in play, and how much you want your Comfy to stick around, that is a decent part of your setup, to be honest. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't hate the idea of just benching the Charmander, because then, I don't know. I guess you do want to keep the other one around. All right. Rosario does have the Iono. I don't know what the hand is, how many cards are in the hand here for Kim, so potentially playing the Worker instead doesn't seem too ridiculous. Goes with the Greninja play to begin with. And now we're at the Iono part. Do we play it? Looks like the answer is yes. I'm not sure how many cards Kim had, but Kim doesn't have, like, obviously doesn't have, like, a stellar setup, so not playing Iono there wouldn't have been the most ridiculous thing ever. Is Kim playing Sableye? Nope. Just literally Cram and Charizard. And Choice Belt. And Vitality Band. Yeah, pretty good start from Kim. Pretty good turn 2 from Kim. Yeah, see, I don't hate the Charmander bench there from Kim, because the chance of an Iono is so high on Rosario's second turn. Like, even if... Alright, so if you bench the Charmander, Rosario KOs your Charmander with Cresselia. It's like, okay, but now you get to at least keep the Comfy. And if you don't bench the Charmander, then if Rosario does get a turn to attack with the Candy Guardy, well, then you just lose your only Comfy in play. So it's like you're so much less set up. Yeah, I think Kim maybe should have benched the Charmander there. Like, no matter what, you're just way less set up than you were. So you'd rather be a little bit... You bench a Charmander at the expense of the Charmander at the reward of keeping a Comfy in play, though. So I just don't hate... I think I like the idea of just benching the Charmander from Kim, to be honest. Because then you guys have something more to work with on your bench no matter what. Because, like I said, the chance of an Iono turn 2 from Guardy is pretty high. Especially after, like, a decent turn 1 from Rosario, so... You want to be as resilient as you possibly can be to the Iono. All right, energy's getting loaded up. Are we going all the way? I want to load all these up. Keep one in the discard pile. Okay, thank goodness. There we go. Goodbye, Comfy. And we have the Charizard here for Kim, though, so Kim can just go retreat and knock out. Has no... just no draw power in hand. Literally no draw power. Mander off the nest, and we will see attach, retreat, knockout with the Charizard, but obviously that's not great. It's just kind of whatever. It's something. Choice spell as well, just get out of the deck. 2-card hand, knockout. I definitely don't want to see. There was a cool shot the prize card, though. This is pretty good. This is one of those hands where I think Kim should try and avoid using Iono. Kim is ahead on the prize exchange. Well, maybe, I mean, I don't know if you avoid it, but yeah, Kim can actually get the, or not Kim, Rosario can actually get the 1 KO with a reversal here. So that's what Rosario is going to be digging for, is the reversal energy. Gotta go with a draw with a Curlier here. Can probably get rid of the Zacian. Yeah, Zacian goes. Level Ball and Curlier. Can this Ralts evolve here? I actually don't even know. They evolved it, so I'm assuming that means it can evolve. I don't... maybe you're just not playing the Iono this turn if you don't have to. I was going to say, I don't know about this play here, to be honest. You could have gone with... Gonna keep going, though. Now you have the Worker. You probably play the Worker, to be honest. Yeah, you don't... I want an Iono Kim here. I'd go with the Worker draw. I guess you could go into the Gardevoir first. It doesn't really matter too much. There we go. Gardevoir draw. Energy. There we go. We're getting closer to the KO with Gardevoir. How much do you need? You need a decent amount still. Load it up. We still need the reversal, I think, overall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think you throw it on the Gardevoir. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, throws it on the active Guard EX. I don't know why. And then could Worker for 3. I'm pretty sure a supporter has not been played. I might be trolling, though. There's the Super Rod. Puts back the Zacian and the Cresselia. So it seems like at this point, Rosario would be content with attacking with Cresselia to KO the Charmander off the bench, which I think is probably a fine attack here. You guys, you could always boss. Well, now you're definitely playing the Worker if you're doing this, I assume. Boss Charmander. That's what I was thinking as well. You could boss KO Charmander with the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, but then you should have done the energy a little bit differently, and you should have attached here to the bench one. I don't really love the idea of Iono in here because Kim really didn't do anything on the last turn. But I think it looks like Rosario wants to draw the extra cards. I mean, it's not like you're not giving Kim... Yeah, Kim didn't really do anything last turn. I don't love the idea of that. I'm thinking about the boss now as well. Goes with the boss. I assume on the Charmander. Yep. So I assume we're not going to attack this with a Guardy EX. And we're going to retreat to a Shiny Arcana. But then I don't like... I think the Super Rod from Rosario was a misplay because I think you would want to Super Rod back the Shiny Arcana and the Ralts, right? I mean, you might not be able to need the Ralts with the Shiny... Recovering the Shiny Arcana could be a big deal. So I don't love the choice. There was a couple of mistakes here, I think, from Rosario. I don't love the Super Rod. It could be fine. But the biggest thing was the energy that was on the Gardevoir. When Rosario used Shiny Arcana, they should have put the energy on the benched Curlia instead. That's where the energy should have gone off the... Not to the Gardevoir. You don't care if Gardevoir X has 2 more damage counters on it. It just doesn't make a difference at that point. So you'd rather load up the Gardevoir EX with an extra energy out of your discard pile and then hard retreat it instead. Like that was definitely a mistake. The other part, I'm not too sure, to be honest. The Super Rod, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. All right, what does Kim got? Gonna try and cook with Comfy here. I assume Kim is settling for the knockout on the active with the... Oh, he actually gets the knock on the active with Cram, which is pretty chill, actually. And then... just promotes the Cram? Not even going to try and get a... All right. There's a good chance that Kim would have been able to find a way to move the Comfy. And definitely did. Oh, but I guess you got the Jet, so you're going to be able to do it anyways. Well, you've been able to Comfy twice, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that from Kim. I think Kim probably should have set the Comfy up there and like plan to try and get some more value out of the draw power this turn. I think you could have bet on finding like a good play there. Going to give up on the Zard and the Fire. 10. Oh, 2 Zards in the loss zone. I wonder how many Zard Kim plays. Like I said, I think Kim could have pushed Comfy there and just bet on finding a way to move it around. Does have the boss in hand as well, which is going to be a big deal to get the 2 prize knockout. Actually, Kim is set up pretty well here to win this game, to be honest. I feel like Kim's going to get a knockout this turn with Cram. Or just takes a knockout with Cram, holds the Jet. Okay, I thought Kim was going to use a Jet there to actually go deeper with the Comfy. That's what I kind of would have liked to have seen, maybe, was like dig a little bit more with the Comfies. I don't know. Now I'd like to see an Iono here from Rosario. Iono plus... why did we send up the Curlia here? I guess it's fine to set up the Curlia here if we're knocking out the Charizard. But I kind of like the idea of Rosario going KO. Well, actually, KO Charizard here would be good if we could get it here from Rosario, but I don't think we're getting that. Is it ever happening? Could we play for it? We maybe could play for it here as Rosario, to be honest. Maybe should have played for it. But it's harder to do when the Shiny Arcana's in the discard pile. But setting up this Curlia, I don't think ever makes any sense. You should send up the Gardevoir EX here. Because you don't want to discard this energy off the Curlia. You want to try and build up this Curlia to the point where it can get a KO. You want to build up this Curlia to the point where I can get a KO on... But now you're turning the amount of energy that's on this Curlia, right? Yeah. Should have maybe tried to keep the Temple of Sinnoh there, to be honest, because you want to be able to like Temple of Sinnoh and bump your own Artisan so that Kim doesn't have access to it. You want to be able to do that this turn. To be honest, Rosario probably should have tried to avoid putting the Artisan in play, because Artisan in play can lead to a second Charizard from Kim. Yeah, but see, now we have no Curlias with any energy. But if we had sent up Gardevoir EX here instead of the Curlia as Rosario, you could load up 2 energy on the Gardevoir EX, retreat it, put 1 on the Curlia, put 1 on the Cresselia, put 1 on the Curlia, knock out a Comfrey off the bench. But now Rosario has the only so we could have had a Curlia in play with 2 energy, which means you could go attach plus Guardy load for 6 and actually 1-hit KO the Charizard. But now we have we have 2 Curlias with 1 energy each, which is just way worse. So I don't like that sequence there. Could use Greninja here to draw 2 more cards, it looks like, from Rosario. But maybe wants to hold it as a potential attachment for turn. Let's see, you actually do have to get 1 on the Guardy EX. But you could have had damage on the Guardy EX and the energy not be on Guardy EX as well. Greninja versus... Okay, goes for the Greninja draw instead. There's the reversal. It's not going to be good this turn. But next turn, if Kim does draw a prize card, it will be pretty good. The Fog Crystal as well. Yeah, if Kim has Boss Cram. No, if Kim has Boss, Gardevoir, bench Cram. There we go. Jeez, man. Kim doesn't have, he plays 4. Yeah, but it's like the 4 makes sense to play here. So, yeah, I'm not surprised if Kim plays 4. Yo, should this Charizard deck play Cross Switchers? Like, no memes? Cross Switcher seems pretty good, to be honest, in the Charizard deck. All right, energy in hand. I don't know how many energy in the discard pile. Or to use Greninja. Yep. Hand's not that good for Rosario, but you have plenty of draw power on board. Comfey's about to go down. Yep, bop. Down to 3 prize cards for Rosario. Tying up Kim. Over to Kim. Iono and... Oh, there's the boss. Wait, that's Boss and Cram. That's game, right? Yeah, doesn't Kim just win? Kim goes just switch cart Boss Guardy. And then if the Charizard is knocked out by Gardevoir or what's the other one called? Zacian. Dude, I'm getting tired. Cram just responds and knocks it out. Yeah, I'm getting tired. See, that's the only reason I'm saying things that aren't true sometimes is because I'm getting tired. Otherwise, I would literally everything would be correct all the time. That's game. But there's only a minute and 20 left, so to be honest, Rosario should play out this last turn because you don't want, like, going into a game with a minute left never favors Rosario. It only probably favors Kim. The more likely deck to win by donk is Lost Box. So, like, the game is effectively over here, but yeah, Rosario should just play through the last turn. Time gets called, and then Kim wins on the next turn. I guess that's not true. There is a win condition for Rosario. I take it back. Rosario can go Boss Cram, KO Comfey with Cresselia, and then if the Cram can't move, Rosario can win. I guess I'm just kind of assuming the Cram can move. But if the Cram don't move, there's an energy in the hand there for Kim. But if there wasn't an energy in the hand there for Kim, it's possible. Anything's possible. Dude, what was that interaction? Did Rosario ask to take the level ball back? Is that what happened there? Zinnia's checkmate? True. Rosario's like, can I take this level ball back? I want to use Artisan first. Now time has been called. Like I said, once again, I think Kim does have game guaranteed, but Rosario actually doesn't know that yet. Rosario still has the play of Boss Cram, Cresselia KO Comfey into Boss KO the Charizard on the next turn. Dude, see, that's all the Zinnias is good for. That's all the Zinnias is good for. It's like, you know exactly what to discard from your hand with Curlia. It actually makes you play faster because when you go to use Curlia and you look at your hand, there's no Battle VIP pass there, and you're like, well, do I discard an energy here? Can I afford to get rid of this? Can I afford to get rid of that? It's like, instead it's just like, oh, okay, cool. I just discard Zinnia's Resolve. Yeah. All right, they're thinking through. I guess Rosario maybe doesn't see the win condition. Yeah, Rosario might just not see the win condition here, to be honest. There is a win condition here, though, for Rosario. But it's possible Rosario doesn't see it. Okay, but putting back the boss, so I assume Rosario sees the win condition now. But now there's only 2 cards in the deck. Rosario draw a card? Wait, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, wait, Rosario actually can't even attempt the play. It doesn't really matter because Kim does have the answer to the play, but yeah, Kim has the answer to the play, but pass, draw, Charizard knockout, boss guard EX even, why not? All right, and that's game. And they tie 1-1. Once again, I don't want to say I'm right because I'm not trying to be sarcastic with that either. I think it was definitely like I said, I think Kim should have scooped game 1 a lot sooner, and it definitely would have saved time, and would have given Kim a lot better of a shot of winning game 3. But I don't want to say for sure I was right on that, but it did seem like Kim was pretty far behind after like turn 2. Like, once again, when you sit down across from your opponent, you want to know what your goal is, and I think both players' goals was to win the game. So, bottom card in deck was boss. It doesn't matter because Kim had the answer to the boss, but Azul's right. Even if he bluffs, yeah. Even when I'm bluffing, I'm right. It's crazy. All right, let's get into this final round. Alexis Sosa versus Frederick Ilbruck. Another Zard in day 2. Has to be Cap. All right, final round. We got that Chien Pao. 2 Chien Pao's prize. It's all right. We can survive with that. Versus Lost Tina. A battle of the Titans here. Loser is known as the worst deck in the format. Oof, Luminion start not great. I actually don't know how much Luminion starting actually matters in this matchup, to be honest. How much does that actually matter in this matchup? Stream starts in 2 hours. Am I staying up? Nope. I am going to bed after this. Well, I'm going to eat dinner, late dinner, and then go to bed. That's the plan. One last round. Battle VIP pass, Greninja. Do you want Greninja here, though? You got that Doofer in hand. Well, you need... What do you grab here, actually? Greninja Frigibax? Probably Greninja Frigibax. Do you ever go Bidoof? Yeah, I mean, Greninja Frigibax makes sense to me. I don't hate the idea of a Doofer, though. Actually, are we hitting up that Pokestop here? We might be hitting up the stop here, actually. Yeah, I think I'm hitting that stop here. If I'm Frederick, I'm stopping right now. All right, no stop yet. I would have stopped right there. I would have gone for me. I can't see the hand. This looks like not good. Yeah, I think you... Yeah, this deck is like... You just stop with this deck, to be honest. Oh, wait, this is an Arceus build. This is not the Turbo build. Okay. I thought this was like the Turbo build. Am I going to VOD review day 2 tomorrow? Yep, I'll VOD review day 2 tomorrow. We did get to the Battle VIP pass here for Frederick, though. Chien Pao, B-Barrel. Seems good to me. I just assumed this was a Turbo build because it was looking like it, but I guess Illuminion maybe should have tipped me off. It does still look like it is a cross-switcher build, though. I did see the cross-switchers in there. What time? 1:30 to 2 p.m. West Coast time. Sometime in there, I'll start up. All right, over to Alexis. Comfy to start. Tina versus Jet. I would lean towards the Jet there. Actually, to be honest, I don't know if I like the sequence from Alexis because you really want to find a Colress here. I think I would have gone with the Battle VIP pass first. Like the judgment call you want to make here is like, okay, what am I trying to find? What do I put the most value on here? And I think as Alexis with the Lost Tina, you want to put the most value on finding Colress. So I think you should play the Battle VIP pass. And there's a Nest Ball in there as well. That searched out 3 basics. Wait, there was a Nest Ball, a Battle VIP pass, and a Tina V in the hand, and they went Comfy first? Okay, that's definitely trolling for sure. You definitely put the more value on hitting Colress this turn before you draw any cards out of your deck. Couldn't he Sable, Gust, Tina? What are you talking about, Punk? All right, there's a Nest Ball. Yeah, I think that was definitely trolling from Alexis to actually not thin out the deck first. You should put way more emphasis on way more emphasis on finding colors on this first turn for sure. There's the mana. You gotta go with the mana if you grab here as well. You don't just get ninja turn 2. That would suck. Then you just lose. I'm sure Frederick plays the cross switchers. I'm sure they play the canceling clone as well. If you're playing Pokestop, you probably got the whole gang in there. No Greninja grab from Alexis there as well. There is a Pokegear in the hand though, so we're still pretty close to the colors here. Here's Cram or Abyssseeking Optimal. Cram. Well, actually, it's Friedrich. Oh my bad, Friedrich. I would cram punch this I would cram punch this Lumineon, because then you can like do some follow-up play with, well, I actually don't know if Alexis, well, there's water energy, but I don't know if the water energy actually equals it being able to attack with Greninja. Question is there a Colress? Ooh, battle. I would say Pokestop would have been pretty good there, but it would have discarded the Greninja, so I don't know how good it actually would have been there. We do have the Colress though, so that does mean cram punch. But yeah, I can cram punch this Lumineon and then clean it up later with Sableye, which is like pretty clean. So that'll be a pretty good play from Alexis. Now we got the Colress, so we got that cram punch. There's the Sableye, there's the Tina. So we're getting rid of the Battle VIP pass. And I mean, to be honest, we could get rid of any of the other cards. I'm gonna let Alexis make the call here. I actually don't know what the correct thing to get rid of. You definitely get rid of Battle VIP pass. The question is just what else do you get rid of? All right, I guess I'm wrong. I was I was pretty convinced you get rid of Battle VIP pass there. I guess the value of this place, you do thin out the deck by your next couple basics. But I also like my Pokemon too. I like playing with 2 Sableye, so I don't know if I like that. Getting rid of the Tina, I guess I'm a little bit bigger of a fan of. Getting rid of the Tina, I'm a little bit bigger of a fan of, because you really only need 2 Tina V pretty much every game. But like, let's say I still don't like that though, because like let's just say Alexis goes bench double Tina V this turn. At the end of the turn, there's 2 Tina Vs on the bench, and next turn, Friedrich goes double cross switch or KO Tina V, and then Alexis responds with Tina knockout. You also want to bench another Tina, right? You also want to bench another Tina that turn. And same thing with the Sableye. When we're getting this cram punch in on this Lumineon, the Sableye value goes so high, because Sableye cleans up the Lumineon, sets up damage somewhere else. Maybe you chain Sableye from there. Maybe I'm overthinking it, and just thinning out the cards does make maybe thinning out the cards does make more sense, because you do loss on both of these, and then you play the Battle VIP pass and you thin more cards out of the deck. So actually, no, you're only thinning 1 more card out of the deck here though. But it does thin out. We're going with the Greninja. All right, this is a twist right here. Yeah, I didn't expect that one, to be honest. I thought we were gonna get another Tina on the bench here. What if our one Tina gets double cross switchered? Wait, is there like another play here that I'm missing? I feel like benching double Tina in this matchup is a big deal. Because like, what if they like lock you at 1 Tina? Like, imagine Friedrich can't KO. Oh shoot. No, imagine Friedrich can't KO the Tina this turn, and it's just like, okay, pass. And then Alexis is just like, all right, it's back. And then Friedrich goes, all right, KO your Tina. And then Alexis doesn't have a way to match Chi and Pows with Tinas. Are you in a terrible spot then? I guess we'll find out. Attach Return Retreat is on the menu. Does Alexis ever not bench the Tina this turn? I guess the answer is yes. Okay, I guess we're chilling on the Tinas. All right, so I didn't expect that either. So maybe this is the way you play the matchup, to be honest. Maybe you just don't bench Tinas yet. I can see it. You really don't want it to get double cross switch or KO'd, but okay. But one more. It's so much harder to bench 2 Tinas at the same time if you only have 1 Tina, right? It's a lot harder to bench 2 Tinas when you have 1 Tina. I'm not sold on this. I'm not sold on this. Yeah, if we're doing this play, getting rid of the Tina, I'm not saying this play is wrong, but if we're going this route, getting rid of a Tina never makes sense, because our end goal through this play is to bench 2 Tinas at the same time, so we don't just get bodied. But if you play that way, why do you loss on Sableye? Alexis put a lot of value, which could be correct. Alexis put a lot of value on getting Greninja in play, right? So that's why Alexis favored the Battle VIP pass, because Alexis put a lot of value on setting up Greninja. Now, is it worth loss owning a Tina and a Sableye to do that? I don't think so, especially the Tina. I'm putting a lot more value on this Tina, to be honest. Because if we have Greninja in play, plus the other Sableye in the deck, we'll be able to clean up this Lumineon at some point. So that's kind of whatever. But the Tina, I don't like losing that Tina there. Sure, Friedrich have promoted Greninja versus Escape Route last turn. I want to say yes, because there's no good Sableye chain here. So like if Sableye KO'd the Greninja, there's nothing else to like get 2 prizes within in two attacks. But if Cram punches Lumineon, Sableye cleans it up for 2 attacks for 2 prizes. So yes, the Greninja should have been promoted from Friedrich. Yeah, unless Friedrich plans to just attack with Lumineon. Actually, no. This is actually no. Actually, this is better. Hold up. This is better because this is better because Friedrich wants to attack with Lumineon and just shuffle it back to the deck after it takes a damage. Wait, that makes the Cram attack like irrelevant though. Should Cram have even attacked here? Dude, I'm too tired for this, to be honest. I'm gonna let Friedrich cook. The Cologne though, we need that for later. Okay, we are going the Lumineon route. Yo, I kind of want to keep the Cologne, but I guess we're kind of tapped on resources right now. I don't hate the Cologne play here from Friedrich, to be honest. We don't got much. Oh wait, we're close. We've played the Cologne. If we can get another cross switcher, how many energy in this scrap pile? 2. Yo, we almost got the Gust. Let's cook. Pokestop, cross switcher, KO double comfy. Ready? Here we go. Oh, let's go. That's worth not attacking with Lumineon here for sure, right? To get the double comfy KO, I'm down. Friedrich is down. Boom, retreat, Chien Pao, 2 energy. Dude, this is getting wild. Friedrich is cooking. Double cross switcher on the Manaphy. And then Greninja KO double comfy. And then we can still shuffle back in the Lumineon next turn. Crazy. What do we got there? Ooh, Manaphy. Dude, I didn't even know canceling clone works like that until recently. For anyone who doesn't know what's going on, canceling clone is keeping the ability in the active spot shut off. Maybe I'm the only one who didn't know that, to be honest. So maybe I sound like an idiot explaining that to everyone who knows that's what it does. Nah, there's some of you definitely did not know that it worked like that. I'm not the only one. You can say you think that, but you're just lying to yourself at that point. All right, energy to Chien Pao. And then snipe double comfy. Alexis is gonna read canceling clone. Ready? Yeah. Boom. Double comfy, double KO. That's pretty clean. All right, that play from Friedrich was crazy. And now we don't have 2 Tinas to bench here. This was kind of my problem with like getting rid of that Tina. This is what my problem. Like this is where you want to bench double Tina, right? You want to go bench double Tina this turn. I don't know what else you want to do as Alexis to bench. To be honest, a shred KO wouldn't be terrible. But now you don't have the second Tina to bench. So I'm really not digging that. The lost signing of that Tina, I'm not a big fan of lost signing that Tina. That Tina was the homie for sure. I don't like that. What do we had in the lost zone? 4? We got a Colress. We do have an Iono in the hand as well, but I think we're going with that Colress. We need to get to that 7 sooner than later. Friedrich is in a ridiculously good spot. And Friedrich's about to like remove Alexis maybe should have tried to attack with Greninja this turn, to be honest. I think Alexis should have tried to attack with Greninja this turn. I don't know if it was possible. We're at 6. We have to get to 7 and then also a Mirage Gate. It did get rid of the energy that they maybe shouldn't have with Greninja. Maybe should have tried to hold out for another energy. Because using Greninja this turn to KO Lumineon before it shuffles back in. And then also set up some damage on the... Also setting up some damage on the Excalibur to pressure that from a Sableye KO seems pretty good here, to be honest. I like the idea of that, but that line's not available anymore because we've lost our water energy. We can switch card into... We could still... No, we can't really get there. It would be tough to get there even if Alexis hadn't discarded the water energy. Another water energy. All right. See, this is what I was talking about with the Tina thing. Like, Alexis didn't bench Tina turn 1 to kind of play around lone Tina getting gusted up, but then lost zone to Tina to make it harder to bench 2 Tinas at the same time. And now Alexis is in a spot where it's like, do I bench this Tina? But now I'm benching 1 Tina. There is 2 cross switchers gone, so the possibility of the Tina getting KO'd is definitely less because there is 2 cross switchers missing. And there's our Tina. No! What were we getting there off Pokestuff that was so important? Oh, I guess we could have gotten the Mirage Gate, but what do we do with the Mirage Gate there? I don't know if I like that, to be honest. Crayon Punch. Are we not benching a Tina here? We're still not benching Tina? Are we... So we just never have any threat of any damage, ever? I guess we can Sableye next turn. There's something, right? The possibility of Sableye is a thing. Man, I'm just trying to think if that's correct or not, though. I know it is correct to sometimes hold your Tinas and not bench them till later. You're not like too afraid of getting your hand disrupted there as Alexis. But you should have no pressure. You have no pressure. You have no threat. The Luminian's going back to the deck. Yeah, we're shuffling Luminian back in. No damage on board. No threat next turn. Yeah, there's no real threat next turn. There's no damage on board. Friedrich is. This is also like, I don't like this because Friedrich is about to go down to 3 prize cards remaining. And Alexis doesn't have a 2 prizer to push up. So Alexis is gonna like attack with a Sableye next turn and then bench Tina's. But then Friedrich's like, okay, I'm fine with that. KO Sableye, then KO 2 prizer, I win, right? So I don't like the way this is breaking down. Like, I think this would be a good turn for Alexis to go, all right, you just used 2 cross switchers. I'm just gonna hope you don't have another cross switcher. Bench a Tina. You go down to 3, but then I get to go attack with Tina, have a second Tina, make you go through 2 prizers worth of HP instead. I guess then if Friedrich has the Gust there, do you just lose anyways? I don't know. I think Alexis is needs to scoop. He's too far behind. It feels like a scoop, to be honest. I'm kind of tired, so I'm not like there might be more to think about on Alexis' side than I see, but I don't like some of the decisions so far. I haven't been a big fan of. Sableye, Roxanne, Path, maybe, but there's a B barrel. Well, no, that's true. You could go Sableye, Roxanne, Path, KO the B barrel. In this case for Alexis, there's an Iono. There's no Roxanne in the hand, but there is an Iono. But to get to 10 in the loss zone, Alexis next turn does have to use Colress. So unless Alexis plays a vacuum, maybe there's a possibility. For Friedrich here, you maybe just load up a bunch of energy. You could bench the other Chi and Pao, to be honest. Well, I don't know. Do you actually want to? Well, you might want to. You should probably bench a Frigibax here because Alexis could have Shred, Boss KO, Baxcalibur, Shred for sure. That's a little scary. So I think as Friedrich here, you should probably bench a Frigibax just in case. Yeah, you don't want to get caught off guard by that because that could things could get out of control pretty fast around that, to be honest. So yeah, bench the Frigibax, gets the superior energy retrieval, and then gonna Luminian shuffle it back to the deck, and probably should load up a couple energy in play because the Roxannes and Idols are gonna start hitting soon. Like maybe one more to the Chi and Pao, and then like one on something else. Not gonna put any other energy in play. I don't really like that. I think we should put a couple energy in play here. Pushes the Chi and Pao as well. Is that correct? I don't know if I like the Chi and Pao push here. I mean, what's the worst that Alexis is gonna do? There's no Tina. That's what I'm saying. There's no Tina on the bench. So it doesn't really matter what Friedrich probably pushes here, right? I don't think it really matters. Yeah. So what is the play from Alexis here? You can't disrupt the hand and Sableye in the same turn here. There's a Comfy. This only gets us to 8. 9 with another Comfy. So chooses not to go the Comfy route. We are kind of close to being able to attack with Greninja. But what are we hitting if we attack with Greninja? You could KO. Okay, hold up. Could try and Greninja this turn. KO the Frigibax. Hey, that's pretty good. We got a path. Oh, and another Iono. Okay, things are looking good. I like this where this is going. But you can't bench double Tinas still. There's still there's still not 2 Tinas to bench here. Wait, got rid of the water? I thought we were going to Greninja here. I thought we were going to go Greninja, KO, Frigibax, put 90 on the Baxcalibur. I thought that was the play here. Now I wanted to see what's going to happen, actually. We are at 10, so we can Sableye. I guess we could Sableye as well, but we don't have a Sableye. Path? All of this just to bench 1 Tina at the end. And then if the Tina gets gusted, we just lose. So I was saying, like, I don't know. The loss of that earlier Tina was, like, pretty rough. Also, like, the Pokestop was, like, a little bit unfortunate, I guess. Yeah, I thought Alexis here was going to go with... attack with Greninja, KO Frigibax, 90 on Baxcalibur. I think Alexis maybe also prized. Greninja happened before the path. Let me see these prize cards, man. I'm not going to be able to get a good image here. I don't think of the prize cards. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. A second Sableye might not be prized, but we haven't gotten access to it, obviously. Runs 2 waters. Well, no. There's one in the discard pile. And they could have just taken that other one there. They had access to the Greninja attack for sure, guaranteed. Yo, it's actually funny if you send up the Greninja here, it actually dies to Manaphy. That's actually so funny. Actually, we're just going Greninja Pass here, though, from Alexis. Has double Mirage Gate. You have to bench the Tina this turn, right? Or do you wait another turn? Dude, when does the Tina get benched? Are we passing again? I guess you do wait one more turn, right? Well, you probably wait another turn because next turn you go Sableye. Nope, here it comes. All right, it's out there now. Now I feel like it's just going to get Gus KO'd, though. Now I feel like it's getting Gus KO'd. But it might be correct. I mean, like, yeah, what are we waiting for if we're waiting still? This is not going to hit anything, right? No, there's a ton of energy in here. And there's the Sableye in there as well. Okay. Grass Psychic. So next turn we could see Alexis go Roxanne, Sableye, Roxanne, Sableye, KO B-Barrel. But I feel like if that's going to be the plan, you shouldn't bench the Tina this turn. You should wait to do it next turn and hope Friedrich doesn't have a hand disruption card. Because now you could just lose to Friedrich going Boss KO your Tina or Gus KO your Tina in general. Now you just lose to Gus KO Tina. I feel like you don't really want to lose to Gus KO Tina here. I feel like Alexis should have. I think like at this point, to be honest with the way it developed, Alexis should have waited one more turn, and then gone and even held the path, and then just go path Sableye KOB barrel, and go and then bench Tina that turn. That almost seems like the better play, to be honest. Attach before gate. I mean, it's a missequence, but like if you know everything in your deck, it's like not the end of the world. It is a missequence though overall. But yeah, not a huge dealio for sure. Archie Pow is on. Gets two. Is the Gust there, though? It doesn't seem like the Gust is going to be there, to be honest. Another Chien Pow. Yeah, that hand is not looking gusty. Oh, no, we could still get there, though. We haven't drawn with B-Barrel yet. Ultra Ball in with a Heavy Ball. We have not, like, discarded some... I guess we're putting all the waters in play. I was going to say we could have discarded the waters, but... I'll get rid of the... No, we got to keep a rare candy around. I don't know if there's, like, two rare... Oh, we're going to rare candy out the Excalibur, of course. What am I thinking? We can load up a bunch of energy in play. Some on the active backs, some on the bench backs. Yeah, if we get to the boss or double cross switcher, the game does just end. Yes, Lax. All right, there we go. B-Barrel for some. The Gust there. Nope, no Gust. Has Greninja been used, though? I think Greninja hasn't been used here from Friedrich. We can still use Greninja here. Also, we might be able to load up enough energy in play. Yeah, Friedrich might just be able to load up enough energy in play where it's in... No, that's not true, because Sableye's going to attack next turn. Burn some energy this turn. Burn some energy next turn. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, then to KO the Sableye, you gotta... Actually, taking all the energy off the active, I don't like that. Oh, no, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Never mind. All right, dude, this could actually still be a crazy comeback, to be honest. The more I like think about it, I think this comeback is still possible here. We got the Sableye as well, so we top deck the Sableye here for Alexis. So we go bench Sableye, play Super Rod, Mirage Gate and Energy Psychic to Sableye, some energy to the active, who cares? Oh no. It's possible Alexis whiffs now. Well, it's pretty unlikely. We can still hard retreat. I think we probably should have Super Rod at first, but now we don't have a path. Actually, this is why Alexis needed to like hold the why not Luminian for Gust. Friedrich probably doesn't play boss. Friedrich probably only plays cross switchers. It's not possible to whiff here from Alexis, I don't think. So that's not that big of a deal, I guess. We could have Mirage Gate for another energy after playing the Super Rod. We're going to Comfy first? I thought we would do that after. I thought we'd Roxanne first and then Comfy afterwards. Not sure I like that sequence there. We got the Tina V-Star. Now we don't have the path. Not having the path here is actually a pretty big deal because we still have they have the energy search out through the Chien Pao and they have the draw power through the Greninja. But you could have gotten rid of both of those with Path to the Peak here when it combos with the Roxanne. Boss B-Barrel. What? All right. Wait, what? Wait. 3 path in the discard? I know, that's why I said if we had saved a Path to the Peak. That's what I was talking about. Wait, what? How does this ever win us the game? What are we hoping happens here? Oh yeah, I think Alexis is trolling here for sure. Yeah, the play here from Alexis is Roxanne KO the B barrel. Well, Friedrich is actually playing. Yeah, there's B barrel. Hold up. It feels like Friedrich is playing like they play had a boss in him, but they didn't. It felt like it though. Greninja now. I think Friedrich actually could have sequenced this better. I think we could have ended up with Chi and Pao thinning out the deck. Yeah. 2 to 3 turns. No, I think I actually disagree. I think Alexis had a pretty solid potential for a comeback. Why flower selecting after? Because you're building up cards for your next turn. So either you draw everything you need off Roxanne and you don't need anything else out of your deck, or you want to build up your hand for next turn to have more options on your following turn. I was saying something, but I forgot what I was saying now. I think Friedrich could have sequenced that a little bit differently. Maybe not, though. Maybe that was actually like the optimal sequencing there, actually, to be honest. I'm not going to overthink it. Got the cross switchers here. Bring up the Tina, knock it out. Yeah, I actually, no, I was just trying to see C-Max comment. I think actually there was a decent, the more I saw this game play out, I'm like, okay, I think there's actually a decent opportunity for a comeback here from Alexis, to be honest. Yeah, I think there's actually a decent opportunity for a comeback here from Alexis, but then just completely threw at the end there, like, and gave themselves no opportunity to win the game. But at the beginning, I was feeling like this feels pretty bad. But the more it developed, to be honest, I kept seeing like opportunity there for Alexis. But at the end of it all, they ended up just throwing. And never they didn't. Yeah, they just throw and never give themselves a shot overall, to be honest. All right, really good opening hand here for Alexis. Battle VIP pass plus double nest ball. All right, let's see how Alexis chooses to tackle it this time. I just couldn't really see it. I mean, I don't know. You could have been right then. Maybe should have conceded sooner. Alexis still maybe should have conceded sooner, but there was potential for the comeback. It definitely existed. The potential was there for sure. I think we just played these nest balls here, to be honest, as Alexis. I think we're just trying to find the Colress, but yeah, I would have gone like nest ball for Comfy, nest ball for something. I don't know what the other nest ball should have been, but I would have just played both those nest balls immediately and just like, well, I want to find Colress, man. I'm trying to Colress next turn. We don't need more Pokemon. That's 4 pokes or 5 pokes. We're hella poked. Keeping the option of the wall. I kind of like. There's still 2 waters in the deck if there was 1 prize. I didn't check the prize card, so. You see, I'm not trying to like draw into a Comfy there. I'm just like I'm trying to draw into Colress. I think I would have just like played that all down. What do you grab? Oh, that's like tough though. What do you grab? You just play as like a Lost Zone deck to begin with there? I think you do. I think you go no Tinas. I think you go, because you open the Sableye, I think you go Comfy, Greninja, Sableye, Manaphy, and then don't bench a Tina, so you don't get locked to no Tina, or to 1 Tina. There's the double Colress anyways. We're cooking. And then maybe you cram next turn, depending on what happens. Maybe you should save 1 nest ball, but I think I would have played the other nest ball. You should probably save 1 nest ball. Yeah, you kind of want the Manaphy at this point, but you want Manaphy and cram. So now Alexis is going the Tina route. But is it just because Alexis? But you're not even looking at like 7 in the Lost Zone turn 2 here. You don't have bench space for Manaphy and cram on the next turn, or Manaphy and second Tina at this point. And Friedrich isn't going to be drawing a prize card first here. So I don't like how this is looking like it's going to develop here, to be honest, for Alexis. I guess you could get a turn 2 Tina attack, though. You could put down 30, but even if you put down 3rd Comfy and get turn 2 Tina attack, you don't have bench space for a second Tina, so then you just lose to the Tina getting knocked out, probably. You're getting locked to 1 Tina in play. When you flash select double Colress, why is there hesitation? Because like mentally it kind of sucks. You just like you get a mental hit of, man, 2 Colress, what the heck? So it's not like Alexis is slow playing. Alexis is just like, bro, what the, like, it's just like a mental hit of like, bro, I don't want to see 2 Colress here. What the heck? It's like, obviously there's only one thing to take, but like, it also makes you think, like, not in that situation specifically, but sometimes you'll see someone use a flower selecting and one of the cards will be a battle VIP pass, not on turn 1. It's like, well, why don't you just immediately get rid of that? It's because the other card that they're looking at is making them think of what they're going to do around the other card. They're like, okay, well, I'm taking the other card. What happens around the other card? And they usually won't sit there forever looking at a battle VIP pass on another card. But like, they immediately realize, oh, I'm getting rid of the battle VIP pass, so I'm definitely taking this card. Okay, what am I doing with this card? It's not them sitting there and looking at the cards and being like, how long can I look at these cards for? It's, okay, what am I doing with this card? And they just haven't moved the card to the Lost Zone yet. It's like the double Colress sit there from Alexis is just like, bro, this sucks, what? And then they're like, okay, I gotta want to get one of these into the Lost Zone. It's also just like a mind game since the opponent doesn't see the card you grab. I mean, kind of, but like, whether you do it fast or slow, I don't know, like, kind of like you decided harder on this what's it called? I guess I like a little bit, yeah. It can be a little bit of a mind game, I guess. All right, pretty good setup here from Friedrich. Got the Greninja, got the double Frigibax, got the Manaphy, got the Bidoof. And then Alexis on this turn has got to get a Manaphy, I feel like. But then you only have one Tina in play, which isn't good either. And then you don't have the ability to attack with Cram. And if you don't put 7 in the loss zone by putting another Comfey in play, there's so many things here. Alexis like can't have a clean turn this turn. Man, opening the Sableye sucks. Yeah, it's like impossible for Alexis to have a clean turn this turn, to be honest. You could just go, to be honest, from Alexis here. I don't know why we're using Comfey before Colress, but from Alexis here, you could just go double Tina. Try and set up double Tina. And then Abyss Seeking. I don't hate that. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And then get into the Sableye next turn. And try and go to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Double Comfey plus Sableye. And then you could like Sableye KO the B-Barrel plus like Roxanne or something. I don't know. Something like that. I wouldn't hate that as a play, to be honest, here from Alexis. Or VP passing Water Decks with Irida. I mean, if it's the best way to play the deck, if it feels better than playing 3 or 2 or 1 or 0, then yeah. That's like the answer for every card count there. Are we not playing Colress here as Alexis? What is Alexis thinking? Boss plus... We already got the path. We're supposed to hope the path does a little bit of work. There's the Colress. There's another Nest Ball, so we can get them. I think getting the Manaphy down here, so we can get rid of Comfey and the Battle VIP pass. Well, the Comfey does get us to 7, but what are we doing with that 7? Using the Comfey would get us to 7. I don't know if that 7's doing anything for us, really. The casters kept saying Sableye couldn't hit the Bidoof. No, Sableye can hit the Bidoof. Sableye definitely can hit the Bidoof. Got rid of the Tina V-Star. I don't like that. I think the Tina V-Star was doing work there. All right, we're committing to no Manaphy this turn from Alexis. So the Greninja is like a really real threat here from Friedrich. And we are getting to 7 though, but where does this 7 go here? I would probably take the Iono here, to be honest, from Alexis. I like that. The Greninja play is not possible. We are 7 in the loss zone, but 7 in the loss zone doesn't do anything for us this turn. Why are we stressing 7? Now we're just gonna get Greninja'd. I don't know. I feel like this is just giving everything to Friedrich here. 10 minutes left. Is there even? There's no to be honest. There's zero possibility that Alexis actually wins this match. This match at this point has become either a dub for Friedrich or a tie. And 10 minutes is gonna be. It's still gonna be tough for Alexis to win in 10 minutes. To be honest, I feel like. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I was like, oh, already the turn to canceling clone again. Ooh, to be honest, his hand's not great for Friedrich. B-Barrel for... Is it looking like a B-Barrel for 1? What is Friedrich even trying to draw off this B-Barrel? Is it a B-Barrel for 1? The Beebs for 1. Is it good enough? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alexis survives another turn. Once again, the bench is a little bit awkward here. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. This actually might work out, to be honest, for Alexis. There's 2 60 HP Frigibacks in play. 2 HP Frigibacks, which means the Sableye... can run rampant. Let's see. Oof. The Mirage Gate's probably the take here, so you can retreat a Comfey at least and not use your attachment for turn on it. So you can still attach the Sableye. I guess it's the same thing one way or the other. Also thins out your deck by 2 cards to increase your odds of finding a Colress. You don't want to Iono your opponent this turn. I don't like that Iono grab over the Mirage Gate. Oh, we have another Mirage Gate in hand. We also need a Mirage Gate to set up your Tina at some point. I don't think I like this Super Rod. This is putting 3 energy back into the deck. Well, we're trying to thin out the deck here. I'm pretty sure this is we'll see the energy count in the deck before I call it a mistake. How many energy are in the deck here for Alexis? I see 2. That's a grass. Okay, there was only 1 energy in the deck. Not a huge fan of this many energy being in the deck. To be honest here, though, actually, we have the boss play for Alexis. Alexis could go boss KO B-Barrel this turn. I kind of like that. That actually might just be the play, to be honest. Do you risk retreating into a Comfey to try and find a Colress, or do you just boss KO B-Barrel? I think that B-Barrel is dead. That's a dead beaver walking right there. Get him. I still would have liked to have kept that second Mirage Gate here, though, from Alexis. I guess the question just becomes, is it ever better to KO anything else besides the B-Barrel? But the answer is no, right? Every time. It's the B-Barrel, the Bidoof dies, or the B-Barrel dies. No shot. Does that ever make sense? On the last turn, Friedrich went B-Barrel for 1 pass. So you know Friedrich's hand isn't great. you have path in play and it's stuck for a turn. The chance that Friedrich top decks an out, to thin out, to bump the path versus thin out the hand to use B-Barrel. And B-Barrel is such a more important card in the later. That might be like 50-50 to be honest. The chance that you bump the path to be able to use the ninja versus thin out your hand. To be able to use B-Barrel might be about equal, but B-Barrel is so much more important in the late game. Like, that's how you win this. That's how you beat Chi and Pao as a deck in general. Is like KOing B-Barrel and then Ionoing them. Nah, this has got to be troll. I don't like this at all from Alexis. You definitely go with the B-Bull kill. Also, you do actually also because you do have path in play right now. That potentially shuts down Greninja, but don't worry, Azul. I killed the Bib today in a cup. All right, at least someone's killing Bibs out here. But what if Greninja charges and kills too comfy? That is fair. I guess you get to play around the attack of Greninja as well. There's the Ultra Ball top deck, though. You do gain that. You do gain that. That is true. You do gain the ability. Oh, that's an Irida, too. All right. Well, I feel like Friedrich should be cooking here. You do gain the ability to play around the Greninja attack, I guess. I didn't really quite calculate that into my thought process. But it's like Greninja attack to KO 2 Comfy or Chi and Pao KOs your Giratina. No, it's still worse if the Chi and Pao KOs your Giratina, right? I feel like that's still worse. I'm not 100% convinced, but I would feel like yeah, Chi and Pao KO my Giratina almost feels worse, to be honest. It's like, that's like the, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I still think I KO the B-Barrel. Because, like, I think I still KO the B-Barrel. Because, like, you also want to think about the impact it has on the rest of the game, right? And, like, B-Barrel not being in play for the rest of the game matters way more than Greninja not being in play for the rest of the game. I feel like, well, I don't know if that's true. Because your bench sucks as Alexis. That's, like, another thing. Your bench actually just sucks as Alexis. Sheesh. That's, like, still a problem. So we're going for the vacuum here, not the rare candy from Friedrich. That's interesting. Do you not grab the candy here and then hope to draw into a stadium bump? I guess not. Another Frigibax. The whole squad. Frigibax is everywhere. The Sableye can still go KO double Frigibax here, though. So maybe you should have gone Frigibax there as... Oh, he's hitting the zone? That poor Frigibax, bro. What the heck? That does make some sense, though. All right, B-Barrel for 4. We're looking for candy. That's no candy. Yo, this one might... Alexis only draw 1 prize card. Is this going to end in a tie? This is like another reason I don't really like the Arceus in here, to be honest. How do you ever fit that thing on your bench? I guess it's more so for the Lost Box matchup than anything, though, I guess. So, like, that's when you go out of your way to prioritize it over, like, other stuff. But when do you have good bench space for that thing? All right. Alexis definitely has a chance here. I was pretty sold on this one. Oh, yeah, no, it's looking pretty good for Alexis here. I still would have KO'd the B-Barrel, though. I still would have KO'd the B-Barrel. I'm still more scared of the B-Barrel in the late game than anything. The hard retreat? I guess you kind of have to do it, to be honest. The hand was not good for Alexis. But maybe you just play Iono and hope to hit a V-Star. I don't think that's like a terrible play here. To just get that knockout. Got some knockouts lined up for the Sableye on the bench as well at this point. Honestly, I kind of like the Iono and hope to hit a V-Star from Alexis. Could have gone Mirage Gate to the Sableye. Mirage Gate to Sableye. Here comes another Mirage Gate now. Mirage Gate to Sableye plus maybe 1 energy on a Comfy. And then just even to be honest, even punching with Shred for 160 isn't terrible because it does set up to just draw prize cards and stay ahead in the prize share with Sableye later on. The problem with Alexis' play right now is like Alexis is not playing very fast, and this is probably going to end in a 1-0 for Friedrich because of how slow Alexis is playing. Now, I don't think like Alexis is playing slower than you should be able to. It's fine if Alexis wants to play this slow, to be honest. Like that's 100% fine. But when you're trying to maximize your odds to win the game, stop thinking so much and just start throwing. You just got to start chucking cards out there at some point. Like once you have a realization of how much time is left, you just got to be like chucking cards out there. If they land in the right places, good. If not, oh well. But it gives you the best chance of winning the match. Yeah. And for Friedrich, it's like, I mean, for Friedrich, it's like, well, Alexis is playing at a reasonable pace of play. I mean, that's fine. The judges are like, well, Alexis is playing at a reasonable pace of play. We don't have to rush Alexis here. We don't have to tell Alexis you have to play faster or give them like a slow play warning. It's like they're playing at a fine pace of play, but it's definitely not maximizing their chances of winning this game. Okay, we did get Mirage Gate and Jet Energy here for Alexis. So the Sableye is on the menu now. Sableye is on the menu. I think. When did that energy get to the Tina? Was that attached for turn? Can this Comfey retreat, actually? I don't know. When did that extra grass energy get to the Giratina? That was attached for turn, right? So we're just passing here? Or did we already retreat for turn? Oh, we were hard retreated the Tina. That's correct. Wait, when did that grass get to the Tina, though? I think that's a double attachment. All right, there's the Sableye for 2 prize cards. Draw for turn from Friedrich. Both of the Frigibacks are dead. So 3 prize cards left for Alexis. And so Friedrich can't win this game in time. Friedrich has 2 turns. Alexis has 2 turns. So the win con for Friedrich at this point is to not let Alexis win. So you just got to get your Chien Pao to the bench and hope it doesn't die. So you got to get like a double cross switcher here from Friedrich, double cross switcher, and then like send up your B-Barrel or something and bring up the Greninja of Alexis. And then hope that Alexis can't ever gust up a Chien Pao over the next 2 turns. Not sure what they're discussing. Wait, what? Okay. I understand what happened there. It's fine. Friedrich was like trying to use Chien Pao and Pokestop at the same time. I actually don't know if Friedrich should have used Chien Pao or Pokestop first there. I saw someone at a table next to me at a local snipe Bidoof, and an opponent let it happen, but I had to focus on my own game. I mean, you should... How do I feel about that? Like, if you see something... It's kind of like those ads. You know those ads you see at airports? If you see something, say something. Or like on trains. You see this on trains too. I think it's the same thing in Pokemon. Like if you see someone like do something that cannot be done in a game, you just be like, yo, you can't do that. And then let them call a judge. Like, all you have to do is look over there and be like, yo, that when you snipe the beat, if it doesn't do anything. And then just like keep playing your game. Like just tell them. And then that's literally all you have to do. And then they can look at it, realize the interaction and correct it themselves. Or if it's too far gone, then they just call over a judge and they correct it. But yeah, if you see something, you should say something. I don't know. It feels a little bit weird to like watch a board state get broken, like while you're watching a game, and then just like be like, I'm gonna go get lunch. Like, I don't know. It just feels weird to do that. All right, Chien Pao set up here for Friedrich. We do have the double cross switchers. I think we're just gonna cross switcher the Greninja and send up B. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Cross switcher up that, send up B-Barrel and pass. So Alexis needs to find a boss and boss KO a Chien Pao with a Tina. And then also Sableye KO. Also Sableye KO the B-Barrel. I'd probably Sableye KO the B-Barrel. I'd probably actually look for... No, I'd look for the boss this turn. You want to look for the boss this turn. Wait, what? Was time called on Alexis's turn? Based on the clock, it wasn't. And bro, I went through all that analysis at the end there for nothing. Based on the clock on our screen, and then even when the time is called from them, because now they like... Time is called. Wait, hang on. 3. The card's already been drawn for Friedrich. 1. Time's called. And then Alexis reacts to it. No retreat. Way to retreat ninja. They literally had an energy in hand. Alexis could have won this one. Maybe Alexis just conceded because it would have been a tie, and Alexis was like, nah, you can go ahead and play in day 2. People were saying he gave the win. Yeah, but why did he give the win? Did he give the win because he thought he couldn't win? Or did he give the win because he was like, well, it's going to be a tie anyway, so you can have the win? I'm just curious. It doesn't really matter one way or the other, to be honest. Because he was sitting through this whole part. He was sitting through this whole part here, so it's like the game is going to happen. It's like we're going to play out this last couple turns, and he was like, he gave it to push him through. I mean, I would assume that's why he would do it, but it's just like, even if he won, it was a tie. No, I know. If he wins, yes, I know. Even if Alexis wins, it's a tie. But then why did Alexis sit through all this? That's what I'm saying. Like, why did Alexis sit through all this? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm curious about. So confusing, he has path to win. Wait, on Alexis's side? Oh, does Alexis have a path to the win? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Alexis has a path to the win and was sitting through this all up to this point. That's why I'm saying. And even when so that's why I was just confusing me. It's like Alexis went all the way to this point and was just like, all right, I'll concede. Because it seemed like Alexis wanted to play out the last couple turns, even though it doesn't matter. But maybe just had the realization that it doesn't matter at this point. I guess that could be it at this point. Yeah, maybe at this point just has the realization. I guess it doesn't really matter. If we tie, if we tie, it doesn't matter. So, but I don't know. Why didn't he just concede earlier? Well, yeah, that's just my thought process here. It's like I was just confused as to what happened. But it's like fine to have the realization now. It's not like a big deal. Now, Alexis should have probably scooped game 1 a little bit earlier, maybe. But all right, chat. I'm tired, and we're doing this again tomorrow. So I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good one. Let's go and find someone to raid before I get off here. Want to give one last shout out to Factor for sponsoring the stream today. Check them out at factor75.com. Check out the link in the description. Or not in the description. Well, it is in the panels down below. Am I not staying up for day 2? No, I'm going to bed. Yeah, shout out to Factor for sponsoring the stream today. Check them out, factor75.com. Use the link in the chat to get 50% off. They are a meal plan service or a meal prep service. Send you meals already made, just got to microwave them. Like I've been saying, if you're someone like me, busy all the time, and want to save time, then be sure to go check out Factor, factor75.com. And we did hit our sub goal today as well, which I appreciate. I got some extra sleeves on purpose at Worlds, sleeves and dice things. I got an extra deck box as well, but Lorelai stole that from me. That I'm going to be giving away, not all of them tomorrow, but I'll be giving away some sleeves from Worlds and one of the dice things as well tomorrow at some point. Have a good one, chat. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Day 2 of Barcelona special event. Finish it. And also, Grant might be joining me to do the VOD review tomorrow as well. It's possible Grant joins me as well. So that could be entertaining. Could be even more entertaining. Catch y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.